All right. Good morning, everybody. This is the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee of the Maine Legislature. And we're joined today by folks from the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. So welcome. We're going to be talking about the governor's proposed supplemental budget. It's LD 1995. And we're going to be talking today about the parts of the budget that are related to criminal justice and public safety and the work that that committee does. And then also we have, afterwards, we're going to be hearing from public safety on state police matters. So I just wanted to invite folks from criminal justice and public safety to, even though that's technically, there's some crossover there between transportation and criminal justice. So I just want to invite folks from criminal justice to stay tuned if you want to hear about stuff related to state police. So I think we'll begin with introducing our guest from the Criminal Justice Committee. Senator DeChambeau, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32, and I represent, we all represent great communities. Mine is Dayton, Lyman, Arundel, Alfred, Kennebunk, and my hometown of Biddeford. Thank you.
Would you like to lead us in introducing the rest of your committee?
Yes, thank you, Senator Breen. My co-chair from the House is Representative Warren. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, AFA members. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the City of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House.
Thank you. And our Republican lead on our committee is Representative Pickett.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning to AFA. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116. That's the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Peru, Canton, and Hartford.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I skipped over Senator Searway. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. And Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in the west end of South Portland.
Thanks. And Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37 as part of Portland, the neighborhoods of Nason's Corner, Rosemont, Libbytown, and Strawwater.
Okay, and now Representative Costain.
Morning, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corunna.
And that is our committee for today. I don't think I skipped anyone. Nope. And of course, we have our commissioners with us. So more than one for this committee. So go right ahead. Thank you. Do you wish for me to introduce our commissioner?
You certainly could, sure.
Okay.
And then we'll do appropriations introduction.
We will begin when we begin with Commissioner of Corrections, Randall Liberty. Commissioner, would you say hello?
Good morning, all. And I'm also joined by Dr. Ryan Thornell, our Deputy Commissioner.
Yep.
Thank you.
And there is Dr. Thornell right there. Okay, thank you, Dr. Thornell, for coming. And after the Department of Corrections, the Department of Public Safety, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good to see you. I'm also joined by Kendra Coates, who's our Deputy Commissioner here at the Department of Public Safety. Good to see everybody.
Welcome, Ms. Coates.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, we'll introduce now members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Representative Cloutier.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Representative Ducharme.
Good morning. I'm Jack Ducharme. I represent House District 111, which is Solon, Madison, and Norwich Walk.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Solon Millett, House District 71, towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Representative Fay.
A little slow on the draw this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is part of the town of Casco, Raymond, and the other part of Poland.
I don't see Representative Corey or Representative Martin yet, but they might be joining us.
Corey is sick today, so he won't be joining us.
Okay, thank you, Representative Millett. Senator Davis.
Morning. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot counties.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone from windy Saco. My name is Donna Bailey, and I represent Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, part of Buxton, Saco, and Old Orchard Beach.
And my co-chair, Representative Peirce.
Hi, everyone. I'm Teresa Peirce. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth, and I'm honored to serve as the House Chair of AFA.
And my name is Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County. I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations. I think there might be a couple of folks who just joined us from criminal justice, maybe, and you didn't get introduced. Would you mind just raising your hand and we'll call on you and have you introduce yourself? Representative Rudnicki, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Great. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Newman, District 76, Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette.
All right. Glad you could make it. We are assisted today by our wonderful staff, Maureen Dawson, our analyst, and Judith Hannum, our clerk, who have done yeoman's work getting these hearings all organized. And your analyst, Jane Orbiton, as well, and your clerk have been masterful in getting us all together in the same place to hear from the bill's sponsor, the Mills administration. So I do not see Commissioner Figueroa here. Oh, yes, I do. So Commissioner Figueroa usually starts us off. And so I'm going to invite Commissioner Figueroa, who's the Commissioner of the Department of Administration and Financial Services, to see if she would like to tee up the bill for today.
Good morning. Thank you for that opportunity, but I think the departments are going to tee up directly today. I'm just here to listen in. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we'll have Commissioner Liberty start us off.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Randall Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved during the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that's yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and assures that the continuity of programs and services so vital to the Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus Maine taxpayers to help to confront inflation. And she sets aside money in the budget stabilization fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education, revenue sharing, major accomplishments of the legislative and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that's been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance to support Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan revenue forecasting committee, which has expressed significant concern about the shifting economic conditions and for fiscal environmental unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of the forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of the revenues. This supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial and Maine jobs plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. The Maine Department of Corrections is responsible for the direction, general administration, supervision, guidance, and planning of adult and juvenile correctional facilities, community corrections, and related programs within the state of Maine. It's the department's directive to provide for and promote safety and the well-being of staff, residents, and clients while ensuring our residents and community corrections clients see few barriers as they engage with meaningful rehabilitative focused services. Through the guidance of the Maine legislative and the department endeavors to ensure residents and clients are provide services, programs, interventions that empower change and restore lives. Staff throughout the department value accountability, respect, integrity, teamwork, and have a commitment to honor the rehabilitation of clients and residents. Some of the successes we've seen of late include the opening of the Down East Correctional Facility on January 26th of 2022. The opening of this facility marks the fruition of a promise made by Governor Mills to the people of Washington County and supported by this legislature in the biennium budget. In Windham, the construction, repairs, and improvements to the Maine Correctional Center, as approved by the 128th legislature, are nearing completion. With the brand new programs and activities building and the waste treatment building fully functional, and the new kitchen, dining, laundry, medical, and housing areas expected to be online this summer. The department is committed to the use of solar power. In addition to several projects in the works, include a 20-acre project in the town of Windham, which is projected, and 118 top solar panels that were installed in the Down East Correctional Facility construction. These panels produced 4.6 megawatts of solar power in February alone. In August of 2021, the department opened Leading the Way Transitional Living Residence in Bangor. This community-based non-secure residence provides men coming out of justice involvement in a safe, structured living program designed to ensure engagement with supportive services to help individuals rebuild their lives. Lastly, I want to highlight the most significant expansion of the Maine Department substance use disorder treatment services that occurred in August of 2021. It was during this time that the Maine Department of Corrections made medications for substance use disorders universally acceptable to all MDOC residents. We've been able to do this without cost of the legislature through careful budgeting and with the support from grants made to us by the Office of Behavioral Health. Today, roughly 600 people any given day are accessing medication and the accompanying counseling that supports it. We began providing medication for treatment substance use disorders in 2019. Since then, approximately 1,500 individuals in the state correctional system have successfully received this key treatment and the additional counseling that's so important. Now to the specifics of the department's request in the supplemental. The Maine Department of Corrections has requested appropriations for 2 initiatives. We also have 2 other requests. First, let's talk about the initiatives. On page A39, the department is requesting supplemental appropriation of $139,700 for one-time funding for lapel cameras. Lapel cameras, also known as body cameras, are essentially small cameras worn by officers as part of their uniform to record interactions between residents and officers. The Maine Department of Corrections began using these cameras in 2015 and is considered an industry leader in the use of these body cameras. Studies show that when an officer's uniform include body cameras, the number of incidents requiring the use of force decreases, complaints decrease, and departmental transparency and accountability increase. Whenever there's a critical incident within the department, review of the lapel camera footage is an integral part of the review or the investigation process regarding the incident. The more cameras the new cameras will be purchased with the legislative appropriation will have the technology to send footage directly to a cloud-based server, so footage can be easily and quickly reviewed. Software updates can happen seamlessly, and storage can be easily expanded. The department's current lapel cameras are quite old, are not connected to the cloud, so the footage must be uploaded and stored on hard drives, a system that is increasingly antiquated and will no longer a platform supported by our vendor, putting at risk our ability to use the current lapel cameras at all. The appropriation will allow the department the purchase of 150 new cameras, enough to outfit all the Maine Department of Correctional Facilities, a 5-year contract, purchase of service warranty, a 30-month free upgrades, and purchase of smaller magnetic camera uniform mounts, upgrading the charging capabilities, image stabilization options, and significantly increase in upload, download, and recharging speeds. The total cost for this package is nearly $500,000. The Maine Department of Corrections has a grant to cover half of the cost of the body cameras. The appropriation request will cover the remaining balance. Also on page 839, the department is requesting a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $979,665 in fiscal year 2021 and 22, and $905,521 in fiscal year 22 and 23 to fund increases incurred by the department from the Office of Information Technology. As a background, each state agency pays per device for things like computers, phones, printers, and technology. The rate for these items is determined by OAT, and OAT notifies the state agencies how much they owe in total. To cover the rate increases dictated by OAT, these were not included in the approved biennium budget. MDOC is requesting this appropriation to cover these rate increases. The other two requests that the department has is on page A39, you'll see we've requested a reduction to funding in the amount of $150,000. This adjustment is reflective of an error in the biennium funding the Batterers Intervention Program, now known as the Domestic Violence Intervention Program, which had a sunset clause ending in 2021 as part of 2018's LD1995. Lastly, in Part S, page 27 of the budget, the department is requesting the authority to transfer a personal services savings from the Long Creek Youth Development Facility budget by financial order to the facility's all other budget to be used for juvenile community programs and services. Working with the governor, many legislators and stakeholders over the past 2 years, the department has embraced the need for a prioritization of juvenile justice reform. With agreement and blessing of local and national stakeholders, the department is committed to reducing the use of institutional secure confinement for those not best served by it by increasing funding to support capacity growth of community-based programs, services, and residences. While we've begun this process of building up youth-serving community organizations, we recognize that more funding will allow us to have greater impact. This is why we seek the permission to divest the savings that have accumulated in the Long Creek Personal Savings Account for a different fund. This is why we've seek the permission to divest these savings that have accumulated in Long Creek's Personal Savings Fund. With these monies, MDOC will expand contracts for community-based behavioral health services, residences that offer an alternative to secure detention, intervention services, and nationally recognized diversion programs like the Credible Messenger and youth advocate programs that provide youth with transformative mentoring. Later this month, we'll be briefing the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety about our specific successes and challenges related to the important and collaborative work of these juvenile justice reforms. This ends my testimony on the Maine Department of Corrections supplemental funding request. As you know, we operate the department in an efficient manner, looking internal for all possible cost savings to offset additional cost. This supplemental funding request proposed here today are requested out of necessity for the department and for its ongoing operations. We appreciate the support that you offer for the work that we do. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Liberty. Are there, if you wouldn't mind, if you have questions for Commissioner Liberty on this portion of the budget, could you use your raise hand function and then I'll be able to call on you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Liberty, for your presentation this morning. My question has to do specifically with just making sure that we have appropriate information for the work sessions on the budget. So I'm interested in your initiative around community-based programming and divesting and moving funds. So my first question is how much? My second question is how much, if any, has already been moved to community-based programming? And my third question is, can we get the budget detail on if any has been moved out of DOC into community-based programming?
Yes, we have all that information prepared and nearly prepared for that presentation. We anticipate approximately, we're projecting at this point, $2 million will be transferred from personal services to all other, allowing us to invest in the community programming. We have spent approximately $400,000 from the 1.2 that we had talked about last year, have gone into the community. And as you know, we formed 2 technical advising committees that will give us guidance on where those additional monies should be spent. And we'll be heavily relying on those subject matter experts to give us the guidance on best place to spend those monies.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I have one follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to be specific, Commissioner. So when you say transferring money to community-based programming, what it looks like really is that it's transferring still into another budget line within the DOC, it sounds like. And I just want to be specific that the budget detail I'm looking for is, where is the money that's actually going to the community-based services? So I'd like that budget detail, not the budget detail of the money moving within the Department of Corrections, but I'd be interested to see, A, has any money left the Department of Corrections to go to community-based services? And could we please see that detail of where it has gone, who it has gone to?
Yes, we'll have that information for you for the workshop.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All set, Representative Warren? All right, Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Dr. Thornell. I have 2 questions. Also, looking for information for the work session on the bill. One about the lapel program. Or sorry. Yes, the lapel program. You mentioned studies since 2015 that have shown the effectiveness and decrease in use of force. So if you could bring those to us that are main specific. And then on the batterers intervention, wondering, I understand the program sunsetted. Can you all hear me okay, or is my computer lagging? You can hear me. Okay, I'm sorry, my internet.
It's a little bit glitchy, but we can hear it. So keep going.
Let me try it this way. On the reduction of the domestic violence intervention program, wondering, is the reason that we are not going to continue funding that is because we're improving on our approach to domestic violence in the state, and if we have data to show that, because my understanding is that we still have 14,000 DV complaints each year that are not properly responded to. So if you could bring that to the work session, that would be excellent.
Thank you, Representative. We'll provide that.
Any other questions for Commissioner Liberty? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Representative Peirce.
Got my hand up late there. I was just hoping that when you give the report to the Criminal Justice Committee around the update of the community programs and such, if you could provide that report to the AFA committee as well, just so we had the same information that they're receiving.
Thank you. Yes, we will.
Any other questions for Commissioner Liberty? Okay, let me see if we have members of the
Madam Chair, you are muted.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. I have 6 folks in the attendance list. If you could raise your hand if you'd like to give testimony on this, on what we just heard, that would be very helpful. Okay, I see Michael Kabendi, so I'm going to move you over. If in order to have you testify, I'm going to move you from an attendee to a panelist, and you're going to get a little notice on your screen, and you have to accept becoming a panelist in order to get moved over. So look out for that. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations, and Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by the state and federal constitutions. We've submitted written testimony on both the DOC and DPS budgets, and my intention initially was to deliver both at the same time, but I will just deliver the DOC portion now and hold off for the DPS portion. The bulk of our testimony has to do with the monies divested from the Long Creek Youth Development Center. We believe that the Long Creek Youth Development Center represents an irresponsible use of state resources, especially when considering the harm that the facility causes to young people and staff. There are currently just under 30 children incarcerated there and about 150 staff members keeping it open. We spend $18 million a year to keep that prison open. There's a growing consensus in the legislature that the prison should close. 2 years ago, the Center for Children's Law and Policy recommended removal of all youth from Long Creek. Last session, the legislature followed this recommendation, and both chambers enacted a bill to close Long Creek and redirect funding to community integration services. The supplemental budget and the Commissioner of Corrections recognize this growing course. The supplemental budget proposes to give the Department of Corrections, as far as we can tell, the authority to transfer funds currently allocated for personnel services at Long Creek Youth Development Center to juvenile community programs and services. Although this is a welcome and praiseworthy development, we urge you to ensure that the funds are managed by and ultimately end up at community-based agencies. This is a condition favored by formerly incarcerated youth who've led the campaign to close the youth prison. The state of Colorado provides a useful model. There, the legislature passed a bill to enact or to ensure the distribution of funds by a community-based organization. The Colorado Department of Correction, pursuant to this bill, pursuant to this piece of legislation, contracted with a nonprofit called the Latino Coalition for Community Leadership to manage funds for comprehensive reentry services. We recommend that the AFA and Criminal Justice Committees recommend similar consider a similar model from Maine. I will end my testimony there. There's a little bit more detail in our submitted written comments. I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Cabetti? Not seeing any, but thank you for joining us and submitting your written testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff McCabe.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Jeff McCabe with the Maine Service Employees Association. We represent over 13,000 Maine workers, including state workers who work within the Department of Public Safety and within criminal justice. We're here today, neither for nor against the portions of the budget that are being discussed, but want to raise up some key issues. Job vacancy rates across Maine state government appear to be increasing in key areas like corrections, state hospitals, child protective, public safety, and other areas. Recent data show that state workers have chosen to retire or leave state service. When we talk to workers, it is clear that many of them feel overworked and have spoken before to this committee about the pay gap that exists for state employees. This is a pay gap that was identified in a 2020 report called the State of Maine Market Study that found workers here in the state of Maine are underpaid by 15% on average. We're here today because just in the past couple of days, we were made aware of increasing vacancies within Department of Corrections, at the state regional communication centers, and that the state is forced to pay overtime for workers in public safety and corrections in just these two departments. We should be talking about recruitment and retention. We should be talking about sign-on incentives. We should be looking at funding reclassifications and those sorts of efforts to really address these issues that continue to increase. Overtime costs and losing employees who are well-trained cost the state more money in the short term and in the long term. We want to see more open and transparent conversations about vacancy rates in all departments. And it's clear the administration and the legislature needs to consider investing more financial resources into recruitment and retention. We're also here to ask that you consider funding LD1946, 1808, 1840, and include these folks who work at the Office of Medical Examiner, Crime Lab, Computer Crime Labs, and Correctional Supervisors in the 1998 Special Plan. I'm happy to answer any questions. I was trying to keep it under 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCabe. Any questions for Mr. McCabe on his testimony?
Thank you. And thank you, Senator, for the clear directions of my questions in the chat.
Sure thing. Looks like I do have a question from Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCabe. It's good to see you. My question specifically is around, being on the Criminal Justice Committee with all of my colleagues here, we definitely know that we have a huge issue across the board in connections around vacancy rates. And Mr. Cabetta just mentioned that Long Creek, which we spend $18.5 million a year on, 30 children, 150 staffers, all staff trained at the Criminal Justice Academy. Doesn't it seem like it would make sense to close that facility and move those staff to where we desperately need them in other portions of the Department of Corrections?
Thank you, Representative Warren, for the question. I think you and I have I've spoken to other committee members. I do believe we did provide some testimony recently on a bill associated with restraint. And we did speak of a sort of community-based state-run model that we would like to see the state slowly transition towards. I also, in our conversations with our members, even within corrections, outside of corrections, we still feel, and the members feel in these conversations, there is still a role for some level of secure confinement, as much as it sort of, pains me to say that, there's just, even if it's just temporary, I think that we have come to terms with the fact that the state needs to work to transition, but we're also concerned with that transition not being a state-run sort of system, and we do, and we will compliment those folks within the nonprofit sector here in Maine who are doing great work with especially juveniles in the community. There are folks that are doing great work with adults in communities, but we don't necessarily view that as sustainable. I think that nonprofits as well as government entities, municipalities, I feel like everyone in Maine is having a hard time with the recruitment and retention. I think that nonprofits especially struggle with wages. So, we do feel there is a role for nonprofits. We're not saying that this should be solely, a state-run in only state positions. So I hope that answers your question.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. McCabe. Are you familiar with the strategic plan that is in process right now that DOC is working on in the transition of getting Long Creek closed down in a fashion where it can be done incrementally in place, and so it's not just close it down today and have no place to put these children, these young people, because we're not just talking children, we're talking people in some cases as old as 20, 21 years old at times. So are you familiar with that at all?
Representative, I am, and I probably couldn't recite different portions of it, but we have as staff and as members looked at portions of that, and we do believe, and I will give the department credit, they do seem to be working on a plan, and yes, I am.
Okay, good. And if I may, Madam Chair, just one quick follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. And Mr. McCabe, would we not be better off, maybe you want to answer this or not, to allow that program that is in process and is making strides to go ahead and not worry about taking the transfer of positions and so on and so forth that we talked about, that was mentioned by the good senator from Hollowell, and let that program work its way out and then deal with the budget that we have before us and the different issues that we have going on in the Department of Corrections that are trying to be worked on a I think a competent level, and also the commissioner trying to work and keep the budget down and keep these programs moving forward in a way that's going to ultimately benefit the state as a whole.
Representative, thank you for the question. I often don't get such open-ended questions, especially when I'm before appropriations. So I do appreciate the question. I would say right off the bat, we're not spending enough money to address this problem. The state is facing a record revenue surplus, and it is our feeling that surplus is not being used in a manner that we would like to see it. Me as an individual, as a taxpayer, I might have one view for how that money should be used, but the work that I do and the things that I see and the conversations I have with members, it's clear to me that we have so many unmet needs, whether it's corrections, whether it's public safety for today. And I will be back before the committee tomorrow to talk about some of those unmet needs as well. So I do think that the department is doing good work. Do I think it maybe could be sped up? Possibly. Am I also concerned when I hear my friend, former colleague, and Representative Warren at times sort of wanting this more addressed overnight or immediately? That does cause me great heartburn. So it's probably somewhere in the middle, Representative, to be honest. And I do appreciate, I know that you are working on this issue, and I do appreciate that. And I say we probably land somewhere in the middle. So, that's just me being very honest, but we need to spend more money on this issue.
All set, Representative Pickett? All right, Senator Searway. Senator, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, I guess I wanted to ask a question to the Commissioner, Liberty, if it's possible.
Sure.
Commissioner, thank you for being on today. I keep hearing about shutting down Long Creek, but I just have heartburn of trying to figure out if what we accomplish by moving all of them out of Long Creek where we own the building, because it seems like you're going to have to purchase other buildings, and if you move them around in even 2 or 3 more places, then you're going to have 2 or 3 more times the staff to accomplish what they're getting now for education, for counseling, for medical, all those things. When you're talking about expense, it seems like this is going to triple and quadruple the expense. How does that work? I mean, how would it work if we do move?
Thank you, Senator. That's a good question. So, as you know, this is a work in progress, and we're doing much work in reviewing the potential sites where we may place some of these community-based secure housing units. I believe that this will not be a cost savings. If we move into other buildings, have to renovate, significant renovation, have to have new construction, those sorts of things are costs that we currently do not incur. As you're aware, Long Creek is paid for, and the building, the structure is not part of any of the existing expense of the operation. So you're right, the economy of scale, the redundant resourcing for each of those, that will be part of the discussion moving forward, and the part of the cost, which I believe will, if people are looking for cost savings by closing Long Creek, I think that's a false narrative. I think it's going to be more expensive, and that's just my assessment at this point. As I mentioned, we have 2 committees looking at where we should invest in the community for diversion and transition. We also have a group of individuals that are looking at potential sites for community-based secure housing. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the department or for Mr. McCabe? Okay, I just want to be sure there are no more attendees who are interested in giving public testimony right now. If there are, I would ask for you again to raise your hand, and I will move you over from attendee to panelist. Darian Plant, I'm going to move you to panelist. When you get the little pop-up on your screen that says you want to move over, make sure you say okay or yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Breen and members of the committee. I actually hadn't planned on testifying during this meeting.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for one moment? I'm getting a lot of stuff on your audio. I'm wondering if there's a better way.
I apologize, Senator. Is that any better?
That's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I did not plan on testifying during this meeting today, but I just wanted to take a moment of your time. My name is Darian Plant. I'm 28 years old. I started working for the Department of Corrections at Long Creek at 21 years old. I worked in the high-risk unit where we had about 16 inmates on average. It was usually me and another staff. And while we're having conversations about budget and closing, I just wanted to give a first-person perspective. I'm pretty sure every week that I worked there was about 80 hours a week. It was hard, it was demanding. I was there for 2 years when I was beaten severely by a male inmate, which has left me with long-term significant brain damage. I have to be on medical equipment for the rest of my life. And coincidentally, on Tuesday, I got an email from a public defender in New Hampshire for a former resident of mine who was just convicted of shooting and killing a 24-year-old woman who wants to speak with me about this inmate. And so now me being, you know, kind of brought back in, I'm concerned for my own safety, and there are all these things. So we talk about closing Long Creek, but I really just want everybody to be aware that there are individuals there who are incredibly dangerous. They're not shoplifters, and they get out and do cause significant harm to the community despite all the resources that they are given. So I just wanted to take a time and share that with all of you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much for joining us today and sharing that story.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for that experience.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Plant from any of the committee members? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Are there any further questions on this part of the budget? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Our schedule has us, well, we do have to have MEMA, and then if we have the Fire Protection Services Commission, that might be Commissioner Soschuk, I'm not sure. But I think we have Mr. Legge here from Maine Emergency Management. Or maybe it's Mr. Young, or maybe both.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, Scott Young, Deputy Commissioner for the department. I'll be testifying from MEMA today.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Should I proceed?
Please do.
Well, good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and also Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Scott Young, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Defense Veterans Emergency Management, and I'm here today to testify in support of the Supplemental Budget Bill LD1995. The Department of Defense Veterans and Emergency Management coordinates and administers the discharge of Maine state government's responsibility for all military, veterans, and emergency management activities through the authorization, planning, provisions of resources, administration, operation, and audit of each. In addition to their federal mission, our soldiers and airmen are immediately available to respond to the governor and citizens of Maine in times of crisis. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services provides numerous support services to Maine's 115,000 veterans and manages the 4 Maine Veterans Memorial Cemeteries across the state. The Maine Emergency Management Agency is charged with all disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, and Homeland Security operations within the state. My testimony today will concentrate on the Maine Emergency Management Agency, the Program Administration 0214, located on page A40, which only has one initiative for your consideration. It provides funding for an employee-initiated reorganization for a Planning and Research Associate 2 position to an Emergency Response Training Coordinator, retroactive to July 30th, 2020. This increases the general fund by $1,315 in FY22 and $1,122 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $3,947 in FY22 and $3,364 in FY23. This position is responsible for the administration of the Maine State Dam Safety Program. The position plans, oversees, and directs resources for the state to ensure appropriate responses during an emergency. They develop and provide training, outreach, and technical assistance to staff, partners, and first responder communities. And they review and update emergency action plans submitted by dam owners. They also plan, conduct, and facilitate dam instructional workshops and exercises with dam owners, all public, private, and municipal. This position is also the logistics section chief in the Emergency Operations Center during disasters. Thank you for your time this morning, and this concludes my testimony, and I stand by for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Any questions for Mr. Young of MEMA from any committee members? Let me see. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Young. I'm going to go off camera so I'm clear. I don't see anything in your budget, and I'm just wondering some of the thoughts and planning that you've been doing around the crisis and the emergencies that we're seeing around homelessness right now, and wondering how that plays into the planning and potential of this position that you're seeking funding for the coordination of emergency homelessness services.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. I am going to have to defer that to the Director, Pete Rogers, or Deputy Director, Joe Legee, probably during work session. From my perspective, this position is not related to that program and the assistance that MEMA would be providing regarding homelessness situation in the state of Maine. I do know that I've had some conversations with the Director and Deputy Director regarding some of those programs, but I'm not familiar with the details of that.
Could I have one follow-up, Madam Chair? Mr. Young, or have you had conversations at all with DHHS or Maine Housing about this issue?
I believe Joe Legee is a panelist. I don't see him, but I can't see everybody. He might be able to answer that question if he's still available.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Legee. Do you think you can address that question?
Yeah, so if I can just recap real quickly, the question was, have we been engaged with Maine State Housing and DHHS on the issue of homelessness and kind of that crisis? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yes, and I also wonder if you could just remind us of your role at MEMA.
Sure thing. Yeah, my name is Joe Legee. I am the Deputy Director at the Maine Emergency Management Agency.
Thanks.
So short answer to the question, yes, we regularly engage with DHHS and Maine State Housing Maine State Housing Authority, sorry, on issues, anything related to housing and social services. They're really the lead there, and we defer to them to kind of tell us where we can help out and support. I think the most kind of direct thing that we're working with them right now on is really through COVID-19, the facilitation of some public assistance funding available through the Stafford Act.
Does that answer your question, Representative Morales? Or do you still want some more information for the work session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would be helpful to have some information for the work session on some coordination efforts that you've undertaken around this issue, or perhaps that we could begin to undertake using MEMA as the coordinating entity. Thank you.
We could certainly prepare some things for the work session.
Anything else, Representative Morales?
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Legee. Any other questions for our friends from Maine Emergency Management? Okay, I'm not seeing any from our committee members. Is there anybody in the attendee, any members of the public who would like to offer their testimony on this part of the budget? If so, if you could raise your hand, I would appreciate it. All right, I'm not seeing any. So I think we will move on to our last, I hope we have, Fire Protection Services Commission. I'm not sure if they were able to make it today. If Commissioner Sawchuk was going to take that.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Yes, I will be the lead on that this morning.
Great, thank you.
I would also just say that Chief Dan Brooks from Winthrop is the chair of the Fire Service Commission. He is out there as an attendee, as well as Chief Bill Gillespie from Liberty, and he is the chair of the board of directors for LoSAP, and I'll touch on that in just a second. But thank you again, Senator. So good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mike Sawchuk, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. I am here today to testify in support of the supplemental budget LD 1995. As Governor Mills said during her State of the State address, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic. And Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation and set money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investment of the biennial and Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. The Department of Public Safety was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 628 overall positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal's Office, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. The Maine Fire Protection Services Commission, we'll refer to that as the commission moving forward, was established to monitor and evaluate the state's fire protection services system on a continuing basis. The commission also provides recommendations to the appropriate state agencies and to the legislature regarding necessary changes in the fire protection services system. The commission is created by a Public Law 5 MRSA section 3371 as passed in 1999 by the second regular session of the 119th legislature. The commission is comprised of 23 appointed members, one of which is the state fire marshal or the fire marshal's designee. The commission advises the governor and executive officers, the legislature, the Maine Forest Service, municipal fire departments, and any other parties affected by its recommendations regarding fire protection services. The commission submits a report containing the results of its studies, findings, and recommendations to the governor and to the Joint Standing Committee of the legislature having jurisdiction over fire protection services matters by December 31st of each year. With Maine volunteer fire departments struggling to recruit and retain staff, a legislative effort was made in 2015 to create a statewide length of service award program, better known as LoSAP. Under the program, qualified individual volunteer firefighters and volunteer emergency medical service providers will have a program account which will be credited with an annual contribution. When a volunteer firefighter or volunteer emergency medical services provider reaches the age of 60 and has attained a vested status in the program, meaning they've met the minimum requirements for at least 5 years, he or she will be paid the contributions credited to his or her program account, plus the net investment income earned on those contributions. LD1994, an act to establish the main length of service program, was passed in the second session of the 126th legislature. However, the funding appropriated was set at $500,000. That amount was enough to keep the program moving forward by hiring an auditing firm and third-party administrator so local communities could begin participating if they chose to. The full fiscal note for funding of the bill as included in the LD was $2.5 million. The additional $2 million was intended to provide initial seed money to start the program. The amount is based on the participation of 3,000 qualified members, giving a $600 average contribution to the program a year. There's one commission-related initiative, which can be found on page A as in Alpha 73, and relates to the length of service program as described above. This initiative provides one-time funding for the main length of service award program. This initiative provides the general fund all other by $1 million in FY23. This concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk. Any questions for Commissioner Sawchuk on this section of the budget? Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am just not finding a copy of that testimony in our materials. So I just want to make sure it gets sent to our clerk so that we can make sure we have a copy of it. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I can't seem to locate it.
I appreciate that, Representative. We will follow up for sure. I know that it has been sent along. So I'll just follow up on that.
Thank you.
Representative Hymanson.
Thank you. I got to say, I pushed that button and it kicked me out of the entire screen. Never happened before, but fortunately I pressed the Zoom icon and you're back again. So that was a little bit unnerving. The length of service award was tied to an ambition to increase workforce. Has that happened? Have you seen it work?
I think that it's probably too early to tell. I think our primary partners here, Chief Gillespie and Chief Brooks, and that board of directors for LoSAP, I think it's a positive thing. The buzz is in the community. However, the funding isn't there to the extent that it would completely be stood up. The idea would be $2.5 million per year if the state was to fund that entire program. I think the governor's intent here is to provide some seed money and then allow municipalities to pick it up moving forward. But I'm happy to check with Chief Gillespie in particular to see if they have any actual data on increases in volunteer hours since its inception in 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Sawchuk? Okay, are there any members of the public who would like to testify on this section of the proposed supplemental budget? I see two. I'm going to move you over to panelists, so please make sure you push OK when I try to do that. William Gillespie and Frederick Brewer. Okay. Mr. Gillespie, would you like to start? You'll have to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
My name is, first of all, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and distinguished members of Appropriations and Financial, and the members of Criminal Justice, Senator Shembles and Representative Warren. My name is Bill Gillespie. I'm the fire chief in the town of Liberty. I've been the Length of Service Awards Program Board of Directors Chairman since 2017, when at that point in time, the governor did appoint the board and we got started. We've come to you since 2018 requesting funding, so I am in support of this $1 million initiative, but I wanted to clarify something. We have not had funding from the original time that this bill was put into place. The first funding we received was just last year or this current year. We have started the process and have brought on the third-party administrator in order to get the program up and running. The $500,000 that was set aside last year to do that has just started. So seeing any data at this point in time, they have not even got off the door. We hired them officially as of last Monday. So the data will come in the future. I do anticipate that we will see an increase because this program is designed to give a benefit to people that have not received any benefits for their service for the length of time that they've been involved in the fire service. To think that this is something that little municipalities are going to be able to afford, they don't even afford at this point in time to pay their volunteers. So thinking that they're going to have the ability to now come up with money to make a retirement program worthwhile for them in the future is not something that we see possible. So with the $500,000 that we received last year, we are getting started, and hopefully by the end of next year, we'll have a better understanding of exactly how many volunteers and per diem folks would benefit from this type of program. We anticipate with the volunteer firefighters and volunteer EMS providers, this would be somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 members when it's completed and up and running. So if we do nothing, as the Maine Fire Chiefs put in their crisis letter to the governor, we're just going to start closing more doors, and we've seen that happen within the EMS community. Doors are closing. Agencies are transferring to other agencies for assistance. So this is the initiative. This is how we're moving forward, and the $1 million would be extremely helpful, but we'll certainly need to continue to come to you for assistance. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Any questions for Mr. Gillespie from anyone? If you would raise your hand so I can call on you. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us.
Certainly.
Frederick Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, as well as Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Frederick Brewer, and I'm the Governor's appointee to the Lakeland Service Award Program for the state of Maine. I was appointed to the LoSAP board because of my background as a CPA, my training and expertise working with the municipalities and retirement plans, and my lifelong experience as a fourth-generation volunteer firefighter on the Massasoit Engine Company of Damascotta. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD1995. I urge your support for the $1 million in funding for Maine's LoSAP. We have been actively working towards funding this program since our board was organized in 2017. We were able to secure funding for the annual administrative costs in the last legislative session of $500,000 through your support at the supplemental appropriations table. Those funds have enabled us to begin the process of establishing the program and working with a third-party administrator. These additional funds will help retain the TPA and allow us to fund small contribution for the volunteer service to their communities in Maine. The funds included in the supplemental appropriation will help to continue the efforts to address Maine's crisis to attract, retain, and support our volunteer first responders, which our communities are so reliant upon. The additional $500,000 in funding above the administrative costs for the program will be used to fund a state contribution to participants' accounts as an incentive to do more within their communities. This reward for all their hard work and dedication will supplement the funds that the municipalities have committed to the program. The state contribution will benefit the more rural communities in Maine that do not pay their volunteers for their service. The rural departments are the ones that operate on smaller budgets that do not allow contributions to the LoSAP from their communities. The communities are the ones struggling the most with the crisis that we face with staffing shortages. With the funding from the state, we will encourage the smaller communities' first responders who are on the fringe and not participating as much to do more for their communities, and in turn help alleviate some of the demands on the individuals that are going above and beyond throughout this crisis. It also becomes a marketing tool to help recruit new members as a benefit to joining. These two benefits will help us address the retention portion of the staffing crisis we currently face. For the sake of the health and future of our volunteer first responders in Maine and the communities that depend on them, I urge you to vote in favor of the $1 million appropriation for the LoSAP program. Maine has a proud legacy of volunteerism within the first responders community. The challenges of current times and the resulting staffing crisis for the first responder community will be eased by showing appreciation for all their efforts and ensure that this legacy continues. I welcome any questions about the benefits these funds will provide, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer.
Yep.
Are there any questions for Mr. Brewer from any of our committee members? Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brewer. Have you determined what an amount of a benefit might be, or does that depend on length of service? And then the other question was, is there a determination of the average contribution per volunteer or per community? Is that something, have you gotten that far yet?
So when we started back in 2017, we kind of established some general guidelines for the service credit contribution. So we set a maximum of about $1,000 a participant, but the only way to achieve that $1,000 is to go to every single call, every single training, and every single meeting, which really isn't feasible. So we kind of ran some numbers on some of the departments that we're on and that are surrounding communities. And it seemed like somewhere in the $600 range was where a contribution would fall for an average. Some people would get $300 and some people, I think the highest I saw was like $825. So it's not a huge sum of money, but it's something to say thank you and to reward the people that are doing a lot more for their community. As far as the municipal contributions go, I'm in Lincoln County, and I talked to at least 6 departments that are anxious for us to get moving with this program because they want to fund it as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of departments that have money that want to put money into this program. It's just we've got to get to the point where we're operating and we have our third-party administrator on board and we've filed all the things we need to be an official LoSAP program. So we're in the process of doing that, and our goal is by the end of June to be able to say we're up and operating, which is, I think, a tall order, but I think we can do it.
All set, Representative Fay? All right. Any other questions for Mr. Brewer? All right. I'm not seeing any, so thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
You too. All right. Well, I think this brings us to the end of the public hearing on our 10 o'clock slot, the department and testimony, public testimony on part initiatives under corrections, defense, and emergency management and fire protection. So we're now going to move to the 11 o'clock portion, and we're 15 minutes late. That's not too bad. And we're going to hear again from Commissioner Sawchuk, I believe, for the Public Safety Department regarding state police. Our 10 o'clock slot, the department, and then we'll hear from the Department of Transportation about moving $100 million of general fund money into the DOT. I wonder what they're going to say about that. Commissioner Sawchuk. Oh, Representative Peirce, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we might have a few of our Transportation Committee members join.
Oh, right.
People might have joined us at 11, so maybe they could raise their hands.
Good point. If you would raise your hands, that would be great. Thank you. Can you do the electronic raise your hand? Representative White.
Yes, thank you. Representative Bruce White, District 109 from, and I represent part of Waterville. Thank you all for what you're doing.
Welcome. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mark Bryant from Wyndham. I represent half the town of Wyndham. Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Any other folks, any other legislators who are arriving to hear this part of the budget? All right, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Yes, good morning again, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. Senator Diamond, Representative Martin, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation, and of course, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, and I'm here today to testify in support of Supplemental Budget LD 1995. As Governor Mills said during her State of the State address, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic. And Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation, and she has set money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan revenue forecasting committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial and Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. The Department of Public Safety was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 628 positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal's Office, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. My testimony today will focus on our largest bureau, the Maine State Police. There are 14 Department of Public Safety Maine State Police related initiatives, which begin on page A as in Alpha 149. The first initiative establishes one state police sergeant position with the Unsolved Homicide Unit. The sergeant will provide supervision to the detectives who currently report to the Major Crimes Unit Central Lieutenant. This position will coordinate activities between the Medical Examiner's Office, the Attorney General's Office, the Maine State Police Crime Lab, and the 3 Major Crimes Units. This initiative increases the general fund by 1 headcount, the general fund personal services by $93,968, and the general fund all other by $26,212 in FY23. There is also a highway fund increase that will be discussed under the highway fund budget this afternoon. You will see entries labeled as highway fund informational throughout the budget document, and these will be discussed with the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation this afternoon at 1 o'clock. The next initiative provides funding for increased technology costs related to the Odyssey software system. The increased technology costs are necessary to support the criminal history records and Odyssey software project. This initiative increases the general fund all other by $20,150 in both FY22 and FY23. The next initiative provides funds to increase the hours of 1 forensic chemist technician position from 40 to 80 hours bi-weekly. This funding will expand 1 part-time forensic chemist technician position to a full-time forensic chemist technician position for the Maine State Police Crime Lab. This aligns with the current workload and increases the general fund headcount by 0.5. It also increases the general fund personnel services by $3,996 in FY22 and $16,692 in FY23. The next initiative provides funding to implement a comprehensive video camera solution for the Maine State Police. This includes the cost of the body cameras, cruiser cameras, related hardware and software, and a professional storage and retrieval system associated with the technology. This initiative also includes 2 Office Associate 2 positions to provide administrative support, additional services from the Office of the Attorney General, and additional services from the Office of Information Technology to support the related technology needs. This initiative increases the general fund headcount by 2, the general fund personal services by $95,644, and the general fund all other by $624,074 in FY23. The next initiative establishes one state police polygraph examiner position. The state police polygraph unit provides pre-employment and criminal polygraph exams for our agency and other agencies at no cost. The requests for polygraphs currently exceed the capacity of the unit. The initiative increases the general fund headcount by 1, the general fund personal services by $78,026, and the general fund all other by $2,785 in FY23. The next initiative provides one-time funding to update and replace existing equipment necessary for pre-employment and criminal polygraphs conducted by the Maine State Police. This increases the general fund all other by $13,000 in FY22 only. The next initiative provides one-time funding that will establish a remote option for equipment use relating to the gas chromatograph in the Maine State Police Crime Lab. This option will allow the Maine State Police Crime Lab to analyze evidence overnight and on weekends. The equipment will be reimbursed through a federal grant. This increases the federal expenditures fund capital expenditures by $17,000 FY22 only. The next initiative establishes 3 Maine State Police trooper positions to provide instruction at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. These positions will expand our capacity to provide training beyond the mandatory topics currently offered. The state police struggle to provide sufficient mandated training and often cannot provide elective training. With the social justice movement, police reform, and demand for more professional policing, additional training is crucial. However, additional resources are needed to provide that training. Societal tensions require additional de-escalation training and ongoing implicit bias type trainings. Our increasing interactions with those suffering from behavioral health issues requires more training so that police officers in the state are better equipped to help in that crisis situation. This initiative increases the general fund headcount by 3, the general fund personal services by $294,549, and the general fund all other by $116,402 in FY23. The next initiative establishes 3 Maine State Police detective positions for the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit. These positions will be assigned to the Major Crimes Unit divisions located in Southern Maine, Central Maine, and Northern Maine. This initiative increases the general fund headcount by 3, the general fund personal services by $274,844, and the general fund all other by $78,637 in FY23. The next initiative establishes 8 civilian behavioral health program coordinator positions that will be dedicated to establishing community partnerships and coordinating social services for the troop barracks located throughout Maine. This initiative increases the general fund headcount by 8, increases the general fund personal services by $513,216, and increases the general fund all other by $22,283 in FY23. The next initiative provides funding for technology costs related to the evidence tracker software annual fees. This software is used by the Maine State Police Crime Lab and is a critical tool. This initiative increases the general fund all other by $7,150 in both FY22 and FY23. The next initiative provides one-time funding for noise-reducing equipment for department firearms necessary to protect the hearing of our Maine State Police personnel. This initiative increases the general fund all other by $79,560 in FY23 only. The next initiative provides funding for the technology, license, and maintenance costs related to the new combined DNA indexing system, better known as CODIS, server for the Maine State Police Crime Lab. The new server will operate on a state network with increased security, maintenance, and recovery demands in compliance with Criminal Justice Information Network requirements. These enhancements will result in increased annual costs and increase the general fund all other by $18,002 in FY23. Our final initiative provides funding for the technology costs related to a data server that is needed to support the new evidence tracking software at the Maine State Police Crime Lab. This initiative increases the general fund all other by $9,933 in FY22 and $19,867 in FY23. This concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Are there any questions for Commissioner Sawchuk on this part of his testimony, this part of the budget proposal? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk, for
Good morning.
this. Good morning. And I appreciate, I know I've been emailing you about these behavioral health program coordinator positions, and I appreciate you getting back to me. Could you share with us, one of the things that you and I haven't had a chance to talk about is, what will these folks do?
Sure. I appreciate a general broad question. I can talk about this all day. This is a really exciting program. It's something that I've been involved with for decades at this point. Really, co-responders would involve a scenario where you have trained, in many cases, behavioral health liaisons. I'll just call them that, not mental health, not substance use disorder, but behavioral health liaisons that would respond with their set of expertise along with law enforcement to certain calls. And those calls are primarily focused on behavioral health issues or crisis scenarios. So a standard crisis or co-responder model would have those two experts responding to a call together in partnership to utilize their specific skill set to better handle a call for service. I think these roles also, depending on where you're at, because I think the programs are really essentially different in an urban atmosphere where you could, in fact, co-respond in a timely fashion, and in comparison to a more rural atmosphere where it may take you an hour, blue lights and sirens from one end of the county to the next. So they may not do as much co-response there in that situation. They may meet an officer and a patient or a client, a consumer at a medical facility, as an example. They may do a follow-up after the fact. There's an overdose. This individual could check in either at the hospital or the next morning to check in on an individual. There could be somebody that's slowly but surely building themselves up to a mental health crisis. And traditionally, the neighborhood and police officers will know that's happening. Something's going on with Mike next door. We'll know that from calls for service data. Ideally, these liaisons would have an opportunity to be proactive in that role and go out and interact with the residents from those various communities. I think outreach, partnerships, education around these topics, not only in community settings, but for law enforcement. I think all of those things are on the table. And this is really a best practice style program that's being used all over the country. And when I say, again, behavioral health liaisons, I would point to options liaisons in the state of Maine, which are specific to substance use disorder liaisons. So this will be a little bit different. And there's one of those options liaisons in every county across the state of Maine. These would be focused on troop barracks, another way to kind of break up the state, if you will. And it will be providing that regional area, depending on their assignments, their geographic footprint, but also acting as a resource to law enforcement. So I was at a house at 2 a.m. Something's going on. It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody needs to be taken into protective custody. We certainly don't want to arrest anybody, but we leave a message for Mike, the liaison, the next day. Hey, can you check on so-and-so at this address? I don't think there's a safety issue at this particular time, but let's see if we can make sure that they're getting plugged into the proper resources out there in the community. So there's a lot there to chew on, and hopefully that's helpful.
Yes, it is helpful. Madam Chair, may I have a couple of follow-ups?
Sure.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions about it. So they're not actually state police officers?
No, not at all. Nope.
Okay. So they're behavioral health folks. So I appreciate that co-response is a best practice, but it's a best practice when it's a co-response between law enforcement and actual behavioral health folks that are part of the continuum of care.
Thank you.
Why wouldn't we, why would we create behavioral health coordinator positions within the state police as opposed to coordinating with the existing behavioral health system already, so that your folks are aware of the continuum of care, and so that instead of continuing to build silos, right, now we're going to take these people and we're going to put them here, we build across, and we build sort of cross collaboration. So that's my first question, is why are we now putting behavioral health professionals in with state police instead of working with behavioral health professionals? That's my first question. And my second question is, who will you refer these folks to? So as we all know, our behavioral health system is desperately broken. We know that that's part of what's happening with the fact that Maine is leading New England with our police shootings, because police are having to respond constantly to folks who are in mental health crisis. We don't have any place to get them help. Where will your behavioral health program coordinators refer people to get help?
Yeah, so that's a great, both of those are really great questions. I think that the reality is that you have 8 separate and distinct troop barracks around the state. So where will they refer people to? I think that will be completely different in Aroostook County and the Holton barracks in comparison to the Alfred barracks, Ellsworth, Bangor, right? So it'll be different because there are different providers. There are different opportunities for referrals in those areas. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to be overly specific in that role, except to say they are inherently different. And I can also tell you, to your first question, as an example, I was involved with a national learning site. So the city of Portland, the Portland Police Department, was a national learning site with the way that we dealt with people in the middle of a mental health crisis. So we've taught people internationally around the world around how to work with these scenarios. And those best practices are, in fact, having behavioral health professionals embedded in a law enforcement scenario. There are communities nationally, however, that may embed those folks with EMS personnel if that's a better fit for their community. But the reality for us in many instances is that law enforcement will continue to be the first entity that gets a call through 911. There's a lot of work happening around 988 and how that is in fact going to divert additional calls out of a traditional model and into a referral to mental health or behavioral health responders. I don't look at this as siloed at all. This is part of that continuum of care. I think we want, it's been discussed in criminal justice, public safety, it's discussed nationally, that we want to make sure that our law enforcement officers are focused as much as possible on that law enforcement role. Well, this gives them an immediate referral source internal. I don't expect our law enforcement officers to know 25 resources that may be in their county. But I would, however, expect these behavioral health liaisons to know what those partners are, who those partners are. So law enforcement would be able to work with their particular behavioral health liaison. They don't have to call for mobile crisis. They actually have people embedded within their department for information sharing and really talking about resources that are available. So they contact their liaison, who can then pick up that case and make the proper referrals to their partners that they work with every single day. So that's a behavioral health professional talking to behavioral health professionals, which I think is a best case scenario in many ways.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I wasn't asking the where in reference to geographically where. I was asking the where in reference to, I think what we agree on is that our behavioral health system is collapsing, right? That we're trying to recruit, places are closing because they can't get enough staffers. We know Milestone right now, one of our only detoxes in the state, has just closed because they don't have enough staff. Constantly, folks are telling us they're trying to recruit staffers. We can't get enough staff. So I mean, where will you refer to the behavioral health continuum when we can't even, within HHS, we can't refer people to get service because there isn't a service there for them? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've got you, Representative, absolutely. But I do think that's still going to be, there's going to be a geographic component to that answer, right? I mean, different counties are going to have different resources. If Milestone is closed at this particular time, what other resources are available? For the detox end, as you mentioned, that's pretty limited in the state of Maine, to say the least. But I do think that the greater Portland area may have different resources than Holton, which is also a service center for that county in that area. So when I say a lot of that is geographic or the wheres, you may say where, I may say, depending on the crisis, is it primarily a mental health crisis? Is it primarily a substance use disorder crisis? Is the co-occurring aspect of that to the extent that they say, well, we're going to go over here instead of over here? Can we get people plugged into case management? It's a little bit more difficult to answer without discussing, you know, the differences between the various regions in the state of mind, in my mind anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, I just want to follow up on that topic. Could you give us, for our work session, the job descriptions for those positions and also what sort of credentials you're expecting the people who fill those positions to have for
Absolutely.
the work session?
Yeah, we certainly will, Madam Chair. And I'll tell you, the title that's in the language here was the closest we could get to a currently existing job description, because I do think this is going to be a little different than that. So behavioral health program coordinators, and we scoured the different job descriptions within the state, and we thought that was the best fit. But I'm happy to get that information and get that back to you. Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Morales, and then Senator Searway, and then Representative Pickett, and then Representative Lookner. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good
I have
morning.
a couple of questions that I'm going to go off video. A couple of questions for bringing information back to work session. Number one is looking at the what you are seeking to increase in terms of your major crime division. Does that include domestic violence, and what are you proposing in the budget to address the domestic violence cases that go unresponded to? So that's the first one. The second question that I have is around, you told a few weeks ago in criminal justice and public safety, and I think it's something we all know, that the majority of the crisis calls are made to local PDs in Maine, not to the Maine State Police. And police and sheriffs have been telling us that we need funding for crisis for DHHS, that they don't have the training nor expertise, nor this is not why they signed up to do this work. So it makes me question, you know, bringing behavioral health folks on board with the Maine State Police. And so one thing I'd like to know is getting at that geographic question of, you know, what percentage of Maine State Police is devoted to highway? What percentage is devoted to local communities in Maine? So that's sorry, a long question. And then the final is, you know, looking at this plan that you're proposing for behavioral health, how does that fit in with the new 911 report that the Maine Public Utilities Commission just finalized February 1 of 2022 and is presenting to the EUT right now? It's a report on the protocol and procedures necessary to ensure the delivery of crisis response services, which include heavy recommendations to include emergency mental health dispatching, and the statewide homeless council report on how to address crisis response without the criminal justice system. So if you could take a look at those two reports and bring those back to us of how your program fits in with those, that would be great.
Yeah, happy to do that, Representative. I'm involved in the 988 conversation. I've read the PUC's report on that, and I think this is an exact fit for what they're referring to, right? I mean, if you were to call dispatch, dispatch was able to determine through a triage system that a call for service is better suited for a behavioral health liaison, as an example, then you could potentially refer directly to the liaisons that are in this system. You know, when we talk about percentages, the 8 troop barracks are actual barracks that are handling rural patrol activity. So, you know, they are the law enforcement entity in those particular areas. So they would be responding to calls for service just like a local agency or a county agency. I do apologize. I don't remember what I said in front of the committee recently to talk about the percentage of cases that are going to local law enforcement and not the state police. But I'm happy to look back and see what conversation that was. But I do appreciate it. And the 988 program is very exciting. And there's a lot of good folks that are currently working on that. But I'll be happy to get that information together for a future work session.
Thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's still morning, Commissioner, so good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
I just, how many positions are you talking on adding? And I guess, and I also wanted to know how many positions we still have to fill that are vacant. And also, one part I didn't hear, and I've heard rumor that state police is pulling out of call sharing in some counties. I don't know which ones. May 1st it came to ring, and I'm just wondering if that's even true. But I just wanted to know, is that a factor in figuring out all these positions? Because if you're, is the factor
Senator, can you hear me?
used compared to that? Yes.
Great question. What I heard anyway, Senator, the whole screen froze up on me about halfway through. So I think I missed a piece of that. So I apologize. I did catch some stuff on the front end. I think total, we're looking at 18.5 positions overall for this entire package. I do think that the call sharing agreement conversation has been going on for 2 years. All the counties have been, those conversations have concluded except for Penobscot. So the Penobscot County conversation is continuing with Sheriff Morton, his commissioners, and county manager. So we are trying to come to some kind of a resolution to that point. If we can't come to a resolution, there is a conversation around pulling out of call sharing as of May 1st. That doesn't mean that troopers are going to leave the county. It's just going to mean that we're going to be responding to calls that come through us versus calls that go directly to the county. There's all kinds of map references and where that may or may not go, but that conversation hasn't been finalized at this point. And then probably the last minute or so I did not catch. So if there's an additional question in there, I apologize.
I was just wondering if there was a way of factoring in what your needs are from pulling out from call sharing, if there's a factor of a percentage of positions that you actually have saved by pulling out. And also the other part is some of this monies like highway patrol, I believe, is federally funded compared to state. And I don't know how much would the state be responsible for these positions added if there's some federal monies that's taking care of a portion of this.
Yeah, it's a good question, sir. I think that the standard split that we refer to is a 65-35. So 65% to the general fund, 35% to the highway fund. And for our friends on the Transportation Committee, that we'll be meeting with them specifically on their portion at 1 o'clock. So we'll literally break out that conversation based on what that 35% amount is. And if you are part of Troop G, which is the highway component of this, those positions are fully funded by highway.
Thank you. And just on the, there again, the call sharing, is there any way of factoring in when you do pull out what what you gain by manpower in that, those moves?
Yeah, so I think that there is a common misconception that on the call sharing agreement, we would pull out of the agreement if necessary. But again, that doesn't mean that the Maine State Police are pulling out of that county. We receive calls for service directly for that county through the state police. So they will continue to respond to those and continue to provide mutual aid and backups and specialty services and all those other things in Penobscot County. But the call sharing agreement, however, is very specific. As an example, to you get 3 map zones, we get 3 map zones. There's a conversation about you get 4, we get 2, right? So that's the ongoing piece of that that I will put everybody to sleep if I dig in too deep on that. But that doesn't mean we're leaving. So we're not saving any money. We're not, in fact, going to save a body and move a body over here. That's not going to happen if, in fact, we really come to an agreement that we can't come to an agreement, right? So we're just not going to be able to move forward with a traditional call sharing agreement. If that, in fact, occurs, then, the bodies will remain the same. I just think the map references will be different.
And just one last question, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Just wanted to know about how many positions are not filled currently for the state police.
And I'll get back to you on that. I should have that, sir. And I did not prepare appropriately. So I should have that number off the top of my head, and I don't. So I will definitely get that back to you. My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett and then Representative Lookner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Senator Serway killed up here in the morning hours, I guess. So good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning,
just basically for a point of clarification, we're going back to the behavioral health program liaisons, as you call them. Point of clarification would be that not every call that comes in with a crisis situation would be responded to by both law enforcement and one of these liaisons in concert together, depending on the type of call and depending on the safety issues that are involved at that time. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, sir. I think that there will be times when they co-respond. And as you know, from a protocol standpoint, that liaison may stay in the car around the corner until officers realize and go in and determine if the area is safe. They would then bring in their professionals that are right there. They don't have to call a 1-800 number and wait an hour for somebody to get there. They're actually assigned to that troop. So there may be those kind of scenarios. There may be scenarios where they're just solely following up by themselves well after the fact, when everything is safe and we're comfortable, they're comfortable with walking into that situation. So that follow-up component, the outreach component, is incredibly important. And so they're not always going to be responding with law enforcement by any stretch.
Yeah, and I just thought that was important to clarify, so that it's good to have them right there, but there are sometimes it's just one more thing for the officer to have to worry about in making the area safe for everybody included. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk. I'm very interested in just kind of figuring out exactly what this behavioral health coordinator position looks like. So it sounds like these will be first responders. Like a call comes into dispatch. It's a call that there could be will dispatch determine or make an educated guess about if this is a behavioral health crisis, and then therefore use one of these people and say we need one of these behavioral health coordinators at the scene, and sort of, I guess, just going back to the good representative who just asked about who will be in charge at some of these scenes, so I this might be more of a work session question, but I could just foresee there being challenges if this is a behavioral health issue, and yet the police are there and say this is a safety issue and this person can't be approached until we've determined X, Y, and Z. And in that period of time, some very bad things can happen. I think, as we've seen recently, some calls around the state. So, and maybe that's a question for work session, but I just want to hear who's making that determination in dispatch when a call comes in. Is that kind of who's making that determination?
Yeah, I appreciate it. And good morning, sir. I think, you know, your community has had a program just like this since the mid-90s. And it's been incredibly effective in the city of Portland. And it varies in the sense that a couple of those folks are full-time City of Portland employees, Portland Police Department employees. And then you will have a component that would be coming through a nonprofit, as an example. The Opportunity Alliance is still funding one of those full-time positions. At any given time, they had a Sweetser liaison that was more focused on youth for a time. So, you know, the relationships that occur and the trust and relationships that you build when you work together with somebody every single day are paramount to these crisis kind of situations. And they will truly work in partnership. And if you think about, let me call a unified command, if you will, right? Fire departments, EMS, law enforcement goes to a thing. It's a big deal. There's lots going on. There's naturally going to be components that the fire department are going to take the lead on. There may be components that the police department is going to take the lead on. The same thing on EMS. So everybody's got their specialty. And I think on the law enforcement side, they're going to lean heavily on these liaisons to help them work through some very dynamic situations. So when you say who's in charge, you know, a standard call for service is not like, well, geez, you go do what I tell you to do, right? This is a partnership that you're coming in. You're asking for assistance from this partner who's far better at this than you are. That's their specialty. That's their world. So you could say, hey, Mike, what's going on? What do you think about this? Should we go to the hospital? Should we go to a receiving center? Are we good to stabilize here for the night? And you'll work out what that answer would be together. And if ultimately a decision is made, well, we're going to have to take them into protective custody, the law enforcement officer would use their authority under the law in order to do that, because that behavioral health liaison may not have that authority to do so. But the behavioral health liaison may say, listen, I'm safe here. I just think we need to get this stabilized a little bit more. Why don't you clear? I'm going to hang out on the couch for a half hour or so and continue this conversation, try to get a broader picture of what's happening, try to get additional information about this particular case. And then I'll see where I end up going from there. Maybe I'll give them a ride to whatever that local geographic referral source is, depending on where they happen to be located. So it's not specific to who's going to be in charge at one time or another. I can tell you if it's a crisis situation and somebody's armed, the law enforcement officer is going to be in charge of that. And I think rightfully so. They're trying to keep the liaison safe. They're trying to keep the community safe. And they're trying to keep their constituent, their consumer, in this case, their patient, safe as well. So I'm not sure. I'm happy to discuss that at the work session as well. But these have been going on for decades, and that's why they're a best practice, and they are incredibly effective.
Thank you for that answer. Can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I just need to say that I think in Portland, it's a pretty good illustration of the lack of alternative services, because I do often see and hear of police in our city just sort of there's a population of people experiencing homelessness and there's nowhere for them to go, and you have police downtown just asking them to vacate the square and there's nowhere for them to go, and then they're kind of that, and that's not what the city wants to use police to do. That's not what the state wants to use police to do. There need to be those alternatives for people to go. There need to be facilities and places for folks that we can refer them to. So I just want to say that. A question about dispatch though. Am I right in thinking that there are some pretty significant vacancies in dispatch right now?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And I do appreciate your earlier comment as well. Is a behavioral health liaison going to be working that square component? Are they going to actively be going to people's houses and working with them in a crisis situation so they don't have to go anyplace, right? The win is stabilizing somebody on their couch if they have one and working through those scenarios. You're absolutely correct to say that on the homelessness front, and there's a lot of other resources that are necessary. But when we think about reform and law enforcement and the things that we hear, this is an opportunity for the Maine State Police to enter that realm and use a best practice that is currently being utilized in Portland, Bangor, Augusta, Scarborough, South Portland, Westbrook. These resources are all over the place. And one of the things that they're currently doing in the city of Portland is going to that receiving center that is being run by Spurwink in the Bayside neighborhood. That's the midpoint. That was the missing link forever from my perspective, is that we had liaisons in Portland. We didn't want to go to the hospital. We didn't want to go to jail by any means. They didn't want to go to the homeless shelter. Let's try to find a middle ground where somebody that can be further stabilized. And that is the receiving center that Spurwink is currently running in that Bayside neighborhood. Specific question that you asked though, sir, on the dispatch end, there are 64 positions, state positions, that would fall under emergency communications. 11 of those are currently vacant. And we can talk about recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters, EMS. You can talk about it in the medical profession. It's absolutely a real scenario in law enforcement, in fire service, in EMS, and certainly in dispatch. That's absolutely true.
Thank you.
All right, Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you very much. About a half hour ago, I had the question and I thought I could just go in, and but I'm glad that everybody's asked those questions. It's fabulous. And I think Commissioner Sawchuk's responses and to add those 8 behavioral health personnel and coordinator is exactly what we've been talking to him about throughout this session. I do have one specific question, and I'm glad I heard the last two. I had to step out, so I hope no one asked this question. What Representative Lookner asked, who's in charge? All I could think of is you envision somewhat of a triage. These are all professionals in their own right coming to a crisis situation. But I'm looking at this, Commissioner Sawchuk, your request for 3 state police trooper positions, and that's mandatory instruction. And you specifically said for de-escalation and for bias training and etc. It needs to be asked, and I'd like to know, is your vision is at the academy, would you be including a behavioral specialist, behavioral health specialist with the troopers in co-teaching those bias and de-escalation positions, that the instruction, I should say. That's something, because it all begins. I mean, you're still, and I think I go back to what Representative Warren said, if we don't begin at the training, understanding each other's profession, you will continue to build up silos somewhat. They have to know and respect each other's position before they become a triage and response. Could you, have you thought of that? Is that what your intent is?
Yeah, I'll tell you that it's a good question, Senator. I think that first and foremost, you can't build any stronger trust or relationship than actively working with somebody every single day, right? You're not calling out to some other entity and wondering which person's going to show up. This is your behavioral health liaison. This is somebody that you're working with every day. So that's incredibly important to build that trust. If you have that trust, then in fact, you can form relationships to make a difference. I think the academy is full, absolutely full of co-teaching style scenarios. The best case scenario, as an example, is when we teach mental health first aid, which is a requirement through the statutes. to the brand new police officers going through the basic law enforcement training program. That's co-instructed. You have somebody from NAMI working with a law enforcement officer, standing in front of a room full of cops. And in many cases, DOC employees as well, once they get in their particular academy, and you're co-instructing. So you're looking at things from your perspective, and you're talking about those partnerships. You're talking what these calls for service actually look like, real time in the world. So when they talk about homelessness services as an example, they will have folks come up from Homeless Voices for Justice and teach law enforcement officers about their life experience. And you can't get any better than that. I don't want a professional to come in and talk to me about whatever. If I can get somebody to come in, my friends from the Homeless Voices for Justice, and come in and talk to me about their experiences, talk to law enforcement officers about what their experiences were. I think that's incredibly important that occur. And we have a number of courses that are taught strictly by civilian partners, whether they're attorneys or whatever the medical professionals. It just depends on what the topic is. But in that scenario, yes, I fully envision there would be plenty of opportunities for co-instruction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I have a question about the vacant dispatch. And I think this probably is a budget question that is not in your budget, but if we have 11 dispatch vacant in 3 of the PSAPs that Maine State Police utilize, is that a PUC budget item to fill those? And then there's a question of how many dispatch vacancies in the other 20 dispatch call centers throughout the state that the local police departments operate and local municipalities.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Representative. The dispatch centers, the emergency communication centers that the state operates, Augusta, Bangor, Holton, would fall under the DPS budget. So they do exist in that biennial. So those positions are budgeted through us. The other centers are budgeted through their municipality or their county, depending on where they're at and in what format they fall under, right? So there are a number of, I don't want to give it wrong, 28 other PSAPs, I think, around the state. So some of those are sole source. Some of them dispatch, many of them dispatch for multiple communities. Again, some of them are county-based. And it's similar from a contract standpoint, where one county may have 6 or 7 towns that they dispatch for, and another county may have none, right? It just varies. It's all under their control.
And in terms of the 11 vacancies in your dispatch centers,
yep,
are you seeking to fill those in this budget?
We are constantly trying to fill those and have been since I got here. So it's not specific to one budget time frame or not. It's just we are in a constant 24/7 hiring process, working with HR, and so it varies. And there are some components there. As an example, when you talk about your starting salary, your salaries, that salary may be pretty good in Holton, while it maybe it's a different picture in Augusta, or it's a different picture in Bangor. So if there are vacancies in Bangor and Holton, generally speaking, they don't stick around very long. We get those filled pretty quick. The Augusta Center here, on the other hand, has been an ongoing struggle since the minute I got here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I just ask a clarifying question on following up to Representative Morales? The positions that are empty are funded, they're just not filled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Commissioner Sawschuk? All right, I am not seeing any at the moment. Oh, wait a minute. Senator Searway has his hand up again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. I just wanted to ask, I know Kennebec County, we experienced increase in the county budget by 11 to 14% on the county budget because of call sharing. And so there is a factor that they had for increase of manpower and coverage. So that's why I asked the question about, is there a factor on the state side? Because it seems like it's taking away or adding on one end and nothing on the other. And I'm just concerned that there is some type of balance there that should be looked at.
I appreciate that, Senator. I would say I don't know specific county by county. There have been a number of counties that have enhanced their staffing levels for a lot of different reasons. One of them could be the call sharing agreement, whatever that ended up being specific to them, because they really are very specific county by county, as you know. So I also think that while the Maine State Police maybe not be covering as many MAP areas as an example, in some of those agreements, they've said, well, we'll take care of all of the fatal accidents. We'll continue to take care of all of your tactical needs. That you don't need a bomb team or a dive team as an example in that county, because we'll come for free, right? We're not sending you a bill after we provide those services. So we may provide, that specialty continuum, whatever falls under that umbrella for your particular area. So there's a lot of subtle nuances to those agreements. But I do hear you to say, if one county is getting an increase over here for bodies, what does that mean on the other end? But I would say it's not necessarily that clean, if you will, because of those specialties and things of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Commissioner Sawschuk? All right. Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us all morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. You've been very kind. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. I wanted to see if there are any folks here in attendance who would like to offer public testimony on what we just heard from Commissioner Sawschuk. Michael Cabete, Betsy, Hannah, I'll move you all over now to the panel. Mr. Cabete, are you with us again?
Yes, I am.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of both committees. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cabete, Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. And on behalf of our members, I'm here to testify in support of amending the budget as it pertains to the appropriations to the Department of Corrections and Department of Public Safety. I will deliver my testimony on the Department of Public Safety portion of written testimony I submitted earlier today. The supplemental budget, as you've just heard, proposes to add 18 positions to the Department of Public Safety. 1 state Sergeant E position, 2 office associate positions, 1 state police polygraph examiner, 3 state police trooper positions, 3 state police department detective positions, and 8 behavioral health program coordinators. We oppose the addition of all these positions except for the 8 behavioral health program coordinators. Our budget must reflect our values. Over the past few years, it's become inescapably clear that we've relied on the policing institutions in the United States to solve challenges better suited to our healthcare, housing, and educational systems. The results have been horrible for everyone, but especially for Mainers of color, low-income Mainers, and Mainers with disabilities. Our constitutional values of freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures, unreasonable state intrusions, and of liberty and dignity are not advanced by our approach to mental health challenges and poverty. Adding new policing positions to the DPS would be a continuation of failed systems. Given the opportunities that we have to invest in housing and healthcare, choosing instead to fund cold case homicide detectives and polygraph examiners is a missed opportunity. Polygraph evidence in particular is so unreliable that the United States military has made the results of polygraph tests inadmissible in any military court proceeding. We do support the addition of the behavioral health program coordinators to the Department of Public Safety, given that as a state, we can save lives if we transfer control over much of what constitutes policing to healthcare workers. In conclusion, I'll say that given the nearly unprecedented position that Maine finds itself in now, the projected budget surplus of over $800 million, we urge the legislature to invest our resources in strengthening the health of our communities rather than doubling down on the failed policies of criminalization. Much of the money allocated to the Department of Public Safety would be better spent creating a continuum of care, stable housing, and access to quality health care for those who need it. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Cabete? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for being with us again. Betsy Sweet?
Thank
Good
you.
morning or afternoon.
Good morning, and thank you so much to this committee, to both committees, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the good members of both the Appropriations and Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committees. I am Betsy Sweet, and I'm here on behalf of Behavioral Health Community Collaborative to comment on the public safety portion of the supplemental budget. We have some grave concerns about the proposal to add 8 behavioral health positions to the Department of Public Safety. We certainly understand the frustration and even the desperation of the Department of Public Safety to find some way to address the increasing number of calls they get that are mental health and substance use disorder calls. We know that law enforcement is where the buck stops, the place where officers can't say, sorry, we can't help you. And we know that they are being asked to do a job that they are not trained for nor have the resources to address. And the request for these positions, I think, is a result of a chronically underfunded system of community behavioral health over the past decades. Currently, we have 85 full-time mental health crisis workers in this state. 85 to cover the entire state. We had 87, 2 have quit this last month. We have over 2,500 police officers. And the police officers would tell us that over the majority of their calls, some say over 50% of their calls are now for mental health and substance use disorder. We just have to do the math to see where the real problem is. And there are several very specific concerns. One I already alluded to is that this furthers the mistaken notion that people with mental health or substance use disorder are somehow criminals and not people who need health care. Secondly, one of the reasons we have such a worker shortage is in behavioral health is due to the pay rate of employees. I am very curious what the pay ranges for these employees will be. I applaud it if it's higher than what we are getting on the community side, but it needs to be higher for everyone, and you can see the problem of people moving from one system to another. Lastly, and this is my most serious concern, is that these folks, when they go to a call, when they are there, or when they get help, where are they going to refer them to? On Monday, this committee, Appropriations, heard over 9 hours of testimony about the fact that there is currently a 6 to 9 month waiting list for outpatient therapy. There are no ACT team services. There are no beds because of lack of staffing for children or adults in SUD or health, and that more are closing every week. The department said that this is based on best practice models from SAMHSA. We agree. If everything was fully funded and we had a fully functioning system, absolutely, this would be icing on the cake. But that is not the case. Putting these positions in the Department of Safety is like putting a roof on rotting walls. We have to take these same resources and commit them to the emergency crisis system so when the police call, as Commissioner Sawchuk says, they don't have to wait an hour for someone to get there, but they can actually be an emergency crisis system. And then we create the opportunities for meaningful cooperation. The last thing I want to say is I would ask you, I know this week has been long for you, to really think about addressing the totality of this crisis head on. We heard just 2 days ago that there was an additional $411 million in surplus that the state was not counting. Imagine if this legislature committed all of that $411 million to pay increases, case managers, expanding the crisis system, providing the residential beds and housing for mental health and substance use disorder. Every dime of it. It would be an historic turnaround and provide incredible relief to our hospitals, our business owners, our jails, our public safety officers, our schools, and desperate families and individuals seeking help. Would taking that kind of money and doing it all at once take courage? Absolutely. Would it be historic? Absolutely. Could it be a national model? Yes, you bet. It is in your hands to do this and to say to this state, we are going to tackle this issue once and for all.
Excuse me, Ms. Sweet, you're at your time. You're over your time. Thank you.
Please consider the goodness that could come. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Sweet? I am not seeing any. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
Next is Hannah Longley.
I have to say good morning, but I realized it was good afternoon to distinguished members of these committees. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Hannah Longley, and I am the Director of Community Programs with NAMI Maine. As the state's largest grassroots mental health advocacy organization, NAMI Maine strongly supports the consideration of funding for critical mental health resources in the supplemental budget presented before this committee this week. NAMI Maine works closely with many law enforcement agencies across the state in supporting the 1 in 4 Mainers living with the mental health challenges. In our work, we have collaborated closely with many police departments across the state, and I have great respect for their dedication and their compassion in attempting to support the members of their communities who are struggling with a mental health crisis every day. NAMI Maine also spoke at the LBHS hearings on Monday, advocating to ensure that critical mental health services receive necessary funding to sustain the services within the community. I believe the fact that I'm here today discussing criminal justice and public safety system funding to ensure that there is some movement in the mental health system should highlight what a crisis the mental health system is experiencing. I work with multiple departments across the state, including 57 CIT participating agencies. In their attempts to support the communities they patrol and see the high numbers of mental health calls that they respond to each month, many have reached out over frustrations with the mental health system and concerns over the individuals that they interact with during their shifts. They have diligently worked to build relationships with organizations and some of the most critically ill members of their communities. I do not question their dedication to supporting those who are in need. However, I'm concerned that our mental health system is so underfunded that the police department after police department in this state is working to secure funding by various means to ensure that individuals are receiving mental health services that they need. We hear stories of family members and even some mental health providers who express relief when their loved one or the individuals they're working with are incarcerated because they're finally receiving mental health services that they need. This is problematic. This is concerning. Betsy went over the statistics that we have of comparison law enforcement and crisis worker numbers. There are those old stereotypes and stigmas that continue to persist in our culture, that someone with a mental illness is significantly more at risk to be dangerous. What we know is that someone with a severe and persistent mental illness is actually 11 times more likely to be the victim of a crime than to be perpetrate a crime, excuse me. NAMI Maine worries about the burden that we're placing on law enforcement. We're asking them to assume the responsibilities for the shortcomings of underfunded community mental health systems. We ask that this committee consider why our criminal justice system is needing to request funding for to cover additional critical deficiencies in our mental health system. And what message is this sending to our neighbors that the police are being asked to assume responsibility of our medical coverage and our medical emergencies, which a mental health crisis is. So thank you for your time in speaking, and I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Longley? I am not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for being with us.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any other folks who are in attendance who would like to make a public comment about the state police section of the budget that we just heard about? If so, please raise your electronic hand. I am not seeing any. So I think I will close the public hearing on that part of the budget. And we're going to move on to the Department of Transportation. I see Commissioner Van Noot here to talk about a language section, proposed language that has a lot of dollars attached. Welcome, Commissioner Van Noot.
Thank you, Senator Breen. Senator Breen, Representative First, and other distinguished members of the Appropriations and Transportation. I am Bruce Van Noot, and I'm privileged to serve the state and the county.
Pardon me, Commissioner, you're kind of in and out. I don't know if other people are hearing that. I'm getting nods.
Move closer. Is this better?
Yeah, I think keep going.
Okay, thank you. I am Bruce Van Noot, and yeah, no. Okay.
I wonder, do you have anything you could plug into any headphones or mic, anything like that handy?
No, this would be, as luck would have it, this would be the first time this has ever happened to me.
Well, now you sound great. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that technical glitch. I'm Bruce Van Noot. I'm here to support, obviously, the governor's supplemental budget, specifically the language items in section PP, as in progress on projects. Given the lateness of the hour, the fact that I stand between you and a midday break, and the anti-climatic nature of my position on this, as indicated by Senator Breen, I will be as concise as possible. By way of introduction, I'm privileged to be part of the governor's broader budget that, as you've heard, returns half the surplus back to taxpayers, sets aside money for various budget stabilization funds, and works on big issues, including workforce, education, and healthcare, all in accordance with the concerns expressed by the Revenue Forecasting Committee. I do just want to take a moment to thank you for the work you did last session, where you provided one-time transfers and some cascade language that I can tell you without any exaggeration, literally saved our capital programs. We were in the midst of some real challenges, including highway revenue fund losses and increased prices. And without the work you had done last year, we would have been in a world of hurt. So I just want to start by thanking you for the work last year. Moving specifically to Part PP, this does provide 2 one-time language transfers that total $100 million for transportation capital purposes, including $85 million for the highway and bridge account and $15 million for the multimodal transportation accounts. These transfers would eliminate the need for a $100 million bond this year. Much like past $100 million bonds or transfers, this money would be used to leverage an estimated $284 million in federal, local, and other funds. We provide a breakdown of that in Appendix A. That is an estimated amount. The bulk of this funding would be used in calendar year 2023. The actual timing of use of the funds and the amounts leveraged vary depending upon dynamic factors, including project readiness and funding opportunities. If, for example, a federal funding opportunity arises that we can use funds to leverage it a 4-to-1, we're nimble enough to shift. I understand that this is a very significant ask, and I, by way of historical context, I just want to relay that although it's not always normal that it's a budget transfer, the Appropriations Committee and the General Fund has been providing supplemental funding for transportation Maine for some time, very much like at the federal level. In fact, the General Fund has provided an annual support averaging $96 million a year for the last 10 years in the form of bond proceeds and most recently, the budget transfers and cascade language. Again, I can't thank you enough for that support. Without it, our capital program would be a shell of itself. So on behalf of all the users of the system and the 1,700 dedicated people at DOT, we thank you for that. just to answer some legitimate questions and, very reasonable questions. If I was sitting in your shoes, given the significant amounts that are provided for transportation at federal, state, and local levels, why various questions are, what is the unmet need for transportation in Maine? Why have general fund requests always been in the range of kind of around 100 million? And how do recent events like the federal bipartisan infrastructure bill affect the transportation funding picture? At a very high level, transportation will always be a big challenge in Maine for basic intractable demographic and geographic regions. We have a relatively low population spread out over a large state. We have a relatively substantial multimodal transportation systems, including ferry services, and transit fleets. Actually need to expand in some of those areas, but in a sparsely populated state, that becomes a challenge. And we just simply have geology and weather that, well, beautiful, and part of what really makes us Maine. It's a challenge from an infrastructure perspective. We simply have lots of potholes that happen because of freeze-thaw cycles. We have lots of bridges, culverts, and road miles per capita. I always want to kind of put it in perspective. New Hampshire and Maine have very similar populations, but we have 3.5 times the land area, twice the highway miles, and about 40% more bridges. Just basic math makes that a challenge. We also have a tourism-based economy that with 38 million annual visitors, we have to build our transportation system to accommodate that. Those are just kind of baked in the cake, if you will. But to get more specifically, what is the unmet need? There was a Blue Ribbon Commission that these committees have heard about before. Some members on this call were on it. And at that time, they estimated that the unmet transportation need was about $330 million per year. That would translate into this 100 million, representing about 1/3 of that unmet need. Why is it always 100 million? That doesn't represent the unmet need as I described. What it represents is what we hope, and historically fiscal policymakers have found, is the reasonable level of ask. It is, obviously asking for the entire unmet need. No agency gets that, nor should we. And so that accounts for why it's been kind of round numbers for a while. In the Blue Ribbon Commission, where I give you a site, you can get a lot more details on that. Even though that the Blue Ribbon Commission report is less than 2 years old, it feels like about 8 years old at this point, and given everything that's transpired since then. But we have to be upfront and note that a lot has happened in those 2 years on both sides of the transportation ledger. Most notably on the plus side, we have a federal bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed last November 2021. That is a law that gives us reason for a cautious optimism. It promises annual amounts of additional formula funding for Maine in the ballpark of $66 million a year. That's very good news, but that has to be balanced against the fact that we have already experienced construction inflation over a 3-year period that in the 30 to 40% range translates into about 100 million a year. Also, very notably, there are a lot of discretionary grant programs, expanded and new. That is the real excitement of this bill. We are hopeful and we are transitioning to make sure we make the most out of all those opportunities. But the reality is those programs are still being stood up. We don't know about eligibility requirements. So that's not money we can count on at this time. But just we've made dramatic use of discretionary grant programs in the past, and we expect to do so in the future. So in the end, in the question, a very legitimate question, what is the unmet transportation need in Maine? I was about to say standing before you. I'm not sitting before you. right now? The answer is, I can't say to a specific dollar amount. Everything is in flux right now, including the scope of work that that we will be doing, costs, which are continuing to be volatile, and available funding. We simply need to know more, and I expect in the year to be able to answer that question better. But in any event, I can tell you that the funds requested in Part BP and LD 1995 are critically needed now. So with that, again, want to thank the Appropriations Committee, Transportation Committee, Governor, and everyone who supports transportation in Maine. We literally couldn't do it without you. You're making a real difference for all the travelers of Maine. And in order to continue to make that difference, I respectfully ask that you support Section PP of LD 1995. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a couple questions from Representative Williams and Representative Peirce. Representative Williams, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Breen and Chair Peirce and members of the committee. I am a member of the Transportation Committee, and I am fully in support of the Commissioner's numbers on this and our needs in the state and so on. I am uncomfortable, though, with dismissing the possibility of bonding out of hand. For at least, I don't know, perhaps 6 years or so, the only bonds that pass are the transportation bonds. And we are all, not just my constituents, but all my connections throughout the state with housing agencies and other related entities are almost in unanimous agreement that housing is probably affordable housing, our #1 need in this state. My new town manager in Bar Harbor needs to come to our town council for permission to not only live in Bar Harbor, to not live on Mount Desert, but to not live in Hancock County, because he can't find a house. He has the money to buy a house, he cannot find a house. So with the knowledge that how successful our transportation bonds have been and will probably continue to be, I would just like us to look at the possibility of doing a transportation bond and putting that money towards affordable housing in our state. So Commissioner, I'm sorry, I don't have a question for you, but you're probably glad. So I'll see you at our meeting in a while.
Well, just so I'm not standing between you and lunch, obviously that's a policy statement. DOT has been the beneficiary of general fund bonds, about 8 of them over the last 10 years. We understand how those work. And this was simply a policy judgment of the administration about how to use general fund surpluses. And obviously I support it. So, but I get what you're saying.
Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here as well. A couple of quick questions. The bonding that we did do last year, that's in process now in the work plan and being sent out. So that 100 million is gone. We did do some work in the Cascade, which you were able to match and use. So I can appreciate that. I'm curious if we were to for some reason give you all of this money in the general fund, not bond it. With the thought that the money coming from the feds isn't ready yet to come to us, would we be able to utilize any of this in a matching capacity, or the system can't? Would that have to wait until another time?
No, we provided as Appendix A our best guess sitting here right now based on what we know, how we would use it in matching federal funds. And you just can say we always use them to match substantial federal funds. Whether we can increase that leverage, if you will, based on new programs, that's exactly what we're looking out for. But competitive grants are different than core federal funds, just as budget amounts are different than bonds. When you do bonds, we have to wait, obviously, for the voter vote, and that's one of the reasons we plan the way we plan, is that we put out a work plan in January because we know in November if a bond vote happens. This will allow us to plan in advance and perhaps go over for some federal funds earlier, because we know as soon as adjournment Senate that we have those funds are there. So we're always looking out. We want to be we're a hound dog that roots around in federal piles, anything that's there, and we will continue to do that. So if there's a way to multiply the effect of the funding that you and the Transportation Committee provides, we will do everything we can to do that.
And then just one follow-up, Madam Chair. So you've mentioned the Blue Ribbon Commission. We're clearly in an extraordinary time right now with our revenue stream. That won't always be the case. I think even the governor says that in every commissioner that comes before us talks about the volatility of that. And we have been successful in bonding, although that does cost us money over time. I encourage the Transportation Committee and your department to be looking at more long-term solutions about how we're going to continue meeting this ongoing need. It will not stop. Obviously, we're bound by it's just who we are and how we function. I'd love to have us get a copy of that Blue Ribbon report for our work session, just to have it. I remember it at the time, but it's a little fuzzy at this moment. And then any thoughts that you might be able to share at the work session about moving forward from this juncture. And then just on a personal note, your communications team is outstanding. We have a huge project going on in my area, Veranda Street Bridge, which has caused a lot of disruption, but they've been very, very proactive in reaching out to the legislators in that area. Then we can share with the public. And I just want to commend that group for being so proactive. It really has helped with a amazingly interesting engineering project and amazingly complicated for people who live in the area. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Peirce. There is a link to that report in my testimony. And so I'm sure electronically you'll have it right there. And the best part of my job is being proud of people who work for me. So I very much appreciate your comments. I also want to have a shout out to the people who live around there, because it really takes a team to be able to do extraordinary things like that. We know we have to communicate, but it takes some understanding people too, to understand that this is not easy, but we can minimize the overall impact on travelers and them by doing extraordinary things like that. So great group of people down there that we're working with, and I'm very proud of our team. So thank you for your comment.
Senator Diamond and I are going to geek out and watch the video of the bridge going in on the 22nd.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I might be geeking out and standing there watching it. So,
all right.
It's much less impressive when it moves slow in front of you. The sped up version is much cooler looking.
Representative Fay has a question.
Sounds like we need a viewing party. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I'm curious, one of the things I hear about from my constituents, many of them are older, is about access to alternative transportation other than, getting in their cars and driving. And so I'm wondering if there's any conversations happening for the use of these additional funds to address the needs of folks who may not actually be driving public transportation or other programs.
Thank you, Representative Fay. And yes, is the short answer. Even in our existing work plan, it calls for roughly $80 million over 3 years for transit. But more importantly, to kind of right now, we're in the middle of an update to our strategic transit plan, which is part of our long range plan. The truth is we're updating every long range plan we have because the world has changed, both because of the pandemic and because of this bill. And we're trying to kind of hit a reset button in this calendar year. So there's lots of opportunity to engage in the strategic transit plan. And even broader than that, the governor, as she said in her State of the State, is forming a so-called silver cabinet. And one of those items is transportation. So I just saw language yesterday about how to elevate that and would address those needs. So this is a very hot topic right now, and we're looking to address it in a multidisciplinary approach across agencies, but also within DOT and our strategic transit plan.
That's encouraging. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions from the committee? Oh, Representative White.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Van Note, I was just wondering, since this was brought up about the bonding, what does it generally cost if we do bond out? How much extra do you have to pay generally? And I know that fluctuates depending on the interest rate, but ballpark figure what it might cost if that was the case.
Well, interest rates have been very low for a long time, but are starting to creep up. My apologies in advance to the controller and the people in OFPR who know more than me about this, but when I'm ballparking things at current interest rates, if you borrow 100 million, you're going to borrow something less than 110, depending on the interest rate, repay something less than 110 over 10 years. The state of Maine has a very conservative term in terms of 10 years. And so the interest you're paying can vary from 5-6 million up to 10 right now. I have to admit to being old enough that when interest rates were different, it was substantially more years and years ago. I've never seen interest rates stay this low. So that's the ballpark. Right now is probably around 5 to 10 million. Karen Doyle, who is my chief finance officer, will text me in a couple minutes and tell me if I'm wrong, but it's in that ballpark. And I'd be glad to be more specific in work session.
Thank you. That makes sense.
And I just will remind folks that we pay that interest through the general fund with general fund dollars. Any other questions for Commissioner Van Note? I am not seeing any. So we're going to move to the public and see if there are folks from the public who would like to offer their testimony on this. I see someone named Sandy Buchanan. I'm going to move you over from attendee to panelist. So please say okay when you get a prompt to that. Good morning, or good afternoon, Ms. Buchanan. You've made it.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief and quick. Senators Breen and Diamond, Representatives Purse and Martin, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Finance Affairs and Transportation. My name is Sandy Buchanan, and I am the General Manager for Western Maine Transportation Services. I offer this testimony for the Maine Transit Association, which includes regional transit providers throughout the state. MTA advocates for increased funding to support and expand the public transit system throughout the state of Maine. Public transit is growing more important for the state of Maine in many ways. It is a low-cost option for individuals to commute to and from work. It allows the elderly to maintain their independence in their homes and communities by providing transportation to meet basic needs. It is a lifeline for many individuals that need medical services but cannot or should not drive themselves. Maine's Climate Action Plan calls for expanding transit to reduce vehicle use. Maine transit providers struggle to maintain the services we presently operate. We need to pay competitive wages for drivers and maintenance personnel when we can find them. We have facilities that need repair and replacement. Availability of rolling stock to meet the needs of an expanding transit system in a timely manner. With greater demand for public transit services across the state, providers need additional funding for capital, technology, and operations. The local funds provided by municipalities and counties are inconsistent and often leave transit providers to make cuts that leave many of our most vulnerable without transit services. These most vulnerable are the elderly, the disabled, and many entry-level employees who depend on public transit to go to and from work. We appreciate having the ability to work closely with Maine Department of Transportation to address these issues, though funding has consistently been inadequate to meet transit demands. Maine has provided few resources for public transit, and we have many needs to address. If we're going to make these services available for people throughout the state, we need a reliable and sustainable state investment to support operations of our public transit systems. We have provided a spreadsheet with the most pressing needs, which exceeds the amounts discussed thus far in this legislation. MTA urges the legislature to consider additional appropriations that will support the transit system to meet Maine's needs. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Buchanan? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to offer public testimony on the MDOT portion of the budget that we just heard? Matthew Marks, I will move you over now to panelists. Are you with us, Mr. Marks? Are you still in cyberspace? Looking for Matthew Marks. Well, let's see if he appears, and we'll ask again if there anybody else who's in attendance who wants to offer public testimony on the MDOT portion of the budget we just heard. All right, I am not seeing anybody. And oh, here's somebody named Elizabeth Peters. I'm going to try to move her over. One moment, please. I see Ms. Peters square on my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi there. Would you like to turn on your camera and join us, or just do voice?
Well, let's see. I curled my hair today, so I'd love to do camera too.
Excellent.
I could figure that out.
Oh, and Matthew Marks just joined us.
Oh, I got it.
So let me, Mr. Marks, I'll come
wait?
back to you. No, go ahead, Ms. Peters.
Okay.
Ms. Marks, Mr. Marks, I'll come right back to you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I actually work for DOT. I think I put my information in incorrectly, so I apologize for that. I work for Maine DOT in Augusta. And first of all, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to testify. I appreciate the time that these committees are taking to listen to public comment on the supplemental budget. I ask that you please work to address the pay gap between state jobs and municipal and private sector jobs in Maine in the budget. My name is Elizabeth Peters again, and I work at Maine Department of Transportation in Augusta. I've been there about 2.5 years, and I love my job. I love the commissioner, and I love the people I work with. The reason I'm speaking today is to demonstrate by my example how the pay gap affects ordinary citizens such as myself. When I received my bachelor's degree in accounting at the age of 55, I enrolled in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. I'm not sure if people are familiar with it, but basically, if you work in a position with government or nonprofit, then after 10 years of making payments on your student loans, the rest is forgiven. So it's a pretty worthwhile program. I'd been working at a small town office for about 5 years and decided to leave there and pursue a position that had more of an accounting focus. So I began to apply for state and nonprofit jobs, even though the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program kept me from working in a higher paying job in the private sector. I felt like the end result would be worth it. I had always had a positive view of a state job, thinking of the job security and benefits. After months of interviews in a tight job market, I was offered the position as Maine DOT as staff accountant. Although the job security and benefits of a state job are appealing, the pay was much lower than what I had had in my previous job. When I left the municipal job, my pay was $21 an hour, whereas the starting pay at the state job was $17.11. After 2.5 years, I'm still not up to what I was making almost 4 years ago. In order to continue to work for the state and still be able to pay my mortgage and make ends meet, I took a second job weekends cleaning cottages and houses. Additionally, I have had to finance or delay home repairs and large expenses such as hearing aids and fuel for my home. With the rising cost of gas making it more expensive to get to and from work, as well as higher costs overall for food and other expenses, it has made the gap in pay seem even wider. When people ask me what I do for a living, I proudly tell them that I'm a staff accountant for the Maine Department of Transportation. By reducing the gap between private sector and municipal and state employees, that pride could encompass the compensation received for the position as well. I want to thank you very much for your time and your consideration in addressing this issue.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Peters? I am not seeing any. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
And Mr. Marks is here, and you have the floor, and I will move over Maria Fuentes as well. Mr. Marks, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Breen, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I'm a resident of Scarborough, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of Maine in support of Part PP of this bill. Before addressing the specific bill, I do want to take the time and appreciate the commissioner talking about, sort of the stories from the last few years and how we all work together to make it through that. When we hit the pandemic, of course, construction, just like every other business in Maine, was tremendously concerned about what would happen. Maine took a different approach from my colleagues in other states, and I certainly appreciate that. The work both the committees here did, Governor Mills and Commissioner Van Note. By approving the funding last year of $106 million to offset the highway fund losses, we really kept Mainers working. It made sense to take advantage of the low traffic situations to get critical projects done and also make adjustments when faced with smaller crews as everyone managed through that pandemic. Together, Maine made progress while 18 other states announced delays and cancellations. 12 states canceled initiatives to fund transportation, and it's clear today more than ever that Maine actually made the right decision, and we certainly appreciate that. Supply chain disruptions and inflation are always issues that we monitor, but during the pandemic, we changed how we monitor those issues, and we informed both state agencies and contractors. Since the onset of the pandemic, we surveyed vendors and monitored inflation monthly. One important indicator is the Producer Price Index published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. From June 2020 to June 2021, the index soared to an amazing 24.1%. I don't think it's anything any of us could have anticipated. One of the most significant inputs to consider is the rising cost of energy. This month will have a significant impact. Whether it's producing asphalt, concrete, or operating machinery and trucks, hitting our 8-year high in diesel fuel prices is certainly going to be a factor. Same is true for operations that manufacture goods and who rely on stable energy prices for both electricity and fossil fuels. I've included in my written testimony a copy of the price increase for construction inputs, so you can take that into consideration. Today's proposal of $100 million in the general fund budget will support efforts to tackle that unmet transportation infrastructure. And obviously, as the commissioner spoke about, it will leverage $284 million in additional funds, mostly from federal dollars. I just want to add something else here. Over the years, obviously, you've advocated for bonding, and we appreciated the support from that committee. What this does is something even, I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but what this does for our members is also help planning. While bonding has been terrific over some sessions, it's been little bit later, I would say, than it has been the last couple sessions. And when that happens, it makes it difficult for our folks to plan. And I know also for the department. We count and rely on that 3-year work plan. But as years in the past have shown that we always have to sort of wait a little bit to try to decide how we invest, both in hiring more people, equipment, and new technology, depending on what the outcome will be of a bond vote. I appreciate the consideration for adding this in the budget. I think it will put a concrete plan together, as everybody's still sort of unsure what happens in our economic future, and we have a great opportunity to make sure that we can keep training our young skilled workers as time moves on. So thank you for listening to me today. I've included a written testimony for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Glad you didn't get squeezed out in cyberspace. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Are there any
close.
questions for Mr. Marks? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. We'll move on to Maria Fuentes.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Transportation and Appropriations Committee. My name is Maria Fuentes. I'm a resident of Hollowell, and I speak today in support of this bill on behalf of the Maine Better Transportation Association. MBTA is a statewide coalition of organizations and individuals who plan, design, build, and use the state's infrastructure network. Our members include design engineers, transportation contracts, public works folks, shipping, rail, marine, and trucking and aviation interests, as well as suppliers. And we strongly support this bill and did want to speak specifically on part PP. You obviously know that this would transfer $85 million from the general fund to Maine DOT's capital account and $15 million to non-highway or multimodal projects through the multimodal fund. It's such an important bucket of funding for DOT, not only because it will enable much needed investments in both highways and alternate modes, but also because it would provide the critical matching funds, or would help provide the critical matching funds that you've already heard about from the commissioner and Matt Marks. You heard that the matching funds would be up to 280 some million, I think, primarily from federal government, but also from municipalities and from some private entities. And those are companies or towns that compete for some of the grant programs, whether it's the Industrial Rail Access Program or the Small Harbor Improvement program, or like what a lot of our members, municipal members, are really grateful for the Municipal Partnership Initiative, because without those state funds that match their own funds, some projects wouldn't be able to get done. So like the commissioner, we're very grateful to the Appropriations Committee, because you've continually helped prop up the highway fund over the last couple of decades. You've done this obviously consistently by providing general fund support, mostly through ongoing general obligation bonds. And those have been a critical part of the capital program. Over the past 6 years, the governor and the legislature have provided $100 million or more every single year in general fund bonds for transportation. And obviously, as was referenced before, Governor Mills and your committee and the legislature provided general fund support last year in her budget through direct appropriations and in funding future cascades. Again, this is so important because not only because of the need, but the companies who work on projects, or the municipalities who want projects done, the predictability of knowing that there's going to be $100 million is critical. So in closing, I would just say that transportation is obviously one of those issues that's a bread and butter issue, and one of the many issues that legislators consistently come together on. Despite what we are hearing about the influx of federal money to the states, the highway fund does still have many needs. And the $100 million in this bill is critical to the department's capital mission. So we hope the committee will support this. And thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your great service to the state of Maine.
Thank you, Ms. Fuentes. Are there any questions for Ms. Fuentes from any committee members? I am not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Are there any other members of the public who are in attendance who are here to testify, offer testimony on the transportation part of the budget that we just heard? Senator Rafferty is here. I'm a little confused. I think some legislators are coming in for the next part of the budget. So before we start, I just want to make sure that everybody who wants to talk about the transportation budget has had that opportunity from the public. Okay, I don't see any more, so I'm going to close this portion of the public hearing. Thank you, Commissioner Van Note. Thank you to our friends from transportation who joined us for this part.
Thank you all.
And I think now I'm going to hand the gavel over to my co-chair, Representative Peirce, because I have some obligations in some other committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the morning session. We're running just a little bit behind schedule. With the indulgence of the Labor and Housing Committee, I'd just like to give us 10 minutes to sort of get up and stretch our legs. We've been here all morning. My committee members, please grab a bite to eat and be right back. And we'll just start promptly at 7 minutes. You've got 1:10. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence. Welcome back, everyone. It's 1:10. I'll wait for people to turn their cameras on so I know people are around. Good to see members of the Labor and Housing Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be here.
We'll wait for a few more screens to come on. I certainly appreciate you giving us a minute to get away from our computers and had a big morning. Looking forward to a big afternoon.
We will try to deliver on that, Madam Chair.
In particular, I want to make sure that the members of the Labor and Housing Committee are here with their screens on so we can make sure you get introduced. So I see a couple people still with just their names. So give it one more second. So I think we'll get going. Judith, our wonderful clerk, are we streaming live now or do you need to turn that back on? Don't see her yet. Maureen, are you there with us?
I'm there. I see on the top of the screen that you're streaming, so.
We are streaming. Okay, great. Just want to make sure everyone's back and ready to go. Great.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Millett.
we're seeing a note that says we're not able to restart a video because the host has stopped it.
Inspections that have had. Let me wait for the clerk to, thank you so much for that information. Let's see if the clerk can get us up and running again with that. I think that happened yesterday when some people as well, you might have to log on and log back in. Technology, here we are. Judith, some people are having trouble getting their video going again. Are you able to help them? Thank you for your patience again. We'll see if we can get this going. What do you think, Maureen? What's going on?
They're working on it. I think they just about got it. So I'll keep you up to date if I can.
Okay. Representative Millett, are you okay if we start introductions while we get your video up and working?
Sure, it's not a problem for me. I'm not sure how many other AFA members are not able to do so, but no problem. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So welcome to the afternoon session of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I'm Teresa Peirce, the House Chair. We're working today on LD1995, which is the Governor's supplemental budget. We are joined today by the Labor and Housing Committee, which we're thrilled to have another committee join us today to hear this section of the supplemental. We're going to be dealing today with hearing from the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. We're going to hear from the Commissioner from the Department of Economic and Community Development. We're going to also hear from the Commissioner from the Department of Labor and Housing and the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, and also the Workmen's Comp Board. So we have a full plate ahead of us today, but I'd like to start with introductions of the Housing and Labor and Housing Committee. And I wonder if Senator Daughtry might lead off and help us get everyone introduced.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks for having us this afternoon. I'll start off with introducing myself. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I am privileged to be the Senate Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing, and I also represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'll kick it over to my esteemed House Chair, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Senator. I am Representative Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the Fighting Islands of Casco Bay. And I am the House Chair of this committee. And I will turn it over to Senator Hickman.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula. That includes Blue Hill, Brooksville, Brooklyn, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey. And I toss this to Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I live in Winterport. And I will pass it to Representative Amy Rader.
Hi, I'm Representative Amy Rader. I am privileged to represent District 125, which is a portion of Bangor. And who do I toss it to?
Representative Gear.
Oh, Representative Gear, there you are.
Thank you. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk. And who, I don't see anybody else from our committee.
I was going to say I'm going through the participants list, and I think that's the limit of our committee members. But if there are any of the Labor and Housing Committee members who are unable to have their video on, if you can just shout out. I'm not seeing anyone on the participants list, though. I think that might be it for us, Madam Chair.
Well, welcome again. We're glad to have you here. We did introduce ourselves this morning, so in the interest of time, I think we'll just get started. Our order of play today will be that we're going to hear all of the testimony from the commissioners and the agencies, and then we'll move to the public hearing section of this meeting. I know we have a couple different topics going, but it's all under your good committee, so I think we can keep ourselves fairly organized. So that being said, I know that Commissioner Figueroa is here, and I think I'd like her to lead off with her portion of Part NN in the budget. Welcome back, Commissioner. Good to see you this morning and this afternoon and for the last 3 days.
Yes. Nice to see you all as well. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I am here today to testify in support of LD1995, the fiscal year 22-23 supplemental budget bill, specifically Part NN. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation. And she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial and main jobs plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. Part NN can be found on page 47 of the language document. This part authorizes the state controller to transfer up to $14,700,000 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to a reserve for retirement benefits established within the general fund in MRSA 5, section 1552. This initiative provides funding for a one-time payment to eligible retirees from the state-sponsored retirement plans, including state employees, teacher members, legislators, and judges. These retirees received a cost of living adjustment in September of 2021 in the amount of 3% of their retirement benefits, up to a maximum retired benefit of $22,947.11. Retirement benefits beyond that amount are not subject to the adjustment. The actual consumer price index for all urban consumers, or CPIU, for the period ending June 30th, 2021 was 5.4%. Part NN provides a one-time payment of the difference between the actual CPIU and the 3% permitted under current statute. Payments made under this initiative are not included in determining the level of future benefits subject to COLA, and the funding is estimated to provide an average of $394 per retiree for more than 37,000 retirees. In further discussions with MEPERS, we have determined additional language is needed to ensure clarity of this provision. Specifically, we will add the following to Part N in the change package. No later than June 15th, 2022, the Chief Executive Officer of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System shall notify the state controller of the total cost of providing the one-time payment. Payment calculation is based on the difference between the actual consumer price index for all urban consumers, CPIU, for the year ending June 30th, 2021, 5.4%. And the maximum cost of living adjustment permitted under current law, 3%. The difference of 2.4% is multiplied by the retirement benefit payments up to a maximum of $22,947.11 for the one-year period ending August 31st, 2021. One-time payments will be made to retirees who are eligible for a cost of living adjustment in September 2021, and one-time payments made pursuant to this section are non-cumulative and are not included in the calculation of future benefit adjustments. This concludes my testimony. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions for the Commissioner? Yes, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioner Figueroa, for your testimony on Part NN. And I'm curious, why was the decision made to have a one-time payment as opposed to an actual meeting of the 5.4% going forward? Because the prices that raised this year won't go down next year.
Thank you for the question. I think we could provide additional information in the work session, but as we were proposing initiatives in the budget, there were certain considerations for a number of efforts. Providing an ongoing 5.4% COLA versus a one-time is a difference between $146 million and $14.7 million, as well as the ongoing costs of that COLA. And there was just a determination of spending those funds in a variety of measures different than that. There are ongoing conversations about some of the COLA language in the bill, but for now, in the statute, but for now, that was the determination.
All set, Representative Cuddy, for the moment?
It sounds like that the expense would have been too great, Commissioner Figueroa. Is that the administration's position?
Yes, the difference between 146 million and 14.7. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the commissioner on this section? See none, thank you so much. I'm sure people will be back maybe with other questions. We're going to move on now to the part of the agenda that deals with the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and tribal populations, excuse me. And I think we have two people who are speaking today on that. One will be Whitney Parrish, and she is with us right now. And then I think again, Commissioner Fortman might also have some testimony regarding this section of the budget. So Ms. Parrish, please begin.
Thank you, Representative Peirce and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Administrative and Financial Affairs. My name is Whitney Parrish, and I'm the Acting Executive Director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. I'm pleased to testify in support of LD1995 and extend our gratitude for its introduction. The Permanent Commission obtained full-time staffing and funding allocations through LD1034, which allowed the commission to become an independent state entity with its own budget and structure within Maine state government. We thank this committee for its tremendous leadership in supporting the existence, sustainability, and growth of the Permanent Commission, and we could not be here without your leadership. When the Permanent Commission became a state entity through the passage and implementation of LD 777 in the 129th, it was housed within the Maine Department of Labor with a $500 budget. This money was maintained on behalf of the Permanent Commission by DOL. The Permanent Commission did not have its own accounts at that time. Those accounts now exist because of the implementation of LD 1034, which established the necessary infrastructure to maintain our own accounts and established the Permanent Commission with an agency designation of 90R within Maine government. As I mentioned, 1034 and the biennial budget allowed for the expansion of the commission through ongoing funding. Because the Permanent Commission did not have all of its accounts developed when funding allocations hit accounts prior to full implementation per bill language and staffing, $125,000 of all other account funding and $115,325 in Q1 funding for personal services were deposited into DOL accounts. We discovered these funds were never transferred as we built our internal budget system and observed a discrepancy when we compared current encumbrances to drawdowns provided by our service center, which processes our invoices and contracts. In short, the $125,000 of Permanent Commission all other funding, which was allocated through the biennial budget, remains in what we understand as an untouched DOL account. It is our understanding that Q1 personal services allocations cannot be requested back. This budget request comes to you from the Bureau of Budget in an attempt to move this already allocated funding back into the Permanent Commission's now established all other account. And to be clear again, this specific request is not a request for a new allocation. It's been indicated to us that a budget request on the Commission's behalf is the path forward to correct this technical error, and we are grateful for the opportunity to explain why it is so greatly needed. The Permanent Commission would also like to note that while this request does not include the lost personal services allocation, there remains a significant need for additional staffing while those funds go unused. We receive regular requests for collaboration, consultation, and other engagement. This funding, the funding in this request is greatly needed to support our budget and carry out our work. In fact, it is already budgeted to an existing project. We're hopeful this committee will work with us to correct this technical error so we can continue to the critically important work of ending structural racism, work that supports all Mainers, no matter who you are or where you come from in this great state. I've also attached our annual report, which was released on March 1, which illustrates the Permanent Commission's significant fiscal needs as a growing in-demand partner and resource for state government, policymakers, and the general public. And I will be submitting my testimony right after this. So we respectfully urge you to support this request within the supplemental budget and funding for forthcoming bills that will provide additional resources for the Permanent Commission to complete its work. The Permanent Commission cannot do this critical and urgent work without the support of this committee, the legislature, and the governor. And we're committed to working together across race and place to rewrite the rules so all of us can thrive and nothing stands in the way of us providing a great life for all Maine people and families. And we thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. I think I'll ask Commissioner Fortman to also comment on this section and provide her testimony. Is that correct, Commissioner? You'd like to do that as well? And then we'll go to questions of either of the two of you.
Or I had that. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Apologies for the informality. Chairperson, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Laura Fortman. I am the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Labor. I had included this initiative in my overall testimony, but I'll just jump to that piece of it and address that part now. The initiative on Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations Program is on the bottom of page A131. This initiative completes the transfer of funding from the Department of Labor to the Permanent Commission on Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. 2021 Public Law Chapter 436 established the Permanent Commission as a separate entity as of October 1, 2021. A portion of the funding for the Permanent Commission remained with the Department of Labor to cover any expenses for July through September. The remaining $125,000 is now being transferred to the Permanent Commission's separate account, and the corresponding entry for that is on page A143.
Thank you so much. Are there questions? I see Representative Sylvester might have a question for either Ms. Parrish or Commissioner Fortman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Thank you, Ms. Parrish, for being here. So is this leftover money that was, because I know that when we went through, when the commission was established, it was in our budget because there was that the bill came through our committee, but that we were not the committee of oversight. I guess I'm wondering what the committee of oversight is, and is this just a transfer of remaining money? Is what I'm hearing.
Representative, if the question is directed to me, I'm not sure what the commission, committee of oversight is, but yes, this is a transfer of existing money, and it completes the entire transfer of the program, the funding to the Permanent Commission.
That's my understanding as well.
Representative Cuddy, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I actually had basically the same question, so it has been answered. Thank you.
That works out well. Representative Sylvester, follow up.
Thank you. Yes, just for the work session, if we could try to get some information on what the committee of oversight is, just because I receive a lot of mail, and so I'm wondering what the correct committee would be of oversight of the commission. Thank you.
Maureen, you have your hand up.
Yes, committees of jurisdiction are assigned by the leadership, and they, at the beginning of the biennium, however, that commission did not exist, so they were not. There was no specification. So I think to get an answer to what the proper committee of oversight is, we'd have to actually ask leadership. For now, we put it under this committee because having no other guidance, we just put it there because that's what it was when it was Department of Labor.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to follow up on what Representative Sylvester was asking, and I'm sorry if I'm not getting it. I just want to clarify, this is just $125,000 that was left over that's getting transferred to the commission. It's not getting built into the baseline in addition to that, correct? Or am I missing that part?
That's my understanding, but I'll leave it to either the commissioner or Ms. Parrish to answer.
I defer to Commissioner Fortman, but that's my understanding is this is just the completion of the allocation coming to the Permanent Commission.
Great, thank you.
A lot of nodding heads, thank you. Any other questions for the commissioner or Ms. Parrish this time? Thanks so much, great. Next, we're going to move on to the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Housing Opportunity Program. I believe we have two people speaking on this as well. One will be Commissioner Johnson, who I believe is here, and then also Eric Jorgensen from Maine Housing Authority. Both, Commissioner Johnson, are you with us? Not seeing you yet.
I am.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Please begin at your pleasure.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Peirce, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members on the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Heather Johnson, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development. I am here to testify in support of LD 1995, the supplemental budget. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we've achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. The supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half of the surplus to taxpayers to help confront inflation, and has set money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure that we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and the administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. I'm here to testify in support of the creation of the Housing Authority program created by the supplemental budget at the Department of Economic and Community Development. Last year, the legislature passed LD 609, which established the commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. The commission brought together bipartisan legislators, including some on the screen today, Representative Verada, Senator Hickman, leaders from various interest groups, building trades, municipalities, advocates for affordable housing, the real estate industry, residential developers, and more. Among its priorities, the commission was tasked with examining housing shortages among low and middle income households and considering measures that would increase housing options in the state. In December, the bipartisan commission issued its comprehensive report, offering several recommendations focused on strengthening the availability of affordable, accessible housing options for Mainers. The administration appreciates the work of the commission and wants to begin implementation of the commission's recommendations. The Housing Opportunity Program, outlined in Part U and found on page A45, was drafted based on two recommendations included in the final report. Recommendation number 4 called for technical and financial assistance for communities seeking to make zoning improvements and identifying opportunities for affordable housing. Recommendation number 6 called for the creation of incentives to encourage municipalities to review zoning and land use restrictions and update those policies to promote housing opportunities. The new program would implement the spirit of these recommendations and the committee findings through the establishment of the Housing Opportunity Fund. The program would provide necessary assistance in the form of grants and technical assistance to help municipalities grow the supply of housing units. The Housing Opportunity Fund would do so through 1, direct grants to municipalities awarded on a competitive basis for the creation of the housing development plans and implementation of those plans. 2, through grants to service providers to include regional planning organizations to assist municipalities with the creation and implementation of their own housing development plans. And 3, with technical assistance, policy development and guidance provided directly by the new staff funded through this initiative to regional groups. The Housing Opportunity Program will foster key partnerships with municipalities across the state and provide them with critical support and assistance in helping them work to grow the supply of housing that Maine's people and Maine's economy need. Over the last couple of years, we've traveled the state in person and virtually, talking with small business owners, restaurateurs, workers, hospitals, local chambers of commerce, and others. And one of the most consistent things I hear, as I'm sure you all hear as well, is that housing is an increasing issue and is increasingly an employment issue. It is important for those who want to find who want to work to find a place to live near their work that they can afford. In Maine's economic plan, we identified 75,000 new workers in the next decade. While we're well on that path, we continue to need to grow much of that talent here. In-migration numbers show that people also want to move to Maine. We need to ensure that both Maine people and people wanting to move to Maine can find and afford a place to own or rent near their work. Administering this program at the Department of Economic and Community Development will allow us to work directly with communities and support them as they work on this vital need. The initiatives for the Housing Opportunity Program account may be found on page A45. The first initiative is a general fund request of $1 million in fiscal year 2023 to provide funding for competitive grants to regional service providers to support town housing ordinance development, planning board, and public processes in each participating municipality. The second initiative is a general fund request of $1,550,000 in fiscal year 2023 to provide funding for community housing implementation grants to individual towns to support community housing priorities. The third initiative is a general fund request of $450,000 in fiscal year 2023 to provide personal services funding for 2 limited period public service coordinator 2 positions and associated all other costs to administer the Housing Opportunity Program within DECD. Total general fund request for the Housing Opportunity Program is $3 million in fiscal year 23. Part U of the language section may be found on pages 28 and 29 and provides the statutory language in Title V, Section 13056J for the creation of the Housing Opportunity Program within the Department of Economic and Community Development. A report will be provided by January 15th, 2024 to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing relating to the development of additional housing units in Maine, including housing units that are affordable to low and moderate income people and housing units targeted to community workforce housing needs. This concludes my testimony for the Department of Economic and Community Development.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Are there any questions for the Commissioner regarding this aspect of the budget? I don't see any at this time, but we look forward to stay. Oh, there we are, Representative Gear. Almost got away with it.
I was slow on the finger there. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I'm curious, when you all are looking at these particular expenditures, what timeline you're looking at between making these program investments and hiring, and then when we might actually start to see housing units on the ground being developed.
Thank you for the question, Representative Gear. And I believe somebody from Maine Housing is on, so they may want to weigh in on this question as well. But a lot of this work really looks at zoning and changing of usage. And so it'll be a really varied, I think, result across the state. We see opportunities in accessory dwelling units. We see second story opportunities in a lot of communities. And so I think it will really vary based on what the community approach is. And so that's why that technical assistance around zoning and planning is so critical.
Thank you.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for your testimony, Commissioner Johnson. The last part of your testimony focused on the report, and I thought I heard you say that you would report on the number of units that were created, but as I read the bill, it looks like it would talk about a report on what kind of changes would be recommended and so on. And did I miss an amendment, or were you referring to this? Am I looking at something different?
No, I don't know what you're looking at versus what I am looking at.
I'm reading in Part U.
Okay.
Section U1, Title 5 MRSA 13056-J is enacted to read. And then number 4 under C at the very bottom, just before the summary,
yep,
it lists the report. where it says that by January 15th of 2024, the department shall report to the governor and the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over economic development and housing matters about the program and any recommendations for changes in the statutes to improve the program and delivery of services to municipalities.
Yes, that is correct. What you're reading is correct. We're not suggesting a change.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize for the confusion.
Representative Arata.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So does this part of the budget negate the need for a fiscal note for LD 2003 if it's approved? Or if it's passed?
I don't, sorry.
LD 2003 is the Housing Commission report.
Representative Purse, I don't know, is it okay? Can I answer that? Do you want to take that one?
No, I think that there are many components of LD 2003, so it needs to make its way through committee. My understanding is that not all the components are part of this recommendation, so I'm not 100% sure how to answer that. Would that be accurate, Commissioner?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, well, the components that cost money.
Well, I think we'll let that bill that just got printed, right? I think it's going to Labor and Housing, make its way through the system, and
yes,
then
it'll be there Monday.
It'll hit us, and then it'll come to us. So yeah, more to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Yes, and we hope to have a lot more information about 2003. Come Monday evening. So we'll see how that goes. I had two quick questions. The first one is it obviously makes great sense to have this in DCD, and given the conflict between Maine Housing awarding grants and this proposal, which really helps municipalities in efforts that would help them to put forward to apply for grants and to have plans. My question is what your vision is, Commissioner, for the cooperation between the two, because we're not great lovers of silos in labor and housing.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Sylvester. Certainly, it would be our intent to work closely with Maine Housing. We already do a lot of kind of shared work with them, a lot of learnings, a lot of shared projects where, we're working with the same community. We bring them in and we're all at the table trying to find creative solutions. So I would expect that we would work very closely with them as we move forward.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
I was looking at, so the two positions that are in Initiative 2, there isn't really a breakout of what the salary pieces are versus the program funding. And so my question really is less than even exact amounts. Are these titles, are these clerical? Are these clerical plus? Are these professional positions? Are these mediators? If you could talk a little bit more about what those positions are.
Yeah, those positions are professional positions that would help work directly with the communities on zoning and planning. So they would be people likely that have planning experience, community planning experience, potentially have worked maybe in the housing space or in other kind of land use roles.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Any other questions for the Commissioner by the committee members at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here today, and we look forward to working together on this aspect of the budget.
I appreciate
Next, we have the Honorable Eric Jorgensen, who is here from the Maine Housing Authority, and he's here to speak on, that portion of the budget, which is a little different than what the Commissioner just spoke about. So, former Representative Jorgensen, do I see you?
Thank you very much, Representative Purse, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of both committees. I'm really glad to be here. It's nice to see you all. Let me just first start by saying that we are in total support of the part you just heard about, and we do work very closely with DCD, and we would look forward to working with them on that should that be funded. But we do see that more as a zoning thing than a housing production thing, and we're in the latter category. The section I'm talking about today is on page A114. And I'll just say that the Maine State Housing Authority is Maine's housing finance agency. We were created by the legislature in 1969 to address the problems of unsafe, unsuitable, overcrowded, and unaffordable housing. We're structured as an independent agency to utilize effective private methods of finance for public purposes to be independent and responsive. In addition to issuing bonds to finance affordable housing, our agency is authorized to act for the state in administering several federal programs, including rental subsidies, weatherization, fuel assistance, 2 housing block grants, the low-income housing tax credit program, and homeless grant programs. We do receive some state general fund revenue for homeless programs, and we receive a dedicated portion of the real estate transfer tax, which forms the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund, also known as the Home Fund, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. The Home Fund's the primary source of state funding for affordable housing. It was created in 1983 to provide a dedicated and flexible source of funding for affordable housing, and it's used primarily in 4 main areas. We use it to support first-time home ownership. We support home repairs and weatherization for low-income families. We support Maine's homeless shelters, and we use it to create subsidy for affordable housing units. And as the result of unprecedented amount of current activity in the real estate market, the Home Fund is currently anticipating income at a level approximately double of what it took in as recently as 2018. This year, we anticipate receiving about $28,500,000 for the fund. And I should also say that the fund has proven volatile as the real estate transfer tax swings dramatically. It's based on the volume and value of real estate closings in a given year. Finally, I'm just going to say that it's important to point out that 100% of the fund goes out the door for housing and housing services. None of it is used for administration or overhead. I'll just point out that this budget item is not an initiative in the sense that someone went out and created this, got this idea. It's really a budgetary allocation adjustment that trues the account to the revenue forecast for the coming year. All the additional funds will be used for the purposes supported by the Home Fund. The allocation is $9,759,154 for this year, and $10,281,551 in FY23. So I don't think it requires a whole lot more explanation. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have, and it's great to be here.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you. We miss having you around our horseshoe, but glad you're in another part of the world over there.
A different horseshoe.
A different horseshoe, I guess to say. So any questions? Oh, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Chairperson. And yeah, we get to see Mr. Jorgensen quite a bit. So it's been very nice for us. Mr. Jorgensen, so this is an increase, you said that just trues the Home Fund to anticipated revenue, is that correct?
Yeah, the Home Fund is an allocation, it's approximately 45% of the total real estate transfer tax. So this is just basically making the budget equal to the amount that's anticipated by the budget forecast.
Okay, so we're not adding none of the surplus revenues that we're talking about, the one-time surplus revenues.
That's right. This is an OSR. Added. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you, Mr. Jorgensen, as always. I'm just curious if you would be able to tell us, for the committee's benefit, the proportion of the Home Fund in 2020 and 2021 that was used for production of housing units versus other uses.
I don't know for sure. I can look into that. It's like probably about a quarter of it usually. I mean, we have other sources of funding. We really have quite a lot of subsidy right now for production. And so we tend to use the most restrictive money first. The most difficult money to use gets used first. And then the Home Fund is used to sort of fill in the edges there. So but I can provide you for the work session or in the meantime with a more precise analysis of that.
That would be great to just see the breakdown of the principal uses of those funds.
Yep, my pleasure.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Jorgensen at this time? The Honorable Mr. Jorgensen. Great. Well, thanks so much. We look forward to working together in the coming weeks.
It's wonderful to be here. I sort of miss these long mega hearings that happen, and must be strange to be doing them online. So I my heart goes out to all of you, and it's really good to see everybody. Thank you.
Feel free to make some popcorn and hang out with us anytime. Okay.
Bye.
Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Fortman on the rest of her the proposal from the Department of Labor in this budget. Commissioner, thank you for coming back.
Of course, my pleasure. Good afternoon, Chair Peirce, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Laura Fortman. I am the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Labor, and I appreciate this opportunity to present the department's supplemental budget requests. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental budget provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of vital programs and services. And the governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation. And she also sets aside money in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure that we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislature and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including the tight labor market that affected our economy before the pandemic and was exacerbated during the pandemic. This budget also provides for affordable, world-class education for Maine people and bolsters our healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner, and heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which noted that the accuracy of revenue forecasts becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of revenues. The supplemental budget builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. The Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan makes a record investment in registered apprenticeship. $11 million will be directed toward expanding registered apprenticeships into new industries and toward recruiting people from underserved populations into these good-paying jobs. Registered apprenticeships provide a unique earn and learn opportunity. Workers earn an income while learning the skills they need to progress to well-paying, in-demand careers. Businesses are a vital partner in registered apprenticeships. Their input on the skills and training needed to succeed in their industry is a crucial component of developing the apprenticeship program and in developing the workforce they need in order to keep Maine's economy moving forward. In return, their investment leads to higher skilled workers and higher employee retention. I am thrilled with the investment in registered apprenticeship that the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan makes and the opportunity it provides for both workers and businesses to thrive. The Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan also includes funds to shore up our unemployment trust fund while minimizing employer tax increases. Combined with coronavirus relief funds, the governor targeted $382 million for this purpose. These funds helped to stabilize our economy, first by ensuring benefits were available for people who needed them, and second, by preventing dramatic tax increases that would have jeopardized our economic recovery from COVID-19. Without this infusion, tax rates would have more than doubled, and the balance available in the trust fund would have dropped below federally recommended minimum balance requirements. Using these funds to shore up the unemployment trust fund is another example of the fiscal responsibility that has been the basis of our budget planning. Currently, other states are raising taxes to rebuild trust fund balances and implementing surcharges to repay funds borrowed from the federal government, plus interest. After the first year of the pandemic, Maine's unemployment tax schedule moved from Schedule A to Schedule B. Schedule B is the second lowest of the 8 schedules set in our statute. After the second year of the pandemic, we remained at Schedule B. With this infusion of $382 million, our trust fund remains healthy. This is a key factor in maintaining a favorable bond rating for the state, and this is important for the long-term fiscal health of state government. We are using Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan funding to help workers and businesses recover from COVID-19. The Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan budget and biennial budget are already in place, and we're moving forward with those initiatives. The department's supplemental budget that I'll be talking about today, our initiatives, are more about solidifying core operations. The first initiative begins on page A131 of the budget document. It's within the blind and visually impaired program. The department is requesting an increased general fund appropriation of just over $245,000 in each fiscal year. These funds would support independent living services to older individuals who are blind or visually impaired. Funding for this program changed in 2014. When learning the skills needed to live independently was removed as a covered expenditure under the federal vocational rehabilitation program. The change was intended to focus the federal funding on supporting people with disabilities in their pursuit of employment. Unfortunately, it also means that the federal funding and any state money used as a match cannot be spent on services to help blind and visually impaired people who are struggling to live independently unless they are also looking for work. This has largely impacted our services to older individuals. The department's independent living program services are primarily instructional. Staff teach specialized adaptive skills to older individuals who are experiencing vision loss that will lead to total or legal blindness. These adaptive skills enable people to continue to function independently in their homes and communities and avoid higher levels of support in facilities or institutions. The number of individuals who need independent living services continues to increase. In fact, the number of people receiving these services has more than doubled since 2014. Last year, 580 people received independent living services. We anticipate that the current funding level would result in a waiting list of about 100 people for the coming fiscal year. The increase in the number of people receiving services has resulted in the need for more staff time dedicated to independent living services. The proposal before you increases the funding for 5 staff positions from 60% to 80% of general fund independent living services. The total cost of this portion is $80,057 in fiscal year 2022 and $81,478 in fiscal year 2023. The all other portion of the request is for $165,000 annually to fund the purchase of adaptive equipment, assistive technology, and contracted services for vision rehabilitation therapy. The next 2 initiatives are within the Employment Security Program, better known as Maine's Unemployment Program. These 2 initiatives realign staffing for the unemployment program. The realignment reflects changes in ongoing funding and will help ensure that the budgeted number of staff is sufficient to support moderate fluctuations in unemployment claims levels. The initiative at the top of page A131 shifts the funding for 46 positions between the other special revenue fund and the federal expenditures fund. All have been split evenly between the 2 funds. Of these 46 positions, 43 of the changes will result in the shift of the position headcount to the federal fund. These 43 positions will be budgeted wholly in the federal fund going forward. The federal unemployment grant will be used to cover the cost of these positions. The 3 remaining positions in this initiative will be wholly budgeted within the other special revenue fund. This will provide some flexibility to use other special revenue funds for staffing if needed. The second initiative on page A131 is a request to convert 38 temporary positions to permanent positions. At the start of the pandemic, the department was authorized to add 152 temporary positions to respond to the dramatic increase in unemployment claims. All 152 positions were continued in the biennial budget. When I was before you last year to extend these positions, I discussed the fact that some portion of them would be needed to effectively operate the unemployment program going forward. At that time, we were still in the height of pandemic activity, and my leadership team and I hadn't yet determined what an appropriate staffing level would be post-pandemic. Since that time, the unemployment team has reviewed workflows, hours of call taking, and telephone wait times. Based on that information, I am recommending that 38 of the 152 positions be made permanent. A breakdown of these positions by job title is included as an attachment to my testimony. The net impact of these two initiatives is shown in the table in my testimony as well. To summarize, the legislative head count in the federal fund is increased from 112.5 positions to 193.5 positions, which reflect the 38 positions becoming permanent and the transfer of the 43 positions. The position head count in the other special revenue fund is decreased from 47 to 4. Overall, the unemployment program increases from a total of 159.5 positions to 197.5 positions. Currently, there are 181 staff working in the unemployment program, and the department is currently authorized for 111.5 positions in that program. Since I already spoke about the initiative on racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations, I'll jump over that and go to the final initiative for the department, which is on page A132. This initiative establishes one new occupational safety specialist position in the general fund regulation and enforcement account. This position will help to increase the safety and health of Maine's public sector workplaces. The department enforces occupational safety and health regulations in public sector workplaces, including state, county, municipal workplaces, public schools, colleges, and universities, and quasi-government agencies such as water districts. Currently, the department has only 2 staff to cover nearly 1,000 employers at 2,400 different work sites. Approximately 95,000 workers are employed in the public sector. With 2 staff, this unfortunately means that only a small fraction of work sites can be inspected each year. The addition of this position will expand our ability to better ensure the safety and health of these workers. This concludes my testimony for this afternoon. I'd be happy to address any questions you have, as well as provide additional information for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate it. I see Representative Cuddy has a question. Are you frozen, Representative Cuddy? Maybe. We'll go on to Representative Hymanson and come back to Representative Cuddy.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm curious about the independent living program with the blindness. I understand the Fed,
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Oh, Representative Cuddy, you were frozen on us, so we went ahead with Representative Hymanson. We'll get back to you.
I understand how the federal government could say that it's only to help people who are employed, who are looking for work. But I wonder, isn't this I'm wondering where the division is between HHS and Department of Labor in looking at people who are living independently with blindness or impending blindness, low vision. Why does DOL take that on if it's not a labor thing?
A fair question, Representative. The Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation Services is housed at the Department of Labor. So we cover Division of Blind, Visually Impaired. We cover deaf, hard of hearing, latent deafened, as well as all general vocational rehabilitation services. So that's where the programs are.
But these are people who are not being rehabilitated for work, as you said, right? So you're now taking on people who are not looking for work, but have a functional limitation to living at home.
And and Representative, in the past, there have been lots of conversations about where is the appropriate place, since the expertise around vocational rehabilitation services and disability, the decision was made a number of years ago to keep all of those programs together. We work in partnership with DHHS all of the time. And rather than carving out a piece and putting it a different place, the decision was made to keep all of those services together and to really develop partnerships. We work very, very closely with the Department of Health and Human Services on a range of issues.
Okay, that's great. I mean, that's essentially what I wanted to hear you say. So I appreciate that. And I remember at HHS, this discussion, now that I'm thinking about it, about, why this service was in DOL and not in HHS. And I remember that the conversation was similar. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Representative Cuddy, and then we have Representative Sylvester.
Thank you very much. I will try this again. Thank you very much, Commissioner Fortman, for your testimony on the budget here, the supplemental. You mentioned that the main jobs and recovery plan put more money into apprenticeship, and it is a great way, and I'm a huge fan of apprenticeship. I'm curious, what is our current spending in the baseline budget on the main apprenticeship program?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head, Representative, but we can get that for you for the work session.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and I apologize. A second question, if I might, Representative Percy.
Of course.
Thank you. The movement of the position into the federal expenditures fund, there were the 43 positions that you mentioned. The federal expenditures fund, I'm not familiar with it in terminology, but I know a lot of the unemployment system is paid for by federal dollars. So does this mean that this is coming off the state's tab and it's going onto the federal tab?
It's going off of the special, there's a special revenue fund that's been charged with this, and it shifts it to the federal tab.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Commissioner, again. So I'm happy, I'm always happy to see positions come into enforcement. I'm happy to see that we are keeping an ability to have flexibility in the unemployment program for staffing, to make sure that we don't fall into a shortfall like you were in before. My question is about workforce development. We've sort of been slowly moving the DOL budget to increase positions to be able to do the work of the enormous challenges that are in front of DOL. Right now, the main employers have a huge need for workforce development to try to find and attract employees, and I'm wondering when the time will be to put money into positions in those departments, both in certification training, but also really in creating programs to help employees who want to move into positions learn the skills necessary to do so.
If I will try to answer that question. I wasn't sure if it was,
No, it's a question. It's a definite question. Okay. I know, the emergency was sort of unemployment and enforcement. Yeah. And now we're looking at a large surplus. And so I'm wondering when, since I hear from employers every day, I'm wondering when the time is to address that need.
So I believe that the time this committee, both the Appropriations Committee and the Labor and Housing Committee, did make significant investments through the main jobs and recovery plan. I just mentioned a couple of pieces of it, but there are significant investments in workforce development in that plan. Many, and we will have metrics on all of those, and we may be coming back to you with a request for additional positions or funding. But right now we are engaged in a number of workforce development activities, and we'd be happy to provide that information to you in the work session.
That would be great. Thank you.
Representative Ducharme and then Representative Fay.
Thank you, Chairman Perks. Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner Fortman. I have a question regarding the unemployment trust fund and the tax that employers pay. It was reported fairly widely that there would be no increase, or as you put in your testimony, preventing a dramatic tax increase in the trust fund tax that employers pay. But probably one of the biggest, one of the things that engendered more phone calls to me from my business community was the 6.5% across the board increase. So I guess I'd like to know what happened with the disconnect there. In some people's world, 6.5% is a pretty big increase. It may not be 6.5%, may not be a big increase when we're talking about $100 million. But when you're talking about a business that has 300,000 in gross revenue over a year and 3 employees that have never gone on unemployment, a 6.5% increase is huge. And so can you give me kind of a quick synopsis on what happened there, please?
Sure. And I don't have the numbers right in front of me, Representative, and I'll be happy to provide additional information. I think that we were very clear all along that the schedule was not changing, but not that, and that the increase would be minimized. We were looking at a 56% increase in unemployment insurance taxes. And so compared to 56%, 6% was a much more modest increase. I am not minimizing the impact that has. Any increase has significance for businesses. I would want to get you the accurate numbers, but I believe that the average unemployment tax right now is about $250 per year per employee. But let me get back to you with those numbers, Representative.
Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Commissioner Fortman. Sort of following up on Representative Cuddy's question, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The OSR account that is being the positions are being transferred out of, is that the OSR account that's funded by unemployment by business owners? That
yes.
Okay, just making sure I understood that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the commissioner at this time by either committee? I don't see any, so thank you again, Commissioner. Appreciate you being here. Look forward to working together in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have John Rode from Workmen's Comp Board with his testimony. Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Peirce and Representative Peirce, Senator Breen, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs, and Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am John Rode, the Executive Director of the Maine Workers' Compensation Board, and I am here today to testify in favor of the board's portion of LD 1995, the 2022-23 supplemental budget. As Governor Mills has said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental budget provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services that are so vital to Maine's residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and the administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's long-standing workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people and bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people, while heeding the warnings of Maine's Nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of revenues. The board's portion of the supplemental budget addresses two discrete issues for the board. It can be found on page A158, the last page of Part A. The first initiative requests increased funding for an existing legal secretary position, so the hours for that position can be increased to 80 from 54 on a biweekly basis. The costs of this request are $5,556 dollars in the current biennium and $23,340 in the 2022-23 fiscal year. The second initiative provides funding so the board can pay increased statewide cost allocation plan charges. The costs of this request are $252,786 in the current biennium and $256,546 in the 2022-23 fiscal year. With respect to the first initiative, the legal secretary position is part of the board's worker advocate division and is housed in the Portland office. The worker advocate division here at the board provides representation without charge to employees who have been injured on the job and have not retained private counsel, nor have resolved their cases during troubleshooting, which is the first phase of the board's dispute resolution process. The division has 5 offices throughout the state: Caribou, Bangor, Lewiston, Augusta, and Portland. Of these 5 offices, Portland is the busiest. Currently, about 40% of the matters assigned to the advocate division are assigned to the employees in the Portland office. Filling this position on a full-time basis will help the board ensure that employees served by this office have their cases handled in a timely and efficient manner. With respect to the second initiative, the board's stay cap charges in the biennial budget were based upon an incorrect rate. Essentially, the original rate in the biennial budget assumed the board would still do a credit from prior fiscal years for some charges in the stay cap line. We are not entitled to this credit, and this initiative corrects that error. And with that, I thank you for your time this afternoon, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Rody? Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. Thank you.
I don't see any questions, but we appreciate you being here and look forward to working together.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Here. So that concludes all of the testimony from the commissioners and the different agencies. And so we'll move to the public hearing part of this afternoon, which will, we have about 40 people who have signed up to share their public testimony with us. And Senator Breen has a work session this afternoon. So Senator Bailey will be running the clock. We'll have a 3-minute clock for testimony. And we'll be bringing over people to testify in order of alphabetical order by first name. And that's only because that's just how it's organized for me or for us on the computer and on paper. And it just makes sure we don't miss anyone. So we want to make sure we do that sort of seamlessly and easily. People will comment on any part of what they've heard. We look forward to hearing their public comments. Again, it's a 3-minute clock. And when I invite you over to be a panelist, if you are an attendee right now, you must accept that in order to come over. And so just look for that announcement that'll pop up on your screen. So the first 3 people are Amanda Olson, A. Walker, and Kate Blanford. And I'll promote you all over and then we'll get started. Are there any questions by the committee while I move people over? Let's see. Did my computer freeze? Hold on. Okay. Ms. Olson, thank you for joining us. Please begin whenever you're ready. Senator Bailey, are you ready? I should ask that. Senator Bailey?
Yes.
Excellent.
All set.
Great, thanks for being here.
Honorable Chair Peirce, Senator Breen, and members of both committees, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Olson, and I currently serve as the Executive Director of the Augusta Housing Authority. I'm also a board member of the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, a member of the Kennebec County Affordable Housing Task Force, and a lifelong resident of Augusta. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in favor of the governor's supplemental budget, LD1995, as it relates to new support and expansion of housing opportunities in Maine through the Housing Opportunity Program and continued support of Maine Housing's good work through the Home Fund. To provide some background and perspective, Augusta Housing serves the city of Augusta and 19 surrounding towns through various programs, including the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is commonly referred to as Section 8. We also develop new affordable housing utilizing a layering of funding available through Maine Housing. We have successfully constructed a 29-unit workforce housing development recently and are proud of our ability to complete the adaptive reuse of the historic Hodgkin School here in Augusta, which resulted in the creation of 47 units of housing for older adults. In the wake of the pandemic and face of a full-blown housing crisis, we are now working on 4 additional separate housing developments that together will bring close to 100 units of housing to Augusta. Now, while this might sound like a lot, according to a recent needs calculation from Maine Housing, an additional 449 family and 425 senior affordable housing units are needed just within the city of Augusta in order to meet the need. We are doing as much as we can, but as it seems, barely making a dent. Average rental units in the 20 towns that we serve are scarce, and rents have exploded, with costs now averaging 125 to 185% of the HUD published fair market rents, where a couple of years ago we saw 2 bedrooms leasing for $900 a month. We're now seeing those averaging $1,400 and even up to $2,200 a month for a 2-bedroom rental in Augusta. To put this crisis in perspective, over the past year, the Housing Authority has drawn a total of 634 applicants from our Section 8 waiting list, and only 27 have been able to find a place to live over the past year. This is just 4% and an average of only 2 people per month who have been able to find a place to live. We have watched over the past few months as the people we are trying to help are left to endure a Maine winter, homeless in tents and vehicles with a voucher in hand, funds to pay for a security deposit and other expenses, but literally no place to go. There simply are not enough rental units, and homeless shelters are full. I have watched for the first time my staff feeling completely defeated in the face of no possible way to help those we serve. The situation grew so dire at the start of the winter that local organizations here were distributing tents and winter camping gear when it became apparent that there were no options, and those without housing would be left outside unsheltered. I have worked in housing now for more than 50 years.
Ms. Olson, your 3 minutes are up. If you could wrap up. Thank you.
Sure. So this situation is grave, and it's why Speaker Fecto's Bill LD 2003, which will work to implement the recommendations of the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine, is so important. As a housing developer, we're now for the first time hearing from the rural towns that we serve in the 19 communities outside of Augusta, and they're reaching out to us looking for assistance in developing housing and really lacking the finances or capacity to make the zoning changes necessary to facilitate that type of housing development that is needed. And the Housing Opportunity Program would support that work that is so necessary in order to help meet the need for housing.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Olson? I don't see any. Really appreciate you being here today, and I have yours on file. I appreciate it.
Great, thanks.
Althea Walker, I see your box, but no picture. Are you here with us? Your mute button is on. Ms. Walker? Don't know why she's not responding, but we have Kate Blanford here. So I think we'll move ahead there with Kate, and we'll try to figure out what's going on with Ms. Walker.
Thank you so much. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Daughtry, and Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kate Blackford, and I am the Public Policy Director of the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is Maine's largest community action organization with over 32,000 members across the state. And our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. I'm here today to urge you to invest in addressing our housing crisis, to lay the foundation for a state family and medical leave program, and to invest in labor rights for Maine workers. Maine, like most places, is in the midst of a housing crisis. We just heard some really terrible details about what's happening in Augusta right now. We're expecting to see some of the highest home inflation rates in the country this year. We're incredibly rural. We're also an aging state that also has very old housing, and we need to attract more people, especially young people, and we need to grow our workforce. With housing prices this high and shortages in healthcare, childcare, and other services, it's easy to feel like we have nothing to share with people from away, people who are coming to Maine, and people that we need. And to create greater shared prosperity and stronger communities, we need a multifaceted solution. This spring, we have a broad housing agenda to capitalize on the energy and momentum in Maine right now for addressing our housing crisis. Our goals are to ensure that Maine can build 1,000 energy efficient, affordable units a year, reform our zoning, and creatively revision land use so we are building the right units in the right places, streamline the permitting process for affordable housing development, ensure impacted people and other key stakeholders sit on the board of the State Housing Authority, and provide folks with the subsidy they need to pay rent in these affordable units with navigators to help them actually connect with those units. It's a lot. And thankfully, we have you all and partners in the legislature, partners among housing and tenant advocates, and in the development community working together. I have in my written testimony listed out the numerous bills which we think really build off of each other to make a concerted step towards addressing our housing crisis, but I won't read through each of those, but they detail out what I just shared. And I would urge you all to include the resources necessary to invest in each of these pieces of legislation. None of them alone is going to solve this multifaceted crisis. And as we face this historic surplus, that now is really an incredibly important time to make these investments that address one of the greatest threats to our communities. I also ask you to add a temporary line in this year's supplemental budget with one-time funding of $40 million to establish the foundation for a state-paid family and medical leave program. While the commission is working and has until November to complete their work, the funding for setting up the program is available now. And if not set aside during this legislative session, the commission's recommendations may just stay that way as recommendations. We know from past legislation and other states' experiences that the startup process and cost will be relatively uniform, regardless of the program design.
Ms. Blackford, yes. I hate to interrupt, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just say, I also urge you to include funding for a labor inspector to prevent employers from retaliating against workers for taking paid time off, and funding for green energy pre-apprenticeship programs in your budget of recommendations. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Blackford? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. I see that Althea Walker has joined us with her picture. Before you get started though, I realize that there might be some representatives or senators in our queue. If you could raise your hand as an attendee, I'll make sure that we call on you next. I apologize for not seeing everybody on the list. Ms. Walker, please provide us your testimony. We're glad you're here today.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad I figured that out. Whoops, I've got feedback here. My name is Althea Walker, and my husband and I both live in Heartland, Maine. We are both retired educators who taught at Maine Location Region 10, Gray New Gloucester, and Lewiston Public Schools in Richmond for a total of 52 years. In 1984, my husband decided to leave Bath Iron Works and went to work for the Brunswick Police Department, where he was told he could retire after 20 years of service and with 50% of his average salary with no age restrictions and no COLA. I was going to graduate from college in 1990. So in 1989, he became a teacher. So we would have similar schedules to raise our 4 children. Before accepting the teacher contract, he compared it to the retirement plan. There were pluses and minuses, as you can imagine, but he could no longer retire at 50 years of age. He would have to retire at 55 with a 5-year penalty of 2.5%. Within a few years of both of us accepting our contracts and thinking that we would be able to retire at 59.5, changes were made. And we were told we would have to work until age 62, and that the retirement for and the penalty for retiring early was increased from 2.5% to 6% for each year prior to the retirement of 62. So at age 61, my husband decided to retire, and he took the 6% penalty. The following year at 62, I decided to retire and took the 61, and took the penalty also. So now the state has, an opportunity to make a huge difference in teachers' lives. The 2.4% increase would really help out a lot of teachers. Many teachers didn't make a lot of money, and we also had to work additional jobs that qualified us for Social Security benefits. But Maine is one of the very few states left in the nation that still puts a 55% penalty on our Social Security benefits. So it's like teachers are kind of getting it, taken away from both sides. And we looked at our first signed contracts as a promise as we began planning for our retirement, and that promise had become shattered. We're hoping that with the additional revenue that you're discussing today, there will be an opportunity to restore part of the penalties retirees have been given. The 2.4% cumulative increase will help reduce some of the financial stress that retirees are facing in the light of huge price increases in food, gas, as you've heard, apartment, housing, etc. And I would like to close respectfully, Althea and Scott Walker, retired Maine educators.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Are there any questions for Ms. Walker? I don't see any, but I really appreciate you being here and giving testimony. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Representative Geer, did you want to give testimony? And then I have Senator Rafferty.
Yeah, well, that worked out fine. Did I do okay?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I am Representative Tracy Geer, and I represent House District 9. I'm here to present the budget priorities identified by the Housing Working Group, a group of legislators which meets regularly to discuss issues related to housing. First, I want to thank the members of AFA and our legislative leadership for all the work that's being done on the housing crisis. I won't reiterate to this committee the severity of the crisis. We've heard that touched on here today, other than to show, which you can see in my written testimony, Maine Housing's latest rental affordability index map of the state for 2021, which illustrates that in all Maine counties except Aroostook, a renter earning median income for their county cannot afford the cost of a median 2-bedroom apartment, including utilities, without using more than 30% of their income. So this means that almost the entire state is unaffordable, according to this long-standing measurement. People are being priced out of being able to live in Maine. There are 27,000 people on the waiting list for housing subsidies. The lack of affordable housing is contributing to many other challenges, with people struggling to pay for basic necessities of life and experiencing greater levels of stress and behavioral health issues. People cannot work here, contribute to our communities, or raise their families if they can't afford a place to live. These are the people we need to preserve a healthy society and fuel economic growth and prosperity. It's important to note that the systemic challenges underpin our housing situation, and the Housing Working Group is fully supportive of LD 2003 to address those underlying systemic issues and address zoning and land use specifically. That said, urgent action is needed to create more affordable housing. Maine Housing estimates that we need 25,000 new units of housing to meet our needs. We applaud the progress that is being made from building approximately 240 units per year previously to surpassing 500 this year. However, if we maintain this pace, the large deficit of affordable housing will take many years to fulfill, if not just get deeper. We need to create more affordable housing units now and assure that people can afford to live in them. Creating 1,000 new units a year at an approximate cost of $50 million would accelerate the pace of our progress. And the figure below, which you can see in looking at my written testimony, illustrates a strategy to get us there. The current budget proposed by the chief executive includes approximately $14.5 million toward the construction of new units. So if you subtract that from the $50 million in annual cost, that leaves a gap of about $35.5 million. So we have a priority budget request that suggests a straightforward funding approach to fill that gap. The first piece of it is to adopt the provisions of LD1995, which would allocate a full 90% of the proceeds of the real estate transfer tax. And you heard Mr. Jorgensen talk about that earlier. So to go from 45% of that tax going to the home fund to a full 90% of that going to the home fund. This would result in an additional approximately $25 million in the home fund. The second step is to direct Maine Housing to use that $25 million for the express purpose of building new affordable units. The third provision would be to adopt the provisions of LD1973 to provide 1,000 state housing vouchers, assuring that the new units built can be affordably occupied by people who need them. And then fourth, increase the line item in the budget currently, the current budget, for new unit construction. It's currently at $10 million. We propose raising it to $13 million. Totaling up those four steps, this approach will achieve the level of funding needed to attack our housing crisis more effectively, enabling people to live, work, contribute, and grow here in our great state. We also had identified some additional housing priorities, which appear on the written testimony as well. And those address issues that we've heard described here today as well, addressing the increasing levels of homelessness, behavioral health challenges, and would also help to assure that we're building climate change ready housing, and incorporate the voices and experience of all who are affected. That concludes my testimony. I am available to answer any questions, and I thank the committee for your time and consideration today. We feel like we've put together a very good set of steps to take in order to address this crisis more head on.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Representative Geer? Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Can you refresh my memory as to where the other 55% of the real estate transfer tax currently goes?
Yes, so currently 10% of it goes to the municipalities. Then 45% of it goes to the general fund, and 45% goes to the home fund. So we're proposing taking that other 45% and putting it all into the home fund.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Representative Geer? Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Geer. So I just want to be clear, there is a bill that makes that recommendation, correct?
Correct. This was LD1994, which was Senator Chipman's proposal a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I think, yeah. And that's all in the written testimony. You can see the little flow chart that shows where the funds would come from and where they would go.
Thank you. Any other questions for the representative? Great. Now we have Senator Rafferty and then Representative Dodge. Senator, welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon. Senators Breen and Daughtry, Representative Peirce, Sylvester, as well as distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Labor. I'm Senator Joe Rafferty and proudly represent Senate District 34 in New York County. This afternoon, I'm here to make an appeal for retired teachers, state employees, and other public servants in the form of a COLA adjustment to our current retirements. Last month, I initiated that request to Governor Mills in the form of a sign-on letter from legislators. Several of you joined me in doing so. Thank you for that. The response from the governor's office was brief, essentially saying thanks, and we have something in the works for that. I was thankful, excited, and hopeful that I was heard and there was a potential fix coming soon. Sadly, there was no cumulative COLA in her supplemental proposal. What did come out was a one-time COLA to retirees estimated at around $15 million. Although grateful, this one-time adjustment will provide temporary relief to current retirees. Next year, we'll go backwards as we'll lose the 2.4%. Inflation numbers are difficult to deal with, but inflation in December was hovering near 7%. We're all hearing from our constituents in recent days about escalating energy costs, and it's just very complicated subject. I would like to share, if I could, how this impacts me. I retired in 2018, having taught 41 years in one of the better paying school districts in Maine. My current pension runs in the neighborhood of about $42,000 annually. And this may sound like a lot to some, but I live in one of the most expensive communities, and keeping up on all the bills is certainly a struggle. I have done some back of the envelope, so to speak, calculations to understand the impact it has on me and my wife, who's also retired from teaching. So between us, we have over 80 years. Because of the cost of living only applies to the first $22,900 and some change, this change really impacts us. I show that without a cumulative COLA next year, assuming a 3% inflation and a 3% COLA, that I will make nearly $600 less next year. Each year, the issue compounds. The longer I live, the more I'll lose each year without the additional 2.4% COLA. Over the next 5 years, I personally will lose $3,000 in pension earnings unless we can find a way to make sure that the 2.4% COLA to keep up with inflation is included. I must add one other thing. As chair of the Education Committee, I work with my colleagues to address issues we're hearing about in public schools. This year, we've heard from administrators and educators about the dire shortage of qualified candidates for teaching positions, ed tech positions, superintendents, principals, you name it. At a time when the workforce shortages in public education are among our chief concerns, now is not the time to turn our back to retirees. It will not help our schools address the workforce challenges as they are seeing while retired teachers are falling farther behind in retirement, when current teachers fear the degradation of their pension benefit. Thank you for your time and attention. Please consider all publicly funded retirees in your deliberation.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Rafferty? I'm not seeing any this time. I appreciate you being here, and thanks so much. Look forward to working
Thank you,
together.
and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Representative Dodge, and then that'll be followed by Claudette O'Connell and Dean Staffareri. I got that correct. Representative Dodge, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Representative Jan Dodge of Belfast, serving House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to testify in strong support of LD 1995, Section NN, and I would urge the committee not only enact the 2.4% COLA deficit in the Maine public employee retirement system, but expand it beyond a one-time correction. The additional funds provide a very perfect illustration of the need for more than a one-time adjustment. This will allow retired state employees, educators, and judicial workers who live on fixed incomes to better afford housing, goods, services, and taxes, as all of these continue to rise. In the past 2 months, inflation was listed at 7% in December and 7.5% for January. Yet those who worked for the state of Maine and as educators in our schools are once again being asked to absorb a large financial impact. Truth be told, I am experiencing deja vu as I speak to you. In March of 2017, I also appeared before this committee in support of a cost of living adjustment. Back then, I illustrated my need and the general need by explaining that in my first 6 years of retirement, after a 31-year career, my pension had increased $12.71. Here is my update for your consideration. In 11 years, my MEPERS pension has increased $302.96, or an average yearly increase of $27.54. I believe each of my personal budget lines has increased by more than that amount. Please remember, these are the same people who were not allowed to participate in Social Security. These are the same people whose COLAs have been frozen in the past and are currently based on only part of their benefit amount. That's right, the COLA percentage is only applied to $22,947.11. Yes, this does indeed mean they are already falling behind before you begin. These are the people whose normal retirement age has been raised several times, from 59 and a half to 60 to 62, and for some to 65. Yes, this does indeed mean some will work for 30, 35, or 40 years and still receive less money in their monthly pension checks for not reaching the moving goalpost that is the statutory age of retirement. These are the people who may have fewer years in the workforce because they took time away from their jobs to care for their kids. Yes, fewer years equals a smaller pension. These are the people who may have higher health insurance costs due to paying 45% of their health coverage from their monthly benefit. These are the people who are not allowed the same tax exemptions as those on Social Security. These are the people who worked second jobs and are now dealing with income reductions caused by the federal windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. The value of retirees' pension checks has fallen. Without your votes, their financial well-being will suffer. That suffering will be compounded over the coming years if only what is proposed is enacted. I urge you to please protect Maine retirees by voting for expansion of Section NN of the supplemental budget beyond the one-time fix. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Dodge. Are there any questions for the representative? I don't see any, so I appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. And next we have, hold on, there are things popping up on my screen that are causing problems. Next we have Claudette O'Connell and then Dean Staffieri, and then we'll bring over Darian Platt and Desti Honan Sprague. Ms. O'Connell, thank you for your patience. Appreciate you being here.
Hello to all of you on the committee, Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Labor and Housing. My name is Claudette O'Connell and I live in Bangor. I retired in 2007 after teaching French at Brewer High School for 30 years. The year I retired, I was not eligible for a cost of living adjustment. The following year, all the COLAs were frozen. So I got my first cost of living adjustment starting the third year of my retirement. Then in the fourth year, 2011, Governor LePage and the legislature enacted cuts to the cost of living adjustment, capping it at 3%. Because of this, our pensions have not been keeping up with the pace of inflation. We are actually going backwards in our pension benefits. Last fall, educator retirees received a 3% cost of living adjustment. However, as you heard already this afternoon, inflation was at 5.4%. Now, with the increased revenue to the state, Governor Mills has included the remaining 2.4% COLA in her supplemental budget, which would fulfill the total COLA for this year. However, her proposal is a one-time payment only. I'm very grateful for that. However, without that money being cumulative, our benefits will continue to be worth less in the future. It will sort of be like giving a lollipop to a starving child. It's not enough. It is a one-time fix that doesn't solve the problem. If I live 10 more years, the value of my pension will continue to erode until I am at the poverty level. Incidentally, there are already a few retired educators that I know right now who are classified in the poverty level. I am also a widow and affected by the penalties of both the WEP and the GPO federal law that Representative Dodge just talked about. I received no money from my husband's Social Security, and although I earned my own Social Security through other employment, I am penalized and receive less than $100 a month from Social Security. I managed to pay my bills, but I wonder if I will be able to continue to live in my home and still meet my financial obligations in the future. I fear that inflation will eat into my pension as the years go by. With this increase in revenue that the governor has and proposed in the supplemental budget, this is an opportune time to improve retiree benefits and do what is right for Maine educators and state employees. Not only is it important for us retirees, but
Ms.
for those—
O'Connell?
Yes.
Ms. O'Connell, your 3 minutes are up. If you could wrap up, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it is also important for those considering entering the teaching profession. We want to keep the active teachers from leaving the profession because there is a teacher shortage. So I thank you today, and I urge you to make that 2.4% COLA a cumulative COLA and help us stay above the poverty line. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. O'Connell? Seeing none, we so appreciate you being here today.
Thanks.
So just a couple quick things. The chat function is really just for technical difficulties. So please don't make comments in the chat section. And then also, I am inviting people to promote them to be panelists. And when I do so, you need to accept that in order to move over and give your testimony. So that's just a little bit of housekeeping. We'll definitely be promoting more people. Right now we have Mr. Stafferari. Sorry. How'd I do? Not well.
You did okay. It's Staffieri.
Staffieri, thanks.
It's all right.
I appreciate your patience. Thanks for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Representative Pierce and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Dean Staffieri. I'm president of the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989, of the Service Employees International Union. We're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including retired state workers and other participants in the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, also known as Maine PERS. We're here neither for nor against LD1995. A decade after former Governor LePage and the 125th Maine legislature cut public employee pensions, Retired state workers and teachers are falling further and further behind in the cost of living. Immediate action by you is necessary to fix the wrongs inflicted on Maine retirees. In 2011, then Governor LePage and the legislature made deep cuts to the pensions of retired state workers and retired teachers to pay for new income tax breaks, mostly benefiting Maine's wealthiest citizens and corporations. The normal retirement age was raised from 62 to age 65 for state workers and teachers hired on or after July 1st, 2006, with a 6% a year pension penalty imposed on those who retire before age 65. Retiree pension costs of living adjustments were frozen for 3 years, and future retiree pension costs of living adjustments were capped at 3% of the first $20,000 of pension income indexed to inflation. Legislators on both sides of the aisle have recognized that the 2011 cuts went too far, and in this budget, you have the opportunity to provide some relief. To be sure, we appreciate the administration proposing to do something in the supplemental budget about this problem. However, we believe the proposed one-time payment isn't enough. Today, you will hear from state retirees who believe that the retiree pension cost of living adjustment should be raised in such a way that the pension base is permanently raised as a result. Some have also shared their stories in an op-ed column in the Bangor Daily News. Please show that you're listening to them by increasing the 2021 cost of living adjustment to 5.4%, which is how much inflation increased the previous year. Retirees have been working hard to try to make ends meet, but not receiving the full 5.4% will make it even more difficult to pay for medications, heating, housing, groceries, and other means of survival. Please also pass the fund LD1995 or 1413, treating pensions through Maine PERS the same as Social Security for state income tax purposes. Also, please pass and fund LDs 1746, 1808, and 1840, including workers in the Office of Medical Examiner, Crime Lab, Computer Crime Labs Unit, and correctional supervisors in the 1998 Special Retirement Plan. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for, I've lost you on my screen. Oh, there you are, Mr. Stappieri. I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Next, we have Darian Platt and then Corley Virus. So, Ms. Platt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Bailey, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Darian Plant. I am 28 years old and have been working for the state of Maine for 7 years. In addition to my supervisory role at Maine Revenue Services, I am currently completing my doctorate degree in business administration. My dissertation focuses on Maine's shortage in vocational labor. Recruitment and retention initiatives are something that I have studied at length. The primary points I wish to convey to the committee are, first, that the 15% wage gap has grown significantly larger over the last 2 years. Second, the wage gap is currently costing the state of Maine more than $300 million annually in turnover costs. And finally, there are significant issues impacting the newest generation in our workforce that other generations are not understanding or acknowledging. In the 2 years since the market pace study, the job landscape has changed dramatically. The compensation study does not account for the coronavirus pandemic, increases in home prices, inflation, skyrocketing fuel and electricity, this period we're calling the Great Resignation, and the lengths that other employers are going to recruit and retain high caliber applicants. The primary drivers of turnover are pay and promotion related factors. The next generation of employees we are attempting to recruit are facing challenges not being recognized and acknowledged. In addition to the housing crisis being discussed, the average recent graduate has monthly student loan repayments of $460. We aren't buying our first home at 20. We're not starting a family at 25. These are not options for us. Speaking for myself, the cost of my housing is 50% of my monthly take-home pay before accounting for utilities such as electricity and heat, and my situation is not unique. On average, the cost to replace an employee is about twice their annual salary. In 2020, Maine spent $672 million on employee wages, but was forced to pay an estimated $366 million in revenue just to replace the employees they could not retain. With the significant increases in resignations and retirements in 2021, turnover costs are likely approaching $400 million, which is about 2/3 of what we're spending on wages. Investing in state employees by limiting the wage gap will not only significantly reduce the amount of turnover costs, but it will also increase state revenue by being able to attract higher caliber applicants. Over the past year, we have watched other companies offer significant raises, sign-on bonuses, and incentives, while we have been rewarded with worsening health insurance and COLAs that don't offset inflation. In closing, however cliche, I choose to end with, you get what you pay for. Offering poor pay results in poor applicants, increased turnover, decreased productivity and morale. Offering competitive wages attracts high caliber applicants, increasing productivity and revenue. The benefits of increasing the quality of Maine's workforce will result in benefits in our public services felt throughout the entire state. With turnover costing between $300 and $400 million a year, increasing wages by 20%.
Ms. Plant?
Yes.
You're over your 3 minutes. I thought you were going to conclude there, so I gave you a little leeway.
Almost, I apologize.
Yes, if you could wrap up, please.
Increasing wages by 20% would cost $134 million in comparison to the $400 million that is being spent in turnover costs, which we have nothing to show for. And with 40% of our workforce retiring within this decade, addressing this gap is urgent. And I encourage the committee to do so.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Plant? I don't see any at this time, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Next, we'll have Corley Virus. How did I do?
You did excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then after you will be Dusty Honan Sprague. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thank you for holding this afternoon. I'm Corley Ann Virus. I live in Augusta, and I'm 82 years old. I currently am sitting in the hospice thrift shop that's just been opened on Capitol Street in order to testify while I'm working here. I am here to testify neither for nor against the one-time cost of living adjustment of 2.4% included in the governor's supplemental budget proposal, Part NN. My husband retired in 1979 from the Air Force, and we moved to his hometown of Bowdoin. From 1980 to 1984, I substitute taught in SAD 75 and Brunswick, with the last year teaching 140 days as a substitute. From 1984 to 2001, I was a secretary at Mount Airy High School. Although I was a certified teacher, I chose to work as a support staff person, so my evenings were available to devote to our 4 children while my husband worked evenings at Bath Iron Works. The last 3 years at Mount Airy, I was a yearbook advisor and taught computers recertification classes because I enjoyed doing it and to boost my earnings. In 2001, I retired to become a full-time caregiver for my mother, who lived to the age of 97, and for my late husband, who had terminal cancer. My main PERS income is $13,056, and my Social Security is $10,247 for a total of $23,303. I am certain I represent many older retirees as they struggle to meet the continual price increases. The one-time 2.4 COLA will give me $6 more a week before it is taxed and before Social Security does the WEP offset. So it will end up being less than $5 a week. And if this increase is not cumulative, poof, it goes away. Having a 3% cap means I can't stay even with inflation. As an older widow who might live as long as her mother, I'm in hopes that in the final budget bill, you make it accumulative to assist me in my elder years. Thank you for listening and for your service to the people of Maine.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Byrus? I appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. Next, we have Desti Homan Sprague. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Look forward to it. Please begin.
Thank you, Representative Kearse and Senator Breen, members of the Appropriations Committee, and Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Desti Homan Sprague. Many of you know me as the Executive Director of the Maine Women's Lobby, but I am here today on behalf of the Maine Paid Leave Coalition, which is a group of partners working together to create a paid family and medical leave system that works for all Mainers, leaving no one behind. On behalf of our 30 member organizations representing tens of thousands of Mainers, we are here today to respectfully request that you consider appropriating the funds necessary to advance the work of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Commission and to build the infrastructure required to make their recommendations a reality. We know that paid family and medical leave is good for everyone, from new parents and infants to aging Mainers to women and people of color, people in recovery, small businesses. And that is why this legislature just last year moved forward with LD1995 and creating the commission. I know that many of you here were pivotal to creating that commission, and a couple of you here are chairs of that commission. I respect and honor the work that's happening there and the work to make the recommendations for the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Program, and to do it in a really thoughtful and methodical way. We know that at this point, the commission's work is delayed and that you're seeking until November 2022 to complete that work. And I understand that process. What we're here to say and to ask is that the funding for setting up that program is available now. If it's not set aside during this legislative session, then the commission's recommendations may just stay that, recommendations. Without action and funding this session, or kicking the can down to a future legislature, that this could be where their work ends. We know that there are many creative ways to solve this problem. If we have the problem of making sure that the funding is available now, if we have the political will to do so. We are in a significant budget surplus. We know that the United States Treasury has indicated that the American Recovery Act funding is available and in fact recommended to be used setting up paid leave programs. And if we wait, we worry that we might miss this moment. We know that the actuarial study is an important part of thinking about the long-term success of the program, but we also know right now, today, that estimates for the actual startup costs before the program is implemented are about a one-time investment of $40 million. So we know the dollar amount, we know what needs to happen, we know that we have the funding to do it. We're asking you to meet this moment and make it happen now so that when those recommendations come out, we are prepared to move forward and implement them. It's possible, it's affordable, and it's transformative. Thank you for listening to this testimony. I'm happy to answer your questions and happy to continue working with you as you move through your hard work negotiating the final supplemental budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Homan Sprague? I don't see any at this time, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Don Poulin and then Iman Dundon. Mr. Poulin, are you with us?
I am.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you. And regarding LD1995, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, members of the Appropriation Committees, and Senator Daughtry and Representative Sylvester, members of Labor and Housing. My name is Don Poulin. I live in South China, and I've served both as an educator and a school administrator for 35 years in China. My wife, Linda, has served 34 years as a teacher in the China school system. And I'm here to urge you to support a full 2.4 cumulative COLA. As you know, in 2011, the LePage administration positioned to cap both COLA and the amount to which COLA could be applied. And I want to break for a second to thank everyone who's made testimony regarding that. I've enjoyed the testimony, learned a lot from it, and shortened my presentation due to it. So I might move you a couple minutes ahead of schedule. Anyway, COLA, the amount to which COLA was applied, this had a significant impact on all Maine retirees and educators, and especially those who have been lifelong career members teaching Maine students. As an example, if a teacher retired in 2008, as did my wife, with a 34-year Maine Peers adjusted salary of approximately $50,000, he or she is now receiving COLA on less than half of that amount. And COLA itself is not meeting the standard cost of living. While one can understand the cuts surrounding COLA in 2011, those cuts should not be made permanent, but instead be applied as needed on a yearly economic climate for the state. As a permanent application since 2011, retired Mainers are being required to help fund the state budget through the combined COLA cuts that have been and are being imposed upon them. When one retires, and this is another point, he or she has made a non-reversible option on the percentage of benefits that's divided between self and spouse, with surviving spouse in mind. That option prior to 2011 was chosen with COLA in mind. The permanent change in COLA from 2011 to present would well be returned to the 2011 formulas where COLA is applied in accordance with the CPI. In addition, the amounts to which it is applied should not be capped at 22,000+, but instead start an incremental increase toward the pre-2011 amounts. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your time. I certainly applaud the presentation of those that came before me and urge you to support 1995. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Poulin? I don't see any, but we certainly appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eamon Dundon, how'd I do?
Decent, Eamon Dundon. Yeah, thank you. Representative Purse, Senator Breen, members of the AFA committee, and Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Eamon Dundon. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. We represent about 1,300 businesses in our region, and I'm here today to express our organization's broad support for the supplemental budget. We submitted some lengthier testimony speaking to a number of priorities in the budget, but I wanted to be sure to appear before you today to speak specifically to our number one priority, which is housing, and specifically in the context of this proposal, the Housing Opportunity Program. Our organization closely followed and provided extensive testimony to the Commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying land use and zoning restrictions. Housing has become our number one priority as an organization because we have increasingly seen it as the single biggest barrier to economic growth and workforce development in our region and around the state. For too long, our municipal regulatory structures of land use and zoning have held back much needed housing production, and we look forward to supporting the bold reforms forthcoming in Speaker Fecto's LD1995, addressing the Commission's recommendations. Many of the recommendations in the bill are of little to no cost to either the state or municipalities. They merely propose to eliminate longstanding regulatory barriers to housing development, increased density, and sustainable smart growth. To do it right, though, many of these changes will require technical work and community engagement at the municipal level. That will come at a cost. For that reason, we are incredibly supportive of the Commission's recommendations to increase technical assistance and incentives to municipalities to fund the completion of this work. And we're glad that Speaker Fecto has included robust assistance and incentive funds in his bill, totaling approximately $4.5 million. Similarly, we're encouraged to see that the governor has proposed $3 million for these same initiatives in her Housing Opportunity Program. What we are requesting of your committee is that you find a way to fully fund that $4.5 million of incentives and technical assistance contemplated by the Speaker's bill. I think specifically, if you're going to look at initiatives, this would entail increasing the first initiative under the Housing Opportunity Program from $1 million to $3 million. And then just to touch on Representative Arada's question from earlier about which parts of 2003 are compatible with the language in Section U of the supplemental proposal. I think the only piece that wouldn't be compatible with the language in section U would be around $80,000 to staff the contemplated municipal housing development permit review board. So if you take that out, we're talking about a delta of about $1.42 million between what's in the speaker's bill and what is in the supplemental proposal. Regardless of what happens with LD2003, municipalities need technical assistance and incentives to meet their housing goals. Using the framework put forward under LD2003 better reflects the full scope of needs identified by the study commission. And while we support all of the recommendations in that bill, the technical assistance and incentive programs have the ability to make meaningful progress on housing production, even without other statutory changes. As we see our housing shortage grow worse every day, with housing security getting further out of reach for more and more Mainers, the time has never been more critical to get communities the resources they need to unlock the immense investment of private capital that would become unlocked with the increased ability to build housing. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Dundon? I don't see any, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Our next grouping will be Frank D'Alessandro, Gary McCrane, and then Gina Morin. Hello, Mr. D'Alessandro. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Labor and Housing. My name is Frank D'Alessandro. I'm the Legal Services Director for Maine Equal Justice. We're a civil legal services organization, and we work with and for people with low income seeking solutions to poverty through policy, education, and legal representation. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony regarding LD 1995. We're testifying in support of Part U of the supplemental budget that establishes the Housing Opportunity Program, which provides assistance to municipalities to create affordable housing for low and moderate income people and workforce housing. So understanding that this program is designed, this part of the budget is designed to help provide assistance to municipalities to implement many of the provisions contained in LD 2003, as was already testified to. We're also testifying in favor of the supplemental budget Part A, line A-114, that provides increased funding to the Maine State Housing Authority Home Fund to create affordable housing. However, we're also testifying to request that funds be added to the supplemental budget to support the creation of a state-funded housing voucher program. State-funded voucher program is necessary in order to provide housing to Maine's most vulnerable residents. So we all know, as we've heard already, Maine is in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. Right now, there's over 25,000 families on the wait list for Section 8 housing programs, a voucher. A state-funded housing program is necessary so that low-income Mainers will be able to actually afford and pay the rent that we all, for otherwise affordable housing units that are created and that we all recognize need to be created. While the creation of additional housing is critical, the creation of more housing will not in and of itself provide affordable housing to low-income households in Maine. One of the primary programs used to create affordable housing in Maine is the Low-Income Tax Credit Program. It provides subsidies to developers to create affordable housing. However, even housing created by this program is not affordable to low-income households unless the household has a voucher, because the low-income households do not have the income necessary to afford to pay the fair market rent charged for low-income tax credit properties. The creation of additional rental housing will increase the supply of housing and thereby has the potential to reduce housing costs in some portions of the housing market. However, no matter how much additional housing is created, the rent charge for the rental unit must be sufficient to cover the cost of the owner's expenses in the form of mortgage payments, property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and management costs, while also providing a profit to the housing provider. I have been told by a number of developers that the HUD fair market rent is not sufficient to incentivize the private market to create housing absent a subsidy similar to those provided by low-income tax credit. As a result, the rent that will be needed to cover the cost of housing not created with the low-income tax credit program will exceed the HUD fair market rents and will therefore also be unaffordable to low-income households. It is essential. I'll just
I'll
finish
read
up.
a few minutes if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's essential that in order to create housing that is actually affordable to low-income households, those households must possess a housing voucher. Given the number of federal housing vouchers in the state of Maine is manifestly insufficient to meet the need, we implore this committee to fund LD 473, which is currently on the appropriations table, and create a state-funded housing voucher program to help meet the desperate need for housing experienced by low-income households. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. D'Alessandro? I don't see any at this time. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gary McCrane.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Daughtry, Senator Sylvester, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Gary McGrain. I live in Jay, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against the one-time cost of living adjustment of 2.4%, including in the governor's supplemental budget proposal, Part NN. As president of the Maine Education Association retired, I represent 5,526 retired educators. Because of that distinction, I'm often asked to answer difficult questions. Why is my state pension not keeping up with inflation? I cannot answer that question for them, but I can say that Maine needs to keep Maine's retired educators' value of their buying power up with inflation by fully funding the 5.4% cumulative cost of living. That was not part of our members' original MEPRS 3% increase on the base income of $22,947.11. The one-time proposal of 2.4% from the governor helps in the short term, but will be eroded over time because it's not part of the base for future inflationary considerations. Educators take it on the chin again. I have members whose pension equals about $700 a month, often being eroded by the federal government's pension reduction by the government pension offset and the windfall elimination protection. And now we can reduce the buying power with the erosion of the American dollar still further. Our members appreciate the governor's proposal to provide a one-time COLA, but while this proposal will provide some immediate relief for retirees, the long-term effects will be felt for years to come. Unfortunately, prices are going up, but pension checks are not keeping up with the cost of necessities. In fact, the original 3% COLA adjustment was only on the base income of $22,947.11. I hope this committee will find a way to make sure our members' pension benefits keep up with the cost of living by including 2.4% cumulative COLA into the final budget bill. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to the people of the state of Maine.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. McCrane? I don't see any. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
So next we'll have Gina Moran and then Jeanette Rivard. Ms. Moran.
Hi.
Hi.
Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Labor and Housing. My name is Gina Moran. I live in Auburn, and I am a member of the Maine People's Alliance. I am here today to testify in favor of funding LD 473, which would provide $7.5 million for 1,000 rental assistance vouchers. We have a massive housing crisis here in Maine, one that I have experienced personally. A state voucher program can go a long way in helping to keep families off the street and in safe, affordable homes. In 2016, I was forced out of my home and I lived in my car for 10 days. I struggled to eat and stay warm. I used a quarter of a tank of gas just to stay warm at night. After that, I rented a motel room where I lived for the next 4.5 years. Do you understand what living in a car does to someone with PTSD? I did not feel safe. Living in a motel isn't a picnic, and it's much easier than living in a car. While living in a motel, I applied for Section 8. I knew being a person without underage children, getting Section 8 was going to be a very long wait. My mental illness wasn't stable while living in the motel either. When the pandemic started, I was connected with a mutual aid group called Mainers Together. It was nothing but dumb luck that a fellow volunteer had an apartment for rent, and she offered to rent it to me. I felt like I was the one who benefited the most because I had lost all hope of finding a real affordable home. 2 months later, I moved into the apartment. My apartment has changed my life. I'm actually living again, not just surviving. Since then, I've also graduated from therapy, and that's a huge victory for someone with bipolar disorder. I think of this kind of monumental progress is what can happen to a person with stable and affordable housing. State vouchers are going to help folks like me who are stuck waiting years for Section 8. Asylum seekers don't even have the privilege of waiting for Section 8. Like I did, they also needed affordable housing, but are ineligible even for Section 8. They are also barred from working until a year after filing their applications, putting them in an impossible position. In Maine, rental voucher program LD1995 would allow Mainers, regardless of where they come from, to have stable housing. I am asking this joint committee to please vote for funding for rental vouchers in the supplemental budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Moran? We so appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeanette Rivard, and then Grace Levitt and Harold Booth. Ms. Rivard.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry. I'm sorry, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Daughtry, and Representative Sylvester, and members of both committees. My name is Jeanette Rivard, and I live in Caribou. I retired 6 years ago after nearly 25 years in the Children's Behavioral Health Unit at DHHS. However, I was on leave of absence while serving as full-time president of MSCA during my last 4 years of service. And I continue to be an active retiree member. President Staffieri a few minutes ago referenced an op-ed in a recent Bangor Daily News edition. I am one of the retirees who submitted this op-ed, which goes into greater detail than I will go into today. And I will make sure that this article is provided to you. In the interest of time, I will focus my comments today on just one aspect. We have established earlier today that the COLA is determined annually using the CPI-U, and that this year it was determined to be 5.4%. But keep in mind that this 5.4% was determined based on figures covering the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and awarded to Maine PERS recipients beginning in September of 2021. So already a year plus behind. I'm grateful for the governor's action on this. It shows that she recognizes the impact this reduced COLA is having on retired public servants. However, I don't think it goes far enough. Prior to 2011, Maine PERS recipients were eligible for a COLA of up to 6% based on the CPIU on that year. In a few months, the COLA for the current year will be determined based on the CPIU for the period from July 1st of last year through June 30th of this year. Does anyone think it will be less than 3%? I certainly don't. So why not fix the problem now? Otherwise, we will be right back here a year from now asking for another ad hoc allotment. So I would propose that you consider an amendment to this proposed ad hoc COLA that would restore the COLA percentage to the pre-2000 level of up to 6%. Restoring the COLA percentage to pre-2011 will make a significant difference in the lives of retired public servants who contributed to their retirement with every paycheck. So I'm advocating on behalf of myself and my fellow retired public servants. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Rivard? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Grace Levitt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave from SAD 51, serving as president of the Maine Education Association. And the MEA represents nearly 24,000 members from pre-K through higher ed, aspiring educators, and the many retirees who have dedicated their careers to the students of Maine and who even in retirement continue to support our students, educators, public education, and their communities in so many ways. MEA has submitted testimony on various parts of the proposed supplemental budget, but I'm here today to speak again, as others have before me, to the COLA for our retirees in education and public service. We know that Governor Mills has proposed the one-time payment, and we recognize that this 2.4% is something, and it helps a bit right now. Next year, these dedicated retirees, however, will be going backwards, and we feel compelled for the sake of retired teachers and public servants in the state to be sure to argue for a full 2.4% cumulative COLA to prevent retirees from falling further behind, as you've heard from others before me. You've already heard about the cuts in 2011 and the cuts even before that, of the impact on retirees and their pensions going forward. And so I won't repeat all of that. I think you've got the message on that, but it really does make a huge difference, and the folks are absolutely struggling. Also, you've been reminded about the impact of government pension offset and windfall elimination provision on our educators in our state. Our educators often have second or third jobs, or they've had jobs prior to a field of education. And as you've heard, there are shortages of educators, that we are really facing a crisis in the state, and we need to be sure that we're providing good pensions to those who do come into education. It does help to attract people to the field. So for many of our educators, this struggle with GPOF just adds to the predicament that they are in. There are so many ways that our retired public servants are disadvantaged in retirement, but the one-time COLA proposed will help get them through this year. We need to, though, be making sure that the pensions are keeping up with inflation and helping to get things in a better direction after those cuts of back in 2011. And so I would just add that without the cumulative COLA, the deflation in pension benefits will exist for the rest of their lives. The pension benefits for current and also for future retirees will forever be 2.4% less than it should be to keep up with the rising costs. You've been hearing from a lot of our retired educators, but this really affects all of our educators. I just wanted to be sure I'm making that clear as well. We can certainly provide more information if needed about the long-term impact. And if we can't find the resources necessary to provide this as a cumulative 2.4% cost of living, I am very, very concerned about the future of our retirees as well as of all of our educators and public servants. Surely our retired educators have earned and deserve the ability to retire with dignity. Thank you. Last sentence, after many years of their dedicated service and hard work for students, as well as on behalf of the communities in Maine. And so we strongly urge you to support the full 5.4% cumulative COLA for our retirees. Thank you for your time. I know you've got just a long week, long days. I really appreciate your time and patience. And let me know if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Levitt? I don't see any today, but we look forward to seeing you in the future. Take care. Next, we have Harold Booth and then Jessica Zipper. Mr. Booth, thanks for joining us. Mr. Booth, we're having a very difficult time understanding you. Are you on a mic? We're at a really, it's almost inaudible. Do you want to try to come back over maybe? Well, I don't know what happened to Mr. Booth. Miss Zipper, please join us for your testimony and then we'll figure out what's wrong with Mr. Booth's audible.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Good afternoon, and thank you for listening to my testimony this afternoon and for your service to our beautiful state. My name is Jessica Zipper. I live in Portland, and I worked in Cumberland teaching Spanish to students at Greeley High School. I retired in 2019 after 30 years of teaching. And I'm here today to testify neither for nor against the one-time cost of living adjustment of 2.4% included in Governor Mills' supplemental budget. In fact, I am very grateful that Governor Mills included the 2.4% increase. But to adequately fund our pension benefits, the one-time COLA is not enough. Next year, that puts us back in the same place we are now. That is, not keeping up with inflation. We start to spiral downwards rather than keeping up. My property taxes this year went up $800. Yesterday, I went to the grocery store and was truly shocked at my bill. Without the cost of living increases, I may have to consider whether I can invite my family over for Sunday dinner or drive to see my relatives living in New York. I don't want to be priced out of living here due to inadequate cost of living increases. I'm not talking about luxuries, but about affording necessities, being able to pay my bills. Frankly, I am pretty nervous about what is in store. I believe that the request to make the cost of living adjustment permanent and cumulative is a reasonable and fair request. Thank you for listening to me this afternoon. Please consider protecting the worth of pensions for all teachers and state employees.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Zipper? I don't see any questions today, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Booth.
Is this any better?
Oh, it's 100% better. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Please begin.
Senator Breen, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I've already submitted written testimony. I'm not going to go through that stuff. What I want to do is thank Representative Cuddy for his question during the presentation about the problem with the 2.4% increase that the governor is offering being a one-time thing. It really should be made permanent. There's been a lot of comment on that, and I wish to just add my voice to it. In addition, I want to mention that I urge the funding of LD 1227 or 1413, which deal with the way that state retirees are taxed by the main tax system. In this case, the people who get Social Security get a marvelous benefit. Their pension is not taxed, but state retirees is. Anything over $10,000. All this stuff is in my written testimony, but just want to add it in person as well. There are many times when the state employees have been asked to sacrifice over the years when I worked and the years that we've been retired to help the state budget. Right now, the state is enjoying a surplus. And I think that it's about time that, well, we've done our sacrificing. Please, this time when you've got money, fund us fully, both the 2.4% and the tax increment thing. It's all in my written testimony. I won't bore you further. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm also available for the work session if you desire.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Booth? I don't see any questions, but we're glad we were able to hear you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Next we have Karen Carlson, and then Kate Defoe, and hopefully Crystal Ward, who we've been trying to get over here. Ms. Carlson? Hi. You're on mute, so you need to undo your mute.
Okay, I don't know why there isn't a picture.
Oh, okay, so.
I'm here.
You're here, all right.
Okay, so Senator Breen, Representative Person, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee, thank you for this opportunity. And I appreciate especially those of you who are still here. My name is Karen Carlson, and I live in Troy and Waldo County. I apologize for my voice. I have a sluggish vocal cord, and this is the best I can do. I'm not going to go into 2011 and the COLA cap. I think you've all heard that enough. But I want to point out and to have you think, what would it be like if your employer said, oh, I'm going to give you a 3% cost of living increase, but oh, it's just for next year. You'll go back to your old salary the following year. I think that would be unfair. And it's not something that happens to workers who get salaries, and the minimum wage keeps rising as it should and needs to, but it's not a temporary thing. There's a difference between wants and needs, but even now needs need to be prioritized. I've made adjustments. I no longer get haircuts, which unfortunately you can't see my hair, but I do it myself now. I need a new upper bridge or adjustment to my current one to keep the metal from grinding down my lower teeth when I chew. So I take it out when I eat. I haven't gone to the dentist, even though half of the enamel of my back molar has broken off. Luckily, it doesn't tear the inside of my cheek, nor hurt, nor do I have an infection. I haven't been to a dentist in about 5 years. I've learned that eggs make a fine dinner, as does chicken or a can of tuna. A grilled hamburger is now a treat and not a cheap meal as it once was. So why not get a part-time job, some may say. I have given all my energy, hard work, compassion, and empathy during my working years and can no longer work at that intensity. I had considered it, but COVID made that dangerous. And as much as I hate to admit, advancing age for some brings health issues and a slowing down, which makes working at the quota-driven top speed expected today challenging. I worked as a K-4 guidance counselor, teaching students lessons on feelings, bullying, teamwork, anger, stress, etc. I also work with students in groups and individually, made referrals to Child Protective Services for students who had been or were being sexually or physically abused, and helped them share that with parents when appropriate. I work with students who express suicidal thoughts and plans and involve parents. Divorce or the death of a loved one or staff member was another issue. Those who work with students do so because they want to make a difference. Young students are pros at making cards, and I remember one I received with crayon drawings on the front, and inside it said, "Thanks for teaching me it's okay to cry when someone dies." I end with a question. I hope I'm just about done. I end with a question.
You are over your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, please.
Yes, I am. I end with the question I hope you will consider. What is the value of the work we do for the children of Maine, and how can we make sure caring people will continue to step forward to fill our shoes? Thank you for your time. I hope you do a cumulative 2.4 COLA in the final budget, and maybe I'll get to a dentist yet. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlson? I don't see any questions at this time, but we certainly appreciate you being here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
So next we'll go to Crystal Ward and then Kate Defoe. Crystal, thank you. We're glad we got you over.
I have been going through my normal love-hate relationship with technology.
Well, you've arrived. We look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Hello, honorable senators and representatives. My name is Crystal Ward. I am from Lewiston. I am the legislative chairperson for MEA Retired, representing over 5,500 members statewide. Our members are extremely troubled by the negative impacts of the drastic changes made to MEPers in 2011. One of the changes was the 3% cap, and another applied to the COLA, but it only applies to part of what people get for a pension. The idea of applying a COLA to only part of a pension check is radical. It is outright unheard of to do that kind of thing. How many people that are on or are going on Social Security would like to hear the federal government say, by the way, you're getting a COLA this year, but only on half of your pension check? I can't even imagine what the Social Security people would be doing. Just what is a COLA? You've heard a lot about it. It's a cost of living adjustment. And what's its intent? A cost of living adjustment is an increase made to counteract the effects of rising prices in the economy called inflation and maintain buying power. It has a definition. It came in the 1970s. COLAs are typically equal to the percentage increase in the consumer price index for urban wage earners for a specific period. The CPI represents the average price of a basket of goods and is used to measure inflation. So all a COLA does is to make sure that a person breaks even so that they can maintain their buying power and deal with inflation. Nobody's trying to get rich, I can assure you of that. Ever since 2011, Maine PERS has not been keeping up with inflation, and we in Maine PERS have not been keeping up with inflation. We have been losing buying power. And the big problem is it's compounding itself every year. Every year a person does not get a COLA on their whole salary, they lose hundreds of dollars in buying power and their ability to just pay regular bills. Today, inflation is at historical rates. Electricity up 30%, food 10%, according to where you live in the state. Fuel, oil, and gas up over $1 a gallon. Retired people are being hard hit, and just paying the bills is getting harder and harder. When these 2011 changes, I was at the Appropriations Committee when Governor LePage came in, and he said the following, that retired had to have some skin in the game for helping the state out of the financial mess. I want to ensure every single person that we have been skinned. It started with $300 million taken away from us, and every year that we do not get paid correctly for a real thing called a COLA, we lose millions of dollars. Too many retirees are sliding towards low income and poverty. And we have many that are now qualifying for government assistance program.
Ms. Ward, Ms.
yes.
Ward, you are over your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
One thing I would ask you to do is, thank you for the 2.4 if we can get that, but you need to put together a committee or a commission or a task force or whatever you want to call it and sit down and figure out how to clean up this mess made in 2011 to stop the ever sliding benefits that we are getting in MAPERS. Because this is not just a little problem. This is a big problem that's only getting worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Ward? I don't see any, but we're glad we got you over through the ether. And have a nice day. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have Kate Defoe.
Good afternoon, Representative Peirce, Senator Daughtry, and members of the AFA and Labor Committees. My name is Kate Defoe, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in support of Part U of LD 1995. We view the investment in technical assistance as a down payment on a program that will help municipalities of all disciplines with planning. With the abolishment of the state planning office a decade ago, communities really lost a resource. We no longer have a resource where we can go to as a source of planning to provide information, to provide guidance, examples, samples, models. We really lost that technical assistance, and it's starting to show. And again, we view this as an opportunity to start growing that. And while we understand there are elements of the Municipal Planning Assistance Program that still exist today, they're housed in the Department of Ag, that's an important starting point as well. And as you start having these conversations, it might be worthwhile to think about how you package all of that so that communities don't go to Ag for one thing and DECD for something else, that we have a comprehensive place where municipal officials can go for very valuable technical financial assistance in order to implement some of the statewide goals. I mean, if you look at communities, you know, we've grown since we became a state in 1820, and the complexities and the number of responsibilities that are now placed on the feet of municipalities has changed significantly. And so we are just asking for an opportunity to re-engage, reignite that state municipal partnership through really strong, a strong entity unit area where we can go to get some technical and professional assistance. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and we'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any today, but we appreciate you being here. Look forward to working together.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Up on the docket is Margaret Rice, then Nancy Smith, and then Pamela Partridge. So Margaret Rice.
Hi. I feel like I cheated the line a little bit because everybody calls me Peggy, which comes a little further in the alphabet, but.
Wow, you were smart, Margaret.
Senator Breen, that's my legal name. So Senator Breen, Senator Daughtry, Representative Peirce, and Representative Sylvester, and members of the committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Labor and Housing. My name is Peggy Rice, and I live in Gray. I'm here today to ask you to please fund the full 2021 MEPRS retiree cost of living adjustment in the supplemental budget. All the years I worked for the state of Maine as a child protective worker and as an advocate for people with disabilities, while very challenging and sometimes very dangerous, were also very rewarding in their own ways. But as a state retiree, I now feel I need to advocate for myself and my fellow retirees. As you've heard from our stories, retired state employees are struggling, and we're going to keep falling further behind if action isn't taken. Having also worked some years in the private sector, I also have the disadvantage due to the Social Security offset of losing about 3/5 of my eligible Social Security because of my state pension. I'm asking for your support as we fight to fully fund the 5.4% COLA and to create tax equity for MEPRS participants by supporting key bills such as LD 1227 or 1413 for the pension fairness. Thank you for your attention and consideration in this matter.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Peggy? I don't see any. I'm also a Margaret, and my grandmother was Peggy, and she's a Margaret, so it's a beautiful name.
There you go. But you're called Teresa.
Margaret Teresa. That's my full given name.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Nancy Smith. Thank you for being here, Ms. Smith. Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. It doesn't look like you're on mute. Nope, can't hear you again. Is your computer on? I mean, I don't know, volume. Why don't we give you a minute to come in and out, and we'll go on to Pamela Partridge.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Pamela Partridge, and I live in North Anson. I retired from teaching at the Garrett Schenck School in Anson in 2012. I am testifying neither for nor against the COLA aspect of the budget, supplemental budget. I was very appreciative to receive 3% COLA and have it added to our base. However, as you know, the cost of living increase has been calculated to be 5.4%. I'm asking you to please include the remaining 2.4% in the supplemental budget and add it to the base so that my pension keeps up with the cost of living. The combined cost of heating my single level home in January with a heat pump, oil, and wood was approximately $800. That was more than a third of my monthly pension. And in February, approximately $670. That is a huge chunk of my monthly pension. The cost of everything continues to rise and my pension is not keeping up. I'm dreading the arrival of my annual long-term care health insurance bill this month, given the increase I saw last year. I just hope my savings outlast me, but I find myself drawing larger amounts and worrying those withdrawals will continue to grow larger and become more frequent from my savings. As president of the Somerset Education Association retired, I know we have older members who worked many more years than me, but who have smaller pensions. I know they were discouraged by the years of no COLA, losing ground, and are worried about the current rate of inflation as their pension dollars buying power continues to shrink. And I had a couple of them recently send me their situations, which I'm condensing and summarizing. We have a 73-year-old single woman who retired in 2000. After 30 years of teaching, she quickly discovered she needed to supplement her pension, and so continued to work part-time and divided her home into rental units in order to keep up with the cost of living. She drives a 2007 Toyota Camry she bought 7 years ago, has no prospects of getting another car anytime soon. We have a 70-year-old member who, with over 30 years of teaching experience, asked how is she to survive on a monthly take-home check of $2,270 some odd dollars. The cost of everything essentially is going up, making the COLA so necessary. She was fortunate to be able to put her portion of her health insurance money towards savings, and her household currently has the added cushion of her husband's income. But as I know, living situations can change. So I just want to ask again, please fully fund the 2.4% for our retirees. Thank you so much for your service. I know you work so very hard for all of us in this great state of Maine. I appreciate it. Many of us appreciate it. And thank you for giving me time to speak with you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Any questions for Ms. Partridge?
Thank you.
Thank you again for being here. Appreciate your patience. So next we have Penny Whitney Asdorian, and then Robert Peel and Roberta Morrill. And then before you start, Penny, Nancy Smith, are you back with us anywhere? She was having trouble with her audio. Don't see her yet, so please begin, Penny, and share with me how you pronounce your last name.
Thank you. My last name is Whitney Asdorian. You got it just exactly right. So Representative Pers, Senator Daughtry, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Appropriations, Financial Affairs, Labor, and Housing. I am Penny Whitney Asdorian from Scarborough. I am retired, having worked for the Maine Judicial Branch for 33 years. My husband is a retired firefighter, and we both receive Maine PERS pensions. And I'm here to speak in favor of funding LD1227, as well as asking this committee to move forward with the funding of a full COLA for our retirees within the supplemental budget. Regarding the COLA, as you know, state retirees are not eligible for a full COLA based on CPI, but the COLA is capped at 3%. Additionally, the COLA is only calculated on the first approximately $23,000 of your pension. And if your pension is more than that, too bad. Inflation was 5.4%, so obviously we're not keeping up. While I certainly appreciate the budget that Governor Mills has put forward containing a one-time 2.4% increase for our retirees, one-time fixes simply aren't enough and fail to increase the base on which the next COLA can be calculated. This results in retirees falling further and further behind. And I'm asking that you fund the full additional 2.4% in the supplemental budget. LD1227 is designed to level the taxation playing field, which is now very different for Maine PERS retirees and those collecting Social Security. I spent almost all of my adult life working for the state of Maine, and I'm not eligible for Social Security. My pension is my Social Security. So let's discuss tax fairness. $10,000 of each of our pensions, my husband and mine, is exempt from Maine tax, but that amount is reduced by your gross Social Security benefit. Because my husband gets a very small Social Security check, our exemption was reduced from $20,000 down to $14,000. It's my understanding that a couple with a similar income from Social Security would not pay any state tax on their Social Security earnings. With the ever-increasing costs of food, housing, fuel, our pensions are simply not keeping up. Many retirees have been forced to take part-time jobs just to make ends meet. We dedicated ourselves to serving the people of Maine at a lower wage than public sector workers were receiving, but with the promise of a pension that would allow us to live in dignity during our retirement. I can tell you that getting old is not for the weak of heart. And the golden years at this point aren't even sterling silver. Our retirees are struggling, and you have an opportunity to ease some of their financial struggle. We served our state with pride and dignity, and we want to be respected for that service. We don't want to have to make the choice to call another state home just because that state won't tax our pension. Every year, we wonder if this will be the time when the legislature recognizes the value of the contributions that we made during our careers and tries to do the right thing by us. In my mind, this is the time, this is the year, and this is the legislative body. I'm asking that you support the issues that I have discussed in the supplemental budget and provide some real relief and fairness for retirees. I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Whitney Asdorian? I don't see any at this time. We so appreciate you being here, and thank you for your patience while you waited to testify. Nancy, I see that you're back, but we have a couple other people in queue, so I'll get to you, okay? Next, we have Robert Peel and then Roberta Morrill. Mr. Peel, are you with us? And can you turn your video on, maybe? And you're unmuted at the moment, Mr. Peel. Oh, hello.
How's that?
That's great. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, senators and representatives. My name is Rob Peel. I'm a citizen of Reed Field and a retired state of Maine employee. I ask you to provide in the supplemental budget the full 5.4% COLA to our Maine PERS pensions and to pass LD 1227 or LD 1413 to tax our pensions the same way Social Security is taxed. In 2011, the governor and legislature enacted cuts to my contractually prescribed pension. Elected officials described these cuts as shared sacrifice. However, the people who made most of the sacrifices when the cuts went into effect were the public employees. We bore the brunt of the response to purposeful long-term underfunding of the pension system, exacerbated by the stock market collapse during the Great Recession. The stock market has since come roaring back during one of the greatest long-term bull market periods in stock market history, but none of the pension cuts has been reversed. Therefore, I am requesting that you pass LD 12.
I'm sorry, we had a little difficulty here with some muting going on. I apologize. Mr. Peel, could you unmute yourself? Great.
Where did you lose me?
The stock market was roaring back, a couple sentences after that, I think.
Okay.
Not very, we didn't lose very much. I apologize. I don't know what happened exactly.
All right. Therefore, I am requesting that you pass LD 1227 or 1413 to bring taxation of our pensions in line with how our fellow citizens' Social Security benefits are taxed. I'm also requesting that you fund the 5% COLA to bring it in line with current inflation and supply funding to apply the 5% COLA to the COLA base. Adding the money to the base will be much more beneficial to public employees over the long term than the governor's proposal of a one-time COLA payment, which leaves us falling further behind in future years. The taxation bills are important to me because my state pension replaces the full Social Security benefits I would have received had I remained in the private sector. My state pension is over 85% of my combined pension and small Social Security benefit. Even worse, only a portion of that 85% is eligible for the Maine PERS COLA. Thus, over time, even normal inflation will steadily eat away the value of my Maine PERS pension. Unlike our state pensions, Social Security benefits come with COLAs calculated from the actual rates of inflation, and Social Security COLAs are applied to the entire Social Security benefit. As a state employee, I was promised a much more robust pension than I actually have, and it continually falls further behind the increasing costs of living. Bringing the COLA in line with current inflation and applying it to the base will be a significant help to all public employees, even if the current COLA cap of 3% continues to be applied in the future. The current budget surplus represents an opportunity for the legislature and governor to make some small amends for past detrimental actions. I ask you to please fully fund the 5% COLA for retired public employees, a 5% COLA on the pension base, and pass either 1227 or LD 1413 for fair tax treatment of our state pensions. Lastly, I suggest that to find additional money for this budget, the governor's proposed tax paybacks that would go to all taxpayers should be limited to lower and middle income taxpayers only. The upper income and wealthy do not need the payback after over a dozen years of historically high stock market returns and historically low inflation. Please see my written comments for additional information. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your patience. Are there any questions for Mr. Peel? I don't see any at this time, but thank you again for being here. My apologies for the technical difficulties.
No problem.
So next we have Roberta Morell and then Nancy Smith.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Representative Pierce, senators, members of the Appropriations Committee and the Financial Committee. After graduating from the University of Maine, I did work at Earn My 40 Quarters. Teaching was my second career. And I taught for 25 years in Westbrook and retired 25 years ago. And I was penalized and couldn't receive my full Social Security benefits. I have lost 2 husbands, unfortunately. And again, being penalized, I couldn't receive my full widow's pension and benefits. I did mail and the presenting this. You have had a long day. I'm just going to kind of get mine down to the fine points. It's been a long day for all of you. I just certainly hope and pray that the full 2.4% cumulative COLA is not just a one-time payment, but a permanent and cumulative cost of living so that we can keep up with inflation. It will be included, hopefully, in maybe Governor Mills' proposed budget. I did see in Press Herald the other day that Maine is expected to take in an additional $411 million in revenue through June of 2023. But anyway, I speak for myself and I speak for many retired teachers in my Cumberland County Retired Educators Association. I just pray that they will receive this full payment. It's money and it's full payment for what they need and what they so richly deserve. So I hope that you will consider this. You've heard a lot of testimonies today, and hopefully you will get the feeling of how we do need this extra money and for living expenses and support. Thank you for listening, and I thank you for your service in this grand old state of Maine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Moreau? I don't see any, but certainly appreciate your patience with us today and hanging in with us. Thank you for your testimony.
Good luck to all of you.
Thank you. We have next Nancy Smith and then Stephen Butterfield and Stephen Hill. Ms. Smith, welcome back. Can't hear you still. Oh, sorry. It's weird. Oh, now I think we hear your typewriter. Yeah, but we can't hear your voice. That's strange. Oh, try again. No. Still can't hear you. Oh. No, still can't hear you. We'll, yeah, if you want to try to call in on your phone, we'll try to get you back up. And in the meantime, we'll move ahead to Stephen Butterfield and then Stephen Hill.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Appropriations Financial Affairs Committee, and Senator Daltrey, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Stephen Butterfield, and I live in Hallowell, Maine. I am retired, but I am not a state of Maine retiree. I retired in December of 2017 after a total of 42 years serving on the staff of the Maine Service Employees Association, SEIU 1989. My last 26 years was as their Director of Information Services. During my tenure with MSEA SEIU, I was appointed by governors, senators, representatives, and union presidents to a myriad of committees, commissions, task forces, and work groups involving studies, redesigns, and modifications to the Maine Public Employee Retirement System. I was on another Maine PERS work group that just completed its work a few weeks ago, and I am Governor Mills' appointee to the Maine PERS Participating Local District Advisory Committee. Given all of this, I have a pretty good understanding of the state and teacher retirement plan. When it comes to the COLA portion of the pension system, state workers and teachers have taken more than their share of hits over the last several decades. The McKernan administration fired the first salvo back in the early 90s by putting state workers and teachers a year behind on their COLA by making new retirees wait a full year before becoming COLA eligible. Formerly, new retirees were COLA eligible if they retired by August of any year. That administration also imposed a 4% COLA cap. Now we fast forward to 2011, and the LePage administration lowered the boom even more severely. Not only did the LePage administration reduce the COLA cap from 4% to 3%, they also added a $20,000 cap on the amount of pension benefit that would be COLA eligible. Then they froze the COLA. This was nothing more than financial terrorism for Maine state worker and teacher retirees. The frozen COLAs just added years more of falling behind financially. Now with these added hindrances and the current rapid inflation, which is far more than even the current cap could sustain, we see our retirees who gave years of dedicated service to the citizens of the state of Maine falling into financial despair. I urge you to fully fund the additional 2.4% of the 2021 5.4% Maine PERS calculated.
You want to say me?
Let's show state workers and teachers they are still appreciated. Thank you all for your time. I'll be happy to answer any question. And also I'd be willing to provide myself as a resource when the committee goes into work session to try to fix this wrong.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Butterfield? I don't see any at this time, but thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, and I apologize for the dog barking in the background.
No worries, no worries. Next we have Stephen Hill, and then Stephen Keaton, and then Tony Gonzalez. And then I see also that Nancy's back, so we'll get you in. Mr. Hill.
Yes, am I heard okay?
You are.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Peirce, and members of these two distinguished committees. Thank you for your time and your stamina. In my previous life, I think the bell is rung and everybody would like to be headed for the door. So I appreciate your attendance here. Sorry if these remarks are a little redundant after so many previous speakers. My name is Steve Hill and I live in Scarborough. I spent 42 years of my adult life coaching and teaching at Greeley Middle School in Cumberland Center, Maine. And on retirement until COVID hit, I was a regular substitute at my former school. I've spent most of my adult life devoted to public school education in Maine. Today, I speak about a cost of living adjustment to the Maine state retirement system, like so many of my colleagues before me have done today. I remember the day in 1972 when I got my first paycheck for teaching. I was pretty excited. But that excitement was tempered by a colleague who, while maybe a little cynical at the moment, was accurate when he said, "Enjoy your first paycheck. It'll be the biggest one you ever get." He stated that from here on out, the salary I earned along with other teachers would never keep up with inflation. Unfortunately, for the most part, his prediction was accurate. For the most part, in my career, my pay did not keep up with inflation. Now in retirement, I find the same factors at play. Today, I speak neither for nor against the one-time only 2.4 cost of living adjustment in the governor's supplemental budget. It's appreciated, and something is better than nothing. But to take care of future loss of earnings, I strongly urge you to support the 2.4% cumulative COLA. With prices going up in almost every sector of our economy, life on a pension, as you've heard many times today, can be a challenge. Just before I retired, changes in the retirement system enacted by the previous governor made it harder and harder for Maine retired teachers to keep up with inflation. I hope this committee sees fit to recommend changes that reverse these previous cuts and protect Maine retired teachers going forward by including a 2.4% cumulative COLA in the final budget, especially remembering those teachers in Maine who have taught in the smaller towns and the smaller school systems where they started with lower pay to start with which means lower pensions. Thank you for your service, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Hill? I don't see any, but I appreciate you hanging with us today, and the bell will toll soon, I think, for all of us.
For all of you, I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Keaton, and then Tony Gonzalez and Nancy Smith. Mr. Keaton, before you begin, I believe that I have invited everyone over from the attendee list who wanted to speak. If you are in the attendee list and you haven't come over yet, could you please raise your hand? I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. And Mr. Keaton, please begin.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Daltrey, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Appropriations, Financial Affairs, and Labor and Housing. My name is Steve Keaton. I live in China, Maine. I'm here today on a different issue than what you've heard already talked about today, and that is requesting your funding in the supplemental budget for LD 548. That would reduce extremely high penalties that 115 state employees and teachers took in 2011 and 2012 when the LePage administration changed when you could retire with your health insurance. We had 115 people retired early and took severe penalties because their health insurance was being changed and when you would receive it after retirement. It used to be after 25 years, you could retire whenever you want. And in 2011-12, that was changed that you couldn't get retirement until you reached your normal retirement years. Again, we had 115 teachers and state employees ranging from penalties from 6% to 90% of their penalties they took just to keep their health insurance. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter now. If you have 25, 30, 35, 40 years in, if you don't get reach your normal retirement age, you still don't get guaranteed your health insurance until you reach those ages. The reason I would like to see LD 548 funded in the supplemental budget is because when those cuts were made in 2011, 2012 budget, they were booked as savings. So this should come out of the supplemental budget. If not, it would go to the special appropriation table where we all know that there's so few funds to compete with bills being passed, this probably wouldn't go through. Since 2011, 2012, these 115 people have given $5 million towards pension cuts, towards to balance the budgets and for taxpayers to get special reduced rates to collect taxes. That was all a hoax back in 2011. They took the money from us and gave tax cuts and reduced people's taxes that really didn't need to be passed. Sorry, I got about 10 pages and I'm just trying to hit the highlights, but my testimony isn't written and I hope you read all them because I know there's 2 or 3 people have also written to you on this issue. We've heard that there's, with the new budget productions, there's about $1.2 billion in surplus. This bill would be $5.9 million. It would be a one-time thing. You wouldn't have to go back to it, one-time thing, and that's all you'd have to do.
Mr. Keaton?
Already 3 minutes.
If you would wrap up, thank you.
Okay, I just want to comment that after 25 years or more of working, no retiree should have to walk the streets and the roads of Maine to pick up returnables to make ends meet. No retirees should have to go without seeing their grandkids that live in another state because they can't afford to go see them. No retiree should have to bend over backwards to make without going to the food bank. No retiree in the state of Maine should not be able to go out to eat once in a while or go to the movies. This has been very hard on these 115 people. And on top of that, they've suffered all these other things that you've heard talked about today. Please find it in your hat to fund LD 548 in the supplemental budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Keaton? I don't see any today, but we certainly appreciate you being here, and thank you again for your testimony and hanging in with us. Mr. Gonzalez, you're next, and then Nancy Smith. Before you begin, though, I'll just ask one more time if there's anyone who's waiting to give testimony. I believe I've invited everyone over, but please raise your hand. I want to make sure we don't miss anyone. Mr. Gonzalez, thanks for joining us today. I bet you wish you'd typed in Anthony and not Tony. I don't know. Oh, you're on mute. You'll get there. It's not, there you go.
Got it. Okay. I would like to thank you all for allowing me to speak, all the honorable members of the committee, the House, and the Senate, and their guests.
Support from my union whatsoever.
Just give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second. There you go.
My name is Tony Gonzalez. I live in Milo. I'm here to represent the Maine Service Employees Association members. Also, I'm a former member of the Maine Teachers Association, and I was a lab technician at the University of Maine back in the McKernan years. I ran a laboratory in plant and soil sciences, and the state come up a few $100 million short. A few hundred of us lost our jobs. So I'm familiar with state budget problems. I'd like to preface some of my comments with where my attitude comes from. I apologize. I retired as a crew leader at the Maine Department of Transportation after 25 years as a state employee. I watched what seemed to be a chronic underfunding of negotiated benefits. It seemed that from our perspective that honoring and funding those benefits was low on the list of priorities. When I started working for the state of Maine, there were valued positions. Many of those positions didn't come open until someone died or retired. They were there for life. In 2011, we had an economic perfect storm. Years of underfunding, and a tax cut for the rich. And our benefits were cut to help compensate for that. You know, we were asked to share the pain we have. You know, prices for everything going up. Oil in Bangor, average $3.70 a gallon, $1,000 for a tank of oil. My sewer bill just went up 30% in Milo. Electric line transmission rates going up 30%. Gas is average $3.66 a gallon in Maine. I also paid into Social Security for 20 years. I'm a widower. My wife was a hand sewer at Dexter Shoe before she passed. I'm penalized 60% of my Social Security. I pay $600 a month penalty. My wife, who had a good job, paid in more Social Security than I did. I'm not entitled to that because I'm a Maine state employee, or was. You know, so we're doing our share. You know, I stand in support of LD 1413 and LD 1227. Please fix these problems now. Could you imagine anyone wanting to come to work for the state and have to pay a $600 a month penalty when they retire? I mean, I know it's a federal problem, but it's got to be addressed. I mean, these people are going to be your employees.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes are up if you would wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've shared the pain. Please apply the COLA to our full retirement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for being here today. Are there any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? I don't see any at this time, but thank you for hanging in with us today. Appreciate your patience and thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Nancy Smith from Grossmart, and then we have Tom Hishman. You're gonna help me with that when we get there. But Nancy, can we hear you?
Oh, I hope you can hear me. How's this?
Very much so.
Technology.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience, and to the members of the committee. I've been listening to the heartbreaking stories about pension. However, my role with Grossmart, if I could shift your attention back to Part U, to the Housing Opportunity Program in DECD. Grossmart Maine is speaking in support. I have submitted written testimony. The reason I've kept trying so hard to get back to you is to draw attention to my written testimony because I raised a couple of points I haven't heard yet. We support the multi-tiered and the multi-year approach of Part U, the Housing Opportunity Program. However, there is an incredible opportunity with this program to go beyond simply ensuring compliance with zoning and ordinance mandates that are outlined in LD 2003. Housing is what got us here, and it is incredibly important. But we must ensure that at the very least, specific intersections with municipal planning to increase housing opportunities are addressed. And I named two. Transportation. Within this program, municipalities can be encouraged to implement strategies to increase housing opportunities without adding to Maine's over-reliance on single occupancy vehicles, which increases the time spent commuting as Mainers drive till you qualify. And this impacts household budgets as well as our collective climate footprint. Secondly, affordable access to high-speed internet has become as much an essential utility as electricity. This program provides an opportunity, if we broaden its scope, to ensure that municipalities are considering how to minimize the costs of sprawling growth as they increase housing opportunities and ensure broadband for all. It would take very little, I think, to expand the scope of the housing program so that they can look beyond simply compliance with ordinance mandates. As an example, this morning I spoke with the executive director of the Capital Area New Mainers project, and I learned from him that a new affordable development here in Augusta not only didn't come with internet, but was initially outside of Spectrum service area. You can imagine the problems that this caused. For instance, when refugees recently arrived from Afghanistan, they needed access to the internet within 1 week of arrival so that the children could attend school and so the adults could address their immediate needs. In addition, many new Mainers initially don't drive. So being placed in affordable housing, which they greatly appreciate, without internet and without access to transit, does not actually equal affordable living. So those are my key points. I thank you for your patience in my trying to connect with you, and I'm happy to work with the committee. I've contacted the commissioner and asked her as well about expanding the scope of this so that we can truly look at affordable living rather than simply affordable housing for these folks. Thank you all for your time and for your listening to me this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Smith? I don't see any. I appreciate your tenacity in getting here.
I am nothing if not tenacious. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. And last but not least, Tom, and please share with me how you pronounce your last name.
Hibshman.
Hibshman.
So, Tom Hibshman. Yes, I'm residing in Portland, Oregon. I've moved across the United States in the last 2 years. I previously have been in Kittery Point, Maine. I was a member of the Kittery Comprehensive Planning, also a member of Fair Tide Transitional Housing. I'm calling into, and I appreciate the committee's efforts. I spoke at least a decade ago on who is investing our finances for retirees, but I wanted to just highlight my experience. I was first a teacher in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1971. Very glad to have the salary of $6,600 because I bought a house for $11,000. So I then went to work in corporate and higher paying jobs, and returned to teaching in the year 2000 at MSAD 60, that's North Berwick. I was teaching video, computer graphics, and I was brought in because of my past experience in high tech and television. I suffered the consequences of that with WEEP, Windfall Elimination Profits Tax. Maine is one of 15 states that work to eliminate any of my Social Security from working in corporate high tech. I was absolutely stunned. My teacher friends in New Hampshire are much better off. I have teacher relatives in Virginia, both retired teachers of excellent teaching programs. I just wanted to point out that I am in support of a cumulative COLA and working outside this industry and coming back. I was part of the Maine Laptop Initiative. I was there when the computers were handed out. And all I can say is Governor King at that point came to the school and spoke, I should either get you a chainsaw or a laptop. And I found that I was in the midst of that. And then I retired in 2012. I'm still involved in educational projects. I'm still involved with the Union of Maine Visual Artists, the Kittery Schools, and I'll always be happy to help in education. I just wanted to thank the committee for working on this. And I think there's a lot of money available. My recollection is No Child Left Behind. That was what came before. And teachers jokingly said, no dime left behind. This problem in education has gone on for decades. And unfortunately for retirees, it's unfortunate, but I think the state is awash in plenty of funds. It just takes ways to get them appropriated. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee. And because I live in Oregon, I came to Oregon because my daughters, who were taught in public school in Maine, they left, family followed. I'm 74. I'm happy to be out here. And I'm considering if I can mentor or help in a high school out here as an MEA retired. So thank you. Sounds like everyone's, got to ponder this. But I found so many times the promises of what will
Mr.
come in
Hibshin?
reality is not the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Hibshman, excuse me, sorry.
Tom of Maine.
Tom of Maine, there you go.
Not anymore, Byman, Oregon. I'm sorry about your winter.
No worries, no worries. I don't see anyone with their hands raised, so we appreciate you hanging in there and appreciate your testimony, and thank you for being here today.
Got a lot on your plate. Good luck all. Thank you.
So that concludes the public testimony for this section of the budget. I want to thank Senator Bailey for being our time clock person today. I really appreciate that. It was an interesting job. I also want to thank Judith Hammond and Maureen Dawson, our wonderful clerks and OFPR analyst. And then of course, the Labor and Housing Committee and all of your staff that hung with us all day today. It's just a little before 5, but I think we heard a lot of testimony. Really appreciate you being here. Your report back comes to us by March 17th. We will look forward to hearing how you deliberate this budget and bring back some recommendations to us going forward. So thank you again. We're back tomorrow. We'll be doing this for 7 days. This is day 4. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we start with judiciary, and then we have EUT and ACF in the afternoon. So look forward to seeing my fellow committee members tomorrow. And Labor and Housing, have a great weekend if we don't see you. Take care. Have a good day.